On that big guy.
Ironhead's new to the Bears, but some of the old guard still remain. Dealing with them, a key to the Packers' offensive success.
They have a lot of older guys on defense who have been around and are playing very well right now. So we just have to go in and execute our game plan. We can't give them any free ones.
Defensively, the Packers face an offense that has trouble scoring points. That does not mean they don't. And their biggest threat is first-round draft pick Curtis Conway.
The rules are tailored to them. They push off. You know, we can't touch them down the field. They can push off on us, though. So those kind of challenges, he's a big physical guy. You know, we just have to overcome that and make plays.
The Packers counter with Sterling Sharp. 10 receptions tends to catch an opponent's eye. Still, it'll be tough for the Bears to catch Sterling Sharp.
As long as they can't predetermine where he's going to line up, then it becomes more difficult for you to do that.
But it's not Sharp versus Bears, it's Packers versus Bears. While some things about the rivalry have changed, other things remain the same.
There's definitely a high level of play whenever we play the Bears on both sides of the ball. And, you know, the names have changed a few of them, but otherwise the intensity level is still there.
John, 2 3-3 teams today. I find the Bears' 3-3 record kind of surprising, new coach and all.
Well, you know, it seems like the Bears aren't quite sure what type of team they have. The weapons that they've had in years past, Neil Anderson, aren't quite producing the way they have in years past. And I'm not sure they know exactly where they're going. I do know one thing. Monday night's ball game against the Vikings, definitely a setback for them. It won't go into the Bear annals as one of the best in their illustrious history. In fact, it'll probably go into Monday Night Football annals as one of the ugliest in broadcast history. The Bears simply couldn't slow down the Vikings pass rush Monday night. They couldn't rush themselves. And even though Kevin Butler kicked 4 field goals, including a 55-yarder, he had to feel just like Beavis' sidekick when he dropped this pass on the fake field goal. The Vikings sacked Jim Harbaugh 8 times and generally left him feeling
Miserable, and it's about the only way to put it.
It seems like no matter where Harbaugh puts it, Neil Anderson just can't do much with it. For whatever reason, Anderson simply not playing like the Anderson who used to book his trips to Honolulu in early September. Well, the Bears held Jim McMahon to 87 yards passing. It actually had more to do with what is starting to look like a dead arm on McMahon's part than lively playing the part of the Bear DBs. The one spot the Packers will have their eyes on, the corner, which will be manned by first-year defensive back Jeremy Lincoln. He says he's up to that challenge.
Up there saying, well, you know, Blaylock went down. Lincoln played a little bit earlier in the year, but we're not sure how well he's going to play. So they might try to attack me, but hey, that's I'll take it.
They'll give you some help, won't they?
Yeah, hopefully.
Well, it would be extremely intimidating for a rookie to sit back and watch Sterling's performance against the Bucs last week. He can take solace in the fact that even a veteran who's watched Sterling for years will be doing a little tossing and turning this week.
The guy's incredible. You know, what we're going to have to do is just, he's going to get some, he's going to catch some, so all what we got to do is kind of just come up and make the tackle and try not to get him on a hot roll. You know, they got a good quarterback that can get the ball to him. That helps a lot, too. Well, he's a great athlete, and we're going to just go out and then play Bear football and hopefully he'll get a little help from up front, and, you know, and we just cover him pretty good.
Emotions are always high when these two teams get together, but with the Bears, the attitude right now seems to be more of a let's worry about ourselves rather than the other guy situation.
We just got to win. You know, you don't have a lot of time to think about the nostalgia and the rivalry and the this and the that. You know, you got to focus in on what you can do to get a win.
One of the goals for the Packers heading into this ball game, try to keep that running game at a high level like it was against Tampa Bay. The keys to the running attack, let's go to the Rock in the big picture.
The Big Picture is sponsored in part by Team Bain.
We haven't talked much about the Packers' running game this season because they haven't had much of a running game this season. But that changed against Tampa Bay, so today, let's look at all the components that go into a real well-executed running play. Now, when coaches run the football, the first thing they talk about is the point of attack, the blocker that's got to make something happen. Drive the guy off the ball or wheel him to the outside or wheel him to the inside, but give that back a read so he knows where to take the football. And this play, it's right guard Harry Galbraith. Let's see how Harry does when we snap the ball. Okay, bang. He's taking that defensive lineman and wheeling him to the outside, giving Darrell Thompson a read. Darrell knows he's got to take the ball back here. Now, this block, Harry's block, is not a particularly hard one to make. You just kind of use the defensive lineman's momentum to get him to the outside. The tough job falls to these guys in here, the guys on the backside of the play, because Darrell Thompson can no longer go outside. He's got to take it back towards these guys. Now let's roll the tape back a little bit and see how they're doing. The Packers are running in here what's called a scoop block. The coach tells the center and the left guard, Rich Moran, you two guys have got the nose tackle and the Tampa Bay linebacker. And he also tells the center, hey, don't leave your guard hanging out to dry. Take a piece of that nose tackle before you search out the linebacker. Let's see how they execute the scoop block. I mean, that's the thing of beauty right here. Rich Moran, great position on the nose tackle, and look at Frank Winters on the linebacker. And look at what that seal does to the rest of the play. Look at that lane Darrell Thompson has right there. The other coaching point on any running play is keep your feet. You do nobody any good laying on the ground. You give a play staying power when you're on your feet because it always gives you a chance to do something to help. And look at the people on their feet. We mentioned Frank Winters and Rich Moran before. Look at Tootie Robbins over here. Look at Ed West over here. I'll tell you what, when done right, a running play is a thing of beauty. It's like poetry in motion. When done wrong, it's the ugliest thing in the world. Let's hope the Packers are pretty poetic today against the Bears. Coming up, the Packers' 75th birthday celebration and John Mino's original.
Sunday pregame is sponsored in part by Miller Genuine Draft Light, the cold filtered light with smooth draft taste. NGD Light, say no more. Your Fuller O'Brien Pro Shop. Buy pumps. We know tires. You should know pumps.
The Blitz is on at Team Name Auto Mall in Appleton. We have a fantastic selection of used factory program cars at super savings. They look like new and still have factory warranty. There's a huge selection. Audi, Nissan, Mazda, Hyundai. This 93 Hyundai XL 4-door with power steering, air, and stereo cassette is only $149 down, just $149 a month. So call the hotline, 749-3232. Or better yet, come on down today. Open every weeknight till 8 and Saturday till 6.
Pomps knows trucks. Pomps knows cars. Pomps knows Midwestern mud and asphalt, back roads, and open highway. We can get you there and back, wherever you need to go. Whatever your tire needs, Pomps knows tires. For your own peace of mind, you should know Pomps.
How do you order a Miller Genuine Draft Light, the cold filtered light with smooth draft taste, in a pool hall? MGD Light? Say MGD Light and say no more. Introducing the 1993 Miller Genuine Draft Light Indy car. This year, say MGD Light and say no more.
Okay, it happens. You've got rooms to paint. Now, don't panic. Fuller O'Brien has every room covered, from the smooth, elegant finish of our liquid velvet to our easy-to-apply, easy-to-clean-up liquid satin. Simply beautiful. Stairways and hallways can take a scrubbing if you use liquid luster. Kitchen should be beautiful, but tough. Liquid Glow does the job.
Available at Deerco Paint, Glass and Decorating Shawano, and in Green Bay at Baldwin's Paint, and now Baldwin's West.
Welcome back to Sunday pregame. You know, Jen, this year they loosened up the intentional grounding rules in an effort to help the quarterback stay healthy. Doesn't seem to be working, huh?
You know what the problem is? Quarterbacks all of a sudden are a little braver, I think. You notice that? They're not sliding as much. They're pulling it down, running with the ball. Some of the defenses are so tough, they're having trouble throwing against them. Quarterbacks, the main topic of this week's Grid Note. The main topic of conversation around the league this week, quarterbacks. Almost half of the starters from weekend number 1 will not be at the helm at the start of their respective ball games this weekend, while several others will be returned to the starting spot after spending time manning the clipboard. Let's start off in Los Angeles, where things have gotten so bad for Jim Everett, his own teammates have been ripping him for his performance. Exit Everett, enter T.J. Rubley, who did a nice job in relief of Everett against the Lions on Sunday. As for those Lions, Rodney Peete looked more confident than ever after being appointed as the starter for the rest of the season. He led the comeback against the Rams. It was a huge win for Detroit, overcoming the distraction of Barry Sanders' threat of suing the team at the end of the season in order to get out of his contract. Sticking with the NFC Central, anybody who sat through the entire Monday night get-together between the Bears and Vikings deserves a prize of some sort. It was simply boring football. How bad are both teams at tossing the ball? Well, neither team has thrown for over 1,000 yards yet this year. The only teams in the NFL who can lay claim to that honor. How are the Vikings winning? By giving up fewer yards than any team in the entire NFL. Folks who follow the Falcons say it's no coincidence Atlanta has won 2 straight since Deion's return. Not that he's doing anything spectacular, but word is his presence brings everybody else's confidence up a notch or two. And rather than mope around feeling sorry for themselves, wondering who their next coach is going to be, they've started playing the type of football like the team which made it to the NFC title game just 2 years back. The happiest Falcon of them all has to be Bobby Hebert. He returned to his old stomping grounds, the Superdome in New Orleans, and led the stompings of the Saints. Saint fans used to criticize them for not being emotional enough. Don't think they were saying it after Sunday's ball game. Nobody has ever questioned Vinny Testaverde's courage or physical toughness. They have questioned his smarts, however, which is what they were doing Sunday, admiring his courage to take on 3 Steelers head first, wondering about his lack of wisdom, which has led to a dislocated shoulder and the end of his season. Exit Vinny, enter Bernie, the starter at the beginning of the year, who really struggled. Vinny was looking good before he got hurt. And one final note, it's a new start for former Packer wide receiver Sanjay Beach. He's going right back to where it all began, San Francisco. The Niners signing him up this week. For Sanjay, new chapter,
you bet.
Might say, in his career. Speaking of new chapters, we've got a story on a guy that
yes, we do.
devoted some time to a few.
That's right. The Packers are celebrating their 75th birthday this season. Part of the celebration, this book entitled The Packers, 75 Seasons of Memories and Mystique in Green Bay. It's written by Steve Cameron, who we talked to earlier this week. First question, the most unique thing that's part of Packer history.
The thing that sticks with me is the uniqueness of this franchise. It really does. You know coming in that Green Bay's different, that it's obviously the smallest market in any major professional sport, but you just can't grasp it, really, until you're here, until you feel it, see it, and really delve through the history of it and see how close this franchise came to extinction several times. Only just, for lack of a better phrase, the iron will of the people here kept the Packers alive.
He's the single most important figure in Packer history.
Well, that's tough because the shadow of Vince Lombardi really, it casts a long reflection on all of pro football. No question about that. But as the Packers public relations guru Lee Remmel likes to say, if there hadn't been Curly Lambeau, there wouldn't be Vince Lombardi. So I think you really have to call that a tie. Curly Lambeau and Vince Lombardi were giants of the game who, in different eras, totally revolutionized it, and both in their own ways put Green Bay, Wisconsin on the football map to stay.
Steve, if you could you name a brightest moment in the Packer annals?
Easy. The ice ball and the sneak. I mean, it has to be. I think it's probably the most famous play in pro football history. Obviously it is here, but maybe the people of Green Bay and the state of Wisconsin have gotten so used to that being part of their lore that they don't appreciate that it's also the most famous play in everyone else's mind out there wherever pro football is appreciated and enjoyed and whatever. And that game and the fierceness of it, the combination of the weather and the abilities of the two teams and the way it was competed, just fierce, almost medieval type of, setting, just test of men's courage and everything, and then to conclude it with that drive, so that play really is, I think it's a standout moment in Packer history.
It hasn't always been hearts, flowers, and championships in Green Bay. Steve, if you could, is there a darkest moment?
The unfortunate incidents involving a couple of players being arrested, followed by some national publications implying that the game had passed Green Bay by because somehow black athletes didn't want to play here. And it turned out to be, in the final analysis, hogwash. Hogwash. Here's Reggie White, sought after by virtually every team in pro football that could afford him. and wanting to come to Green Bay and finding it hospitable and wonderful and the whole setting great. So but I think that era when the outside world looked in and said, you know, maybe Green Bay isn't a place that can win anymore because good players don't want to go up there and freeze and go to this little town and they can't make endorsement money and everything else. And now, blessedly, that's all passed and they are looking in again and seeing the greatness of it. And so it turned out to be a myth after all.
And finally, do you think we have a tendency here to live too much in the past?
No. No. Why not? Why not? First of all, one of the remarkable things about Green Bay is this is a family town, a town of traditions and generations. You know, your fathers and grandfathers, and this, a lot of the things are handed down from generation to generation in Green Bay. Why not cling to tradition? I would never say these people live in the past too much. I think it's great that they can recall where they were sitting when Bart's went over in the Ice Bowl. I think it's absolutely fabulous. Tying the present and the past together. And by the way, that's what we tried to do in the book. I tried very hard to capture that, you know, all these generations, and from Lambeau to Lombardi to the present, because they all do fit together of a piece, and that piece is the uniqueness of Green Bay.
And they're available at your favorite local bookstore. Coming up, Taco Bell's Ask the Pack sweepstakes.
And we'll go off the field with Tammy Elliott.
The year 2032. The city, Los Angeles. The movie, Demolition Man. The restaurant.
All restaurants are Taco Bell.
The reason, delicious tacos, burritos, and nachos. Exactamundo. The prices, only $59, $79, and 99 cents. I'm impressed. The action, the adventure, the excitement. He's now playing at a Taco Bell restaurant near you.
At Lou Pros, I see all kinds of signs these guys really are pros. There's one right there, Quaker State Motor Oil. There's another one, Certified Technician. The whole staff is certified, they're courteous, their place is clean. I feel good about coming to Lube Pros. More important, my car feels great.
Come to Lube Pros, 10-minute oil change for quality Quaker State Motor Oil.
What's different about the new Jubilee Foods?
What?
Jubilee is a supermarket where Gold Tie service is their #1 priority.
Neat.
Jubilee Foods, where you'll hear things like,
Can I help you? Thank you. Come back real soon.
Jubilee's commitment to taking care of you is symbolized by the Gold Tie.
Awesome, dude. Check it out.
Announcing the grand opening of the new Jubilee Foods, where Gold Tie service makes you #1.
Yeah, #1.
Hunters, this man guarantees you'll knock down big bucks. What's his secret?
I've got the bottom line price on everything you need.
Save big bucks at Nikolai's Big Buck Sale. Top quality warm jackets from Game Height, Browning, and Remington from $69 to $319. Grab a warm price on wool Malone pants and duo-fold long underwear.
We've got it all, and you pay less.
The Big Buck Sale on now at Hunter's headquarters, Nikolai's, Military Avenue, Green Bay.
Ask the Pack is sponsored in part by Taco Bell, home of the Ask the Pack sweepstakes.
Welcome back to Sunday pregame time. It's time to go off the field. Who's this week's victim?
Well, this week, Tammy Elliott, rope tie Detmer. Find out a little bit more about tying life away from football.
No. Kaylee is the little star at the Detmer home. She's just 10 months old, but gets around pretty well with Dad's help.
Plan on having a big family?
We'd like to. We like kids, so.
She's kind of spoiling us, I think. She's been a real good baby, so the next one will probably be a terror.
Ty and his wife Kim have been married for 2 years. They met in college at Brigham Young. They're quite a team. Ty's big hobby is hunting, and it's something they do together.
We're going to go hunting when we go back, and then Grandma and Grandpa can babysit, and then I can go out hunting with him. He bought me a gun. I just hope I get to use it.
I enjoy doing that. Usually after the season, go back to Texas and can catch the end of deer season. But if we're in the playoffs this year, probably won't be able to make it, but that'll be a good trade.
Have
And there's quite a story behind this big buck.
Yeah, that was really my first big buck. Only big buck, really. Me and my dad, brother went out, we camped out. We went out Thanksgiving weekend. And something that my dad enjoyed doing with the boys. And leave my mom and the sisters at home. But we had a good time with that one. I shot that one in high school.
Ty's dad, Sonny, was his football coach in high school, and Ty hopes to follow in his footsteps someday.
Whether it's on the high school level, college, or professional, I don't really know for sure yet, but that's definitely something I'd like to do.
Ty's already had 2 books written about him, but success hasn't changed him.
I guess the way he portrays himself to the public is really how he is. He's not fake or phony. He's really a good, genuine, nice-hearted Texas boy. he really is.
Off the field, I'm Tammy Elliott.
Thank you, Tammy. Time for Taco Bell's Ask the Pack sweepstakes. Our first question comes from Karen Cartwright, who wants to know if the league pays the bills when a player gets hurt, or do the players carry their own insurance?
Well, we have insurance through the league, but depending on whether you have to have surgery or not, that team pays for your injury.
Next up, Dan Winters. He wants to know who's the strongest Packer on the team.
I'll get in trouble probably from some of the other guys. I would have to say probably Ken Rutgers. But he's got a lot of close competition in there. James Campen, Rich Moran. Pretty much you know how offensive linemen are.
All right, next up, Sarah Anderson, who wants to know what the Packers like best about who else? Mike Ditka.
Oh, man. I like how he chewed out his players, man. It kind of took their aggressiveness away from him. But, I thought he was a good coach, but he brought a lot to the rival Green Bay and Chicago. We're going to miss him on the sideline over there getting mad, man.
John, the best question, please.
Timeliness, number 1. Let's give it to Sarah.
All right, Sarah wins a gift certificate to the Packer Pro Shop. Our other questioners receive food certificates from Taco Bell. If you'd like to enter the Taco Bell Ask the Pack sweepstakes, just visit any participating Taco Bell. All entries are eligible for the grand prize, a trip to the NFC Championship game. Coming up, the last word from the coach and Eye on the Pack.
Right now at Palms, you can get a good deal on Kelly tires.
Heck, I got a good deal on tires.
Are they quality tires?
Well,
Did you pay a lot?
yeah.
You didn't go to Palms, did you?
No, I didn't go to Pomps. Come into Pomps and see the complete Kelly value line of tires with all the styling and performance you want and the traction you need for tough driving. Get a good deal on a great tire. Kelly at Pomps. The kind of deal that will really keep you pumped up.
Cops Food Center has the game plan for game day snacks and meals.
Let Cops Deli take care of your party needs.
With quick-as-a-wink party trays, hors d'oeuvre platters, deli salads.
For tackle, a complete meal with Cops' delicious bucket of chicken with fixins.
Sign up to win the best 4 seats in the house. Watch a Packer game at Lambeau Field from a Lazy Boy recliner rocker with game day refreshments from Cops.
Co-sponsored by WFRV-TV Channel 5.
Only Cops Food Center has your party needs.
Hi, I'm Jim Rubbis, part of the family tradition that built Algoma Motors.
For 90 years, Buick has been building world-class automobiles, and for 55 years, Algoma Motors has been dedicated to total customer satisfaction. Buick is the new symbol of quality in America, and quality is what you'll find at Algoma Motors. We'll help you find the right Buick for your needs and treat you with respect and dignity when you walk through our door.
Algoma Motors and your satisfaction, as important to us as our family's name.
Introducing the 1993 Miller Genuine Draft Light Indy car. This year, say MGD Light and say no more. How do you order a Miller Genuine Draft Light? The cold filtered light with smooth draft taste at a singles bar.
Give me an MGD Light. Anyone have change for 20?
We'll let him in here. Say MGD Light and say no more.
Mike Holmgren's glad this game's at Lambeau Field. Why? Because he's got 2 daughters who go to college in the Chicago area who also go to the games, and that's our last word from the coach.
When they sit in the stands at Soldier Field wearing their Green Bay stuff, I get a little nervous about them. But
fan?
Oh, they wouldn't have it any other way. They're like their mother, you know, wild. So,
John, our clock has run out. Thank you, and thank you for watching. Here's Eye on the Pack.
Promotional consideration provided by Kohl's Department Stores, the best place to get Packer merchandise. Get your official Packers and other NFL merchandise today, only from the pros at Kohl's. And by Helbros Watches, who have been making quality watches for over 75 years. Helbros offers watches for every occasion. Helbros, the new tradition in time. Sunday pregame has been sponsored in part by Miller Genuine Draft Light, the cold filtered light with smooth draft taste. MGD Light. Say no more. By Algoma Motors. By Pomps. We know tires. You should know Pomps. And by Kopp's Food Centers, where you can win the best seats in the house.
North Star Casino. Follow the stars to North Star. You are the star at North Star. Great times are ahead and not too far. You can bet we'll treat you right every time, day or night. You are the star at North Star. North Star, North Star Casino.
It's here, the hottest car to hit the streets of Northeast Wisconsin. The 1994 Pontiac Grand Prix, available right now at your Northeast Wisconsin Pontiac dealer. Grand Prix is priced less than Ford Taurus. It's loaded with dual airbags standard, power windows, power locks, air conditioning, and right now get $500 cash back on Grand Prix sedan. It's here, Wisconsin. It's Pontiac Grand Prix, and it's only at your Northeast Wisconsin Pontiac Performance dealer.
Find out what John Mino really knows about sports. Enter the Miller Lite Stump Mino contest. Send your sports trivia question to Channel 5. Then watch Sports Extra Sunday nights at 10:30. If your question is used, you'll win a Miller Lite Packers Stein and an America's Pack membership. Best of all, you're eligible to win the grand prize. 2 tickets to the Packer-Charger game in San Diego or the Packer-Bear game in Chicago. Transportation and accommodations courtesy of Sports Passion Tours. Stump John Mino and be a winner with Miller Lite and WFRV TV5.
You've seen the scary costumes, the big rubber spiders, the haunted houses that turn up every year around this time. They're all in fun. But there are other haunted places. No costumes here. Here, the terror is real. Sights, sounds, smells you cannot explain and you dare not dismiss. Tonight at 10, Eyewitness News takes you inside the haunted places of Northeast Wisconsin. Are there really ghosts among us? See the evidence and judge for yourself. Tonight at 10 on Channel 5 Eyewitness News. Team to cover your community. Aaron Davison, Eyewitness News.
Hello, everyone, and happy Halloween to you. I'm Greg Gumbel.
I'm Terry Bradshaw.
Trick or treat there. Yeah, right. Welcome to week number 9, the halfway mark here on the NFL Today. And in keeping with the holiday spirit, there was quite a treat down in Charlotte, North Carolina, where the Panthers were awarded an NFL expansion franchise. Meanwhile, the league owners played a trick on the other 4 candidate cities, and we will get into that later. What do you have?
I've got my New Jersey. I got a contract. I got my brand new Panther helmet. Nice looking, black, silver, a little blue trim. Look at this. It's sharp.
Those are real, too, aren't they?
You bet they are.
All right, well,
Appreciate it.
I would hate to lose you as a partner, but there are a lot of folks who would enjoy seeing Terry out on the field again. Watch this.
Terry Bradshaw, you retired too quick. Wish you were still playing. Could have been your Halloween nightmare.
Why, fat, overweight, short, you're dead meat.
With half an hour to kick off out in Green Bay's Lambeau Field, Brett Favre is warming up for the Packers, who host the Bears. Last Sunday, Favre ran up some scary numbers, tossing 4 touchdown passes in a rout of the Buccaneers. Today, he leads the pack against their traditional rivals, the Bears. Both are 3-3, and Leslie Visser is on the scene. Hello, Leslie.
Happy Halloween, Greg, and here in Green Bay, the frost is on the pumpkin. Well, there's good news for the Green Bay Packers. Linebacker Tony Bennett ended the longest holdout in Packer history, 103 days, when he signed a one-year contract this week. And this morning, I asked him about his chances of playing today. Tony, how fit are you, and under what circumstances will you play today?
Well, it's a kind of difficult question. I feel that I'm pretty fit without the pads, but last week I went in for 1 day in the pads, and it's just taking a little time to get used to. Today we'll find out just how fit I am.
He will play mostly in passing downs, and fans will get to see the dream pass rush of Tony Bennett on one side and Reggie White on the other. Well, the news is not so good for the Chicago Bears. Running back Tim Worley pulled his groin in practice this week, and he will not play today. The Bears, though, will have the services of offensive lineman John Wojciechowski. In the David Williams maternity category, Wojciechowski was excused from practice yesterday when his wife, Sherry, gave birth to a baby boy. Wojciechowski flew in late last night. He'll play today. Greg, all the Wojciechowskis are reportedly doing well.
Good news, Leslie. Thank you. Leslie will join us later with her report on Reggie White. Meanwhile, the Chicago Bears offense has been no bargain this year, has it?
When you think about the Chicago Bear offense and how they've scored touchdowns, 5 of their 10 touchdowns, Greg, that they have come off of turnovers. So they've shown that they don't have the ability to drive the length of the field. Green Bay knows this. Chicago acknowledges it. Getting ready for this game, Mike Holmgren, one of the things he told me he did was he went back earlier in the year, pulled out the Dallas Cowboy game tapes, looked at them, because the Bears are just like the Cowboys. I wonder if they have the same game plan because they got hammered down there.
I wonder if that's because of Dave Wanstead. Over in the Meadowlands, it's the battle for the bragging rights to New York. Dan Reeves' Giants at 5-1 rest atop the NFC East, while Bruce Coslett's Jets, the self-proclaimed best 2-4 team in the league, are haunted by 3 blown leads and those devilish goblins in the media.
Well, what the excuse my French, Cameron, what do you want me to say, guys? We got our asses whipped. You're not going to get me to say that I don't think we're a good football team, because it's not true. We're a good football team that's struggling. We got 16 new guys trying to come together, and we're struggling. So write what the hell you want, because whatever I say, you're going to write what you want anyway.
For the Giants, Lawrence Taylor will play, even though a sore hamstring has limited him to part-time duty in the last 3 games. Now with more from the Meadowlands, let's go down on the field to our Jim Gray.
It is very cold, and there is a freezing drizzle falling here at the Meadowlands. The footing is going to be very difficult. The surface is very wet. In fact, it's so wet, the Giants quarterback Phil Simms took many of his pregame tosses underneath the stadium on the hard concrete. Now for the Jets, Rob Moore amazingly returns to action today. Just 18 days ago, he had arthroscopic surgery on his right knee. Also, Jeff Lageman will play today, despite a disc problem in his neck, as well as a sprained left shoulder. Now for the Giants, Mike Sherrard is out for the year at wide receiver with a broken hip, and he's going to be replaced by Ed McCaffrey. Also, as Greg just told you, Lawrence Taylor will play. A short time ago, I spoke to head coach Dan Reeves, and I asked him how effective he thought Taylor would be today.
Well, I think Lawrence is ready to go. He had a good practice on Thursday, didn't have any problems on Friday, and, you know, I think he's closer now to being, closer to 100%. He's probably like 90%, but this is probably the best he's been in the last month.
The rain and the slick changes the ball control offense that you want to have?
Well, no, I don't think. I think both teams really have the type of offense that it really doesn't make any difference as far as the field conditions are concerned. We both try to run the ball and rely a great deal on our running game. I think the thing that's going to be key is securing the football, making sure you don't turn it over and give the other team a big break.
This is a very big game for Bruce Coslett and the Jets, as Coslett, even though it's a cold day, is already feeling the heat from the New York fans and media. So it's the battle for New York, the Giants and the Jets, taking place in New Jersey. That's the story from the Meadowlands. Let's go back to Greg and Terry.
All right, Jim, how bad is the weather? You can tell it's affecting our telecast signal from the Meadowlands, but what's Boomer Esiason's problem of late?
When I talked to the offensive line coach of the Jets, Larry Bechtel, one of the things he told me they worked on short passing this week and running the football. They want to control the clock because the Giants lead the league in time of possession with almost 10 minutes more with the ball than the opponent. So they want to keep the ball away from the Giants by short passes and running.
All right, Terry, later today in one of our 3 doubleheader games here on CBS Sports, most of you will see the Cowboys ride their 4-game winning streak into cold and drizzly Philadelphia. The Eagles will start Ken O'Brien, the ex-Jet quarterback whom they signed when Randall Cunningham went down in Week 5.
You know, start against somebody, might as well start against the Super Bowl champs and see what happens. We have nothing to lose. We have a lot of new guys. We'll just, I think we're going to be okay.
O'Brien's Dallas counterpart, Troy Aikman, is on a roll. But these days, his toughest targets are the bye weeks that slow down his team's increasing momentum.
It's a matter of dollars and trying to extend out the season to make more money for them. And so the longer you're in the league, the more you realize that we as players are prostitutes to the NFL and to the owners, and we do what we can in order to make them as much money as we possibly can.
Troy's not the happiest guy around these days, is he?
Troy Aikman is an angry young man. He's angry because they fined him after the Pro Bowl when he thought he was excused to leave at halftime. He's angry because Jones didn't sign him and Smith to a long-term contract earlier, and they lost their first 2 games. He's angry because they haven't signed him right now when they should have. And he's just a guy that has not won in Philadelphia. And of the 4 games he's had against those guys, where he's had 3 interceptions or more, 3 of them have been against these Eagles.
All right, Terry. Meanwhile, defensive line injuries to update. Charles Haley, suffering from a bad back, will play for the Cowboys. For the Eagles, Clyde Simmons will start despite an injured shoulder. He'll be joined by rookie defensive tackle Leonard Renfro, while backup Mike Flores will start for Keith Millard, who's hobbling on a sprained left knee but can play if needed. And later, Terry will talk with Cowboys wide receiver Michael Irvin. The NFL Today has learned that future Eagles-Cowboys games might be played in a brand-new facility in Philadelphia. If Eagles owner Norman Bremen gets his way, he'd like to leave Veteran Stadium behind and would build his own stadium if he's granted favorable land and tax benefits. Down at Joe Robbie Stadium, where it'll be windy with a chance of early heavy showers, the Chiefs visit the Dolphins. Both teams are 5-1, but this game has special significance for Miami coach Don Shula. He began in Baltimore back in 1963. 30 years later, he can equal George Halas's 324 victories.
It's a record I'd be very proud to have, and someday, hopefully, I'll have some time to reflect and enjoy and to sit back and to think about my career. But when you get into the season, you realize that you can't think about individual accomplishments. But, if it happens, I'll be very, very proud.
But Shula can't be proud of Marco Coleman for taking a shot at Roosevelt Potts last week. The league fined Coleman $2,000, and the coach tacked on another $1,000. Meanwhile, Shula himself had to step in to cool off an overheated Brian Cox. And when Louis Oliver indulged in some undolphin-like showboating, Shula slapped him with a $1,000 fine.
That's what it's all about. You got to get your football team ready to play, and you need intense players. A couple of years ago, we were complaining because we didn't have enough intensity and emotion on our defense. We're a better defensive football team, and it's because of the emotion and the intensity that these players brought to us.
In another of our doubleheader games today, some of you will see the Rams visit the 49ers. L.A. quarterback Jim Everett has taken plenty of knocks. Last week, Coach Chuck Knox decided he's had enough of Everett, and so after a streak of 87 consecutive starts, Everett will hand over the reins to T.J. Rubley. Last Sunday, the second-year passer from Tulsa was thrown in against the Lions and responded with 2 touchdown passes in the final 5 minutes.
I'm looking forward to go out and having fun and trying to play as hard as I can, and that's about all I can do.
Don't think that this is not a negative, because it's probably a big point in my life, and I'm going to try to turn this experience into something that can be positive, that I can learn from, and I'll be back. I will be back.
You don't think this is the right call by Chuck Knox?
No, because Everett's been up and down all year long. He's always played well against the 49ers at Candlestick. And Rubley, I think, is a young guy that right now needs to come off the bench. Bring him off the bench until finally he's ready to take over.
You and I will discuss this in the commercial. Still to come, who's the best wide receiver in the game today? And up next, Leslie Visser follows the leader of the pack, Reggie White. All that and more when we continue live from New York on the NFL Today.
The NFL Today is sponsored by American Airlines, something special in the air, and by Lincoln Mercury and the complete line of Lincoln luxury automobiles. Lincoln, what a luxury car should be.
Tonight's top story, storms on the East Coast causing delays up and down the entire eastern seaboard.
No, my plane's stuck somewhere back east.
Your flight has been canceled. The 5 most hated words of every business traveler. It's an absolutely guaranteed instant headache. You're just suddenly helpless. On a day like this, I know it's not the airline's fault, but that's not the point.
Sir, your plane has been held up.
I'm just looking for some answers. I want somebody to tell me my options.
In Los Angeles at 17.
I just want somebody to tell me when I can get out of here.
Let's see if we can reroute you to another city.
Those are the people I come back to. They try and find a way and make it happen. They give me my best option, maybe even on another airline. I appreciate that, because, you know, a little honesty goes a long way. Tell Billy to look for me at halftime. I'll be there.
The Lincoln Mark 8's revolutionary suspension automatically lowers the car at high speeds for better handling and less wind resistance, which raises the bar for everyone else. The Lincoln Mark 8. Drive everything else first.
Brute. Men are back.
There is a sound you can hear on the new Riviera. It's the sound of German being spoken by those who converge on Ocean Drive. In your town, America, and the world. Beck's, the #1 imported German beer.
Welcome back to the NFL Today. Down at the Georgia Dome in Atlanta, Bobby Hebert and the Falcons are getting set to welcome the Tampa Bay Bucks. Hebert told us his sore right elbow feels fine today. Meanwhile, out at Lambeau Field in Green Bay, the Packers are bracing for their 146th encounter with the Chicago Bears, and there to make friends as only she can is Leslie Visser, who has the story of friendly foe Reggie White. Leslie?
Greg, this guy was the most widely courted player all summer during free agency. He's really the symbol of free agency. He says he's not the savior, that he can't win a title single-handedly, but to the people here in Green Bay, he is the great pumpkin.
Reggie, first of all, it seems a little strange to me. Does it seem strange to you to have a big G behind you?
Yeah, it does. It's still got the green, you know.
That's true.
It's still in there.
Took a little while to adjust to?
Yeah, I did. Looking at gold pants and gold helmets, I never thought in my life I would be playing for the Green Bay Packers. I don't think nobody ever thought that.
He is larger than life, a reverend, a pass rusher, a scene stealer. And in the end, he agreed with Vince Lombardi, who said the 3 most important things in life were God, family, and the Green Bay Packers.
And let me tell you this, Green Bay is a great town for football.
What has surprised you, and what do you like about living in Green Bay?
I've been able to really, you know, have a lot of peace. I don't feel pressured. You know, my wife talking about sharing my feelings with her like I never had before. You know, how I felt about maybe a loss, or, you know, I'm able to sit down and talk to her about stuff I never, you know, really thought was important to talk to her about.
Well, he isn't peaceful on the field, where White is the only player in NFL history with more sacks than games played. This year, he has 4.5 sacks, although his play has been both brilliant and below average. He says he isn't interested in numbers or awards, but in convincing his teammates that they are all pieces in a Packers championship puzzle.
Here's the sack, Reggie White. Young guys, when they come in, that's the first thing they think about. What kind of car they go buy, how many girlfriends they go get, and stuff like that. And I've been in the league 9 years now, and I realize that none of that is important.
Doesn't lead to a ring?
No. I believe that, you know, sooner or later, I may be in the Hall of Fame. You know, I've been accomplished a lot as an individual, but if I don't get a ring, to me, I haven't accomplished much at all.
How would you grade Reggie, both against the run and the pass?
Well, I think he's an excellent against the run. I'd give him an A.
And against the pass?
And I would give him A+ versus the pass, because he draws a lot of attention and frees up a lot of other guys.
Reggie, you rarely face single coverage. Does all this double toil and trouble frustrate you?
Yeah, it gets frustrating sometimes. You know, I'm not going to sit here and say I was the same player I was, you know, 8 years ago. There's been games I've stunk up to play, but I try to make sure I compensate great games and the bad games.
Ronnie Lott said as he got older, he understood the angles better.
Yeah, I know I've lost some of my rushes in some areas, but I have to compensate for them with my head now.
You mean Joe Green, Too Tall Jones? When you think of yourself, what do you think of?
The preacher.
And try. It's Reggie White.
And don't you say God bless you when you sack a quarterback?
Sometimes, you know.
He hopes to be conferring his blessings today on Jim Harbaugh. Harbaugh is one of the few quarterbacks that White has never sacked. Well, today White will be facing Jay Leuenberg. Leuenberg was moved to right tackle, a position that Leuenberg says he has never before played in his life. And now today he will be going against one of the best left ends in the history of the NFL. Good luck, Mr. Leuenberg. Greg?
All right, Leslie, thank you. When we come back, Terry with Michael Irvin, and we'll rate the game's best wide receivers in the opinion of those who scout them, draft them, and negotiate their contracts. Stay tuned. We got a bad batch of pumpkins in here.
Old Spice asks, where do you go to test your endurance? New high endurance. Me? I go all out. Introducing breakthrough deodorant protection so long-lasting, not even the leading stick can keep up. The proof? A more enduring odor-fighting formula than the leading stick to deliver more protection at the end of the day. Hey, high endurance delivers. For longer-lasting, harder-working, for better odor protection, get a better deodorant stick. Demand proof. Get new high endurance from Old Spice.
Tom O'Keefe is in the grip of a really tough cold. But he's about to break free with an effervescent rush of relief. Alka-Seltzer Plus cold medicine. Pills take time to dissolve, but Alka-Seltzer Plus is ready the moment you take it, rushing powerful medicines to soothe your aches, relieve your runny nose, free your breathing. Nothing rushes relief like Alka-Seltzer Plus.
Given us a new sense of self because we have our own identities.
I have a Citibank Visa card, and it does have my photo on it, so I have one less worry.
And not only that, but you can pick what you like. So it doesn't look like a DMV photo.
I don't know why the other credit cards aren't doing the same thing.
We need a photo card. The family members can tell us apart.
Introducing the first credit card with your photo and signature on front from not just Visa, Citibank Visa.
Call 1-800-528-1234 or your travel agent. Your best bet is the Best Western.
Will my eyes be held in ear and sight?
For my monster from its slab began to rise, and suddenly, to my surprise, he did the bag. He did the monster.
It's a great dark side.
He did the man. On the flag. He did the man. He did the monster man.
Happy Halloween.
Our thanks to all players and coaches taking part in that little music video. If anyone's having a monster season in the NFL, it's Michael Irvin of the Cowboys. And Terry had a chance to show us his verbal bump and run with a man who does not lack in self-confidence or opinion.
You were on the cover of Sports Illustrated. The mouth that roared. Now, what is that?
You know what? When I was in college, I was kind of crazy back then, and I cannot shake it. I don't speak much now during the games. I really don't say anything during the games. But people tend to remember me from my Miami days.
All players know they're having a great day. Do you go in the huddle and say anything to Troy Aikman? Troy, I got this. Troy, I got that.
You know, Troy and I talked about it. And the thing about it, Troy can tell when I'm in that kind of mood and that kind of, people like to call it a zone.
Sometimes it can become a problem, you having such a great year and Troy depending on you so much that eventually it may be that he gets out of the reads and just turns and starts firing. Could that happen?
No, I don't think it'll happen. I think, you know, Troy's an intelligent quarterback. I mean, Troy's a very smart quarterback, and he'll stick with his reads. But I do need him and want him to know, and I work real hard out here in practice every day to let him know that, hey, if he's ever in doubt and nobody else is open, even if there's two guys on me, you can still throw it my way, and I'll try to take care of it.
You guys have a habit of doing that, don't you? If ever in doubt.
If he's ever in doubt, just close one eye, keep the other one on 88, and I'll take care of the rest.
Well, is Michael Irvin the best receiver in the game today? This week we surveyed all 28 NFL teams, and we asked their general managers or directors of pro scouting to pick the 5 best current wideouts. We gave 5 points to each top choice, 4 points to the second, and so on. Team representatives were allowed to pick their own players, but interestingly, many didn't. What makes a wide receiver great? Speed, hands, moves, strength, and concentration. In 5th place with 10 points, but no first place votes, is Anthony Miller of the Chargers, the only AFC receiver to make the top 5 list. Atlanta's Andre Rison grabbed 54.5 points. His 7 TD receptions lead the NFL, and one GM told us he definitely leads the league in wow catches.
I don't think I ever get the notoriety that Michael Irvin or Jerry Rice get, but I always will have the stats and the records that they have, and probably even more.
Arguably the greatest of all time, Jerry Rice finished a close third with 103 points and 9 first-place votes. According to one GM, he didn't win because of several drops early in the season. Sterling Sharp of the Packers is second in the NFL in receptions and second in our poll. He earned 9 first-place votes. A player personnel director said he's a marked man in that offense, and still he gets the job done. And the winner, by the length of a football, is Michael Irvin, who's on a pace to set single-season records in both catches and in receiving yards.
Michael Irvin, he's a great receiver. You got so many guys, Andre Rison, just so many guys. They've taken the pressure off me.
I'm not humble at all. I am. For the record, I am good, and I know I'm good. Period.
Who's your best?
Best was Buster Ellis, tight end, Pop Warner football. He was the first one to use stickum, and I was just learning how to throw it. It'd go end over end. Guy had unbelievable hands.
Buster Ellis. The biggest catch by a former wide receiver went to Jerry Richardson. Former Baltimore end landed NFL franchise number 29 for his Charlotte group. Number 30 will be awarded November 30th. As a practical matter, this extra month gives St. Louis, the heavy favorite, a chance to get its ownership back together. Now, this might mean that St. Louis resident James Orthwein, the current owner of the New England Patriots, could take over this group and sell the Patriots to Bob Kraft, who's a current co-owner of Foxborough Stadium. It would appear to be a convenient scenario for St. Louis, the league, and the Patriots. The other cities still in contention are Baltimore, Jacksonville, and Memphis. However, Memphis has allowed its franchise application to lapse, and some owners have told the would-be Hound Dog owners they might as well not bother to reapply. We'll take a time out here and come back and finish things up in just a moment.
Please be seated. The performance is about to begin. The 32-valve, 280-horsepower Lincoln Mark 8. It's like Beethoven with an attitude. Tried everything else first.
Groot, men are back.
This is a Goodyear Aquatread, and this is a gallon of water. Aquatread's deep groove design channels water away. At highway speeds, it moves a gallon of water every second for outstanding wet traction. Aquatread, only from Goodyear.
What kind of company would be responsive enough to make consumer loans in as little as 24 hours? Or develop low-cost life insurance for people over 15? Or make quick enough decisions to take advantage of changing times? At Transamerica, we may have a strong financial base, but we're very lean at the top.
At BASF, we don't make the skates, we make them ride smoother. We don't make the shampoo, we make it gentler. We don't make the music, we make it clearer. We don't make the surfboard, we make it stronger. At BASF, we don't make a lot of the products you buy. We make a lot of the products you buy better. BASF.
1 o'clock kickoff's coming your way. Big rivalry in Green Bay, the Bears and the Packers.
Mike Holman, head coach, told me they got 105 yards out of Darrell Thompson, but he was running from the eye. He said, that's not my system this week. Look for play action out of the eye.
Bears have won 13 of the last 16 against Green Bay. And in Atlanta, the Falcons and Tampa Bay, who's going to win this one?
Oh, Greg, I have no idea, but Atlanta is the worst defense in the NFL. They give up more points than anybody in NFL. But the great thing about this is Tampa can't score.
I don't think Sam Weiss will agree with you. That's the great thing. This is a doubleheader Sunday. Remember, most of those games are coming up your way next, and we'll see you throughout the day. It's game time right now. Happy Halloween.
The Russian military takes Ed Bradley to a missile base where nuclear warheads are still armed and still aimed at the United States. 60 Minutes, tonight.
Is Mully hanging with a bad crowd?
He's got a tattoo.
That's a birthmark.
If he does have a birthmark, it's in the shape of a skull and says, "Bite me."
Evening shade. Then, when temperatures rise, Dave's in an all-out war for the last air conditioner in Miami.
Here's my credit card.
We'll pay cash.
I'll take the service agreement.
All new Dave's World after Evening Shade, Monday. This is CBS.
You know, right now at Palms, you can get a good deal on Kelly tires.
Heck, I got a good deal on tires.
Are they quality tires?
Well,
Did you pay a lot?
yeah.
You didn't go to Palms, did you?
No, I didn't go to Pomps.
Come into Pomps and see the complete Kelly value line of tires with all the styling and performance you want and the traction you need for tough driving. Get a good deal on a great tire. Kelly at Pomps. The kind of deal that will really keep you pumped up.
I'll be back soon. You know what today is?
Sure do, honey. Today? What's today? Our anniversary? It is.
Need a loan fast? Valley Bank will give you a decision on your personal loan in 1 hour or less.
Hi. Glad to see you back so soon because you know what today is.
Laundry day.
I knew that.
Only Valley Bank can approve your personal loan in 1 hour or less. What you do with it is up to you.
Hey, the Miss Perfect pageant. Yeah.
We're watching hockey.
Hockey. Let's watch both.
Miller Lite presents the Miss Perfect Face-Off. Okay, Bob, Miss Georgia goes to the corner. She plays the right. Here's the puck coming loose by Johnson. She scores!
Brought to you by Miller Lite. If you can combine great taste and less filling, you can combine anything.
Oh, that'll be smashing. 2 minutes for Miss Congeniality.
Bad call. Good beer.
Great taste, less filling. Can your beer do this?
Tom Mahoney, Weather Center 5.
Live from Lambeau Field in Green Bay, Wisconsin, the NFL on CBS brings you the Chicago Bears and the Green Bay Packers. From Hinkle to Holmgren, from Hallis to Harbaugh, since 1921, the Packers and the Bears have had at it. And game number 145 should be a Halloween of a battle. Talk about a rivalry, these two epitomize this one. Butkus and Nitschke. Hello, everyone. I'm Tim Ryan here at Lambeau Field as we await the battle between two young teams who probably don't appreciate the tradition of this matchup nearly as much as their longtime fans. Well, I'm joined by Matt Millen, who knows a little bit about rivalries because he's been on some great teams that had some great ones.
That was some great rivalries. Heck, when I was with the Raiders, you had the Chiefs. Up in San Francisco, you had the Rams. Washington, you had the Dallas. And you know what? This game today has all the ingredients you want to have. Look at this. You got gray skies out there. You got grass. You got snot. You got breath coming up. I mean, this is just the best. It doesn't get any better. You know, what you have also is some old guys who understand it. And this guy right here, Richard Dent, he couldn't wait for this game to happen. Then you have to talk to the young guys so they get to understand. He said, you watch me today, I'll show them how it's done.
Well, the Packers will receive as the sun has broken through here for the kickoff in appropriate fashion this Halloween afternoon. Temperature about 39 degrees. And crowd that is hyped and ready for Bears-Packers action. Robert Brooks gets out to the 21-yard line, and Green Bay will start from there as Bob Christian made the tackle. Brett Favre leads on the Packers, who are 3-3, along with the Chicago Bears. In his second year now as the starter, and Ken Rutgers, Rich Moran, Frank Witters, Harry Galbraith, and Tootie Robbins will be his front. Darrell Thompson, the running back, with fullback Edgar Bennett, Sharp, Clayton, Jackie Harris, the tight end.
Harry Olsen to the police room, please. Harry Olsen to the police room.
Brett Favre passing at 60%, 9 touchdown passes, 9 interceptions. Last week in a big win over Tampa Bay, he was 20 of 35 with 4 touchdown passes, 1 interception. On first down, Darrell Thompson, the 4-year man from Minnesota. And defensively for the Chicago Bears, McMichael and Kane on the tackle across the front. McMichael joined by Chris Zorich with Dent and Armstrong at the ends. And the linebackers, Vincent Smith, Dante Jones in the middle, and Joe Kane on the left side. And the secondary has Jeremy Lincoln for the injured Anthony Blaylock, with Carrier, Gale, and Donnell Wolford. Lincoln, the second-year man from Tennessee, replacing Blaylock out with a broken finger. He'll be out for several weeks. On second down, and 8, it's picked off by Carrier. Mark Carrier, the Bears, still going, and gets down to the 12-yard line, make it the 17-yard line of the Green Bay Packers.
Tim, and all kinds of time for Brett Favre. Stood back there, had no pressure, was able to see the whole field, and threw right to Carrier. Watch from the end zone, you're going to see no pressure. They come with 4 people up front, all kinds of time. Now watch, what's the ball? Boom. Trying to find Harris across the middle. Unfortunately for the Packers, Carrier met the pattern before Favre did.
Watch Favre here trying to make the tackle.
Oh, he's not going to shy away from it, that's for sure.
He got down low on Carrier. And the Bears with a great opportunity early in the game. Opening offensive play. Second play of the game, I should say. And on first down for the Bears, inside the 9 goes Neil Anderson. Jim Harbaugh, the Bears quarterback, passing at 62% on the season with 4 touchdowns, 5 interceptions. Ozine at left tackle today. John Wojciechowski at right guard, and Jay Lewinberg moves over to right tackle. Anderson with Craig Hayward. Curtis Conway, the rookie at wide receiver, joining Tom Waddle. Keith Jennings at tight end. Second down, they need 3 for a first. Dropped immediately. Reggie White slashing in to make the stop. No gain. Defensively for the Green Bay Packers, Reggie White, joined by John Yurkovich, Matt Brock, the linebacking core, Bryce Pop, Johnny Holland, George Kuntz, and Wayne Simmons, and we will see Tony Bennett today. Roland Mitchell and Terrell Buckley on the corners. Rookie George Teague and Leroy Butler are the safeties. Third down, a long 3 for a first, right on the 10-yard line. Harbaugh intended for Waddle, that's broken up. Buckley on the coverage, 4th down.
Yeah, nice coverage right there by Terrell Buckley. You know, you talk about the Chicago Bears, you know you're going to get inside the 20, and this is the guy right here, Tom Waddle, 87. Now, Buckley knows it, and so you're going to play him nice and tight, closing the ball. You get your hands on him off the line of scrimmage, take away any kind of timing they might have, and then attack.
Kevin Butler putting the ball placement spot just inside the 18-yard line. Butler had a 55-yarder in the victory, in the loss, pardon me, against Minnesota. 28-yard attempt now. And it's a fake. Gardocki.
That snaps him.
Trying to get it to Trace Armstrong on the pass, and the low snap turned that into a pass play.
Well, they tried intentionally last week to fake when it didn't work. This one they had it forced on them, and it doesn't work.
They've come up empty.
The stuff I took almost worked on a miserable head cold.
Almost doesn't count.
It kinda helped my chest cold.
Kinda doesn't cut it. Maybe your cold medicine's not working for your kind of cold because it treats all colds the same. Introducing one that doesn't. New Bear Select cold medicines. Powerful ingredients. So exacting. To be right on target. Each goes after specific symptoms and hits the spot. New aspirin-free Bear Select targeted cold medicines. Exactly what's right for exactly what's wrong.
There are lots of firsts in life where First Interstate Bank just can't help you. But there are firsts where First Interstate can be a big help, like helping you fulfill a dream. Then we'll do everything possible to make it come true. And because there's so many times when no one can help you, when it comes to banking, come to First Interstate Bank, and we'll go out of our way to help you, as long as we can.
Excellent. Wait a minute, guys, there's more. Check it out. Guys! It's a pizza guy, man. Much more, guys. Like free HBO for a month. Free HBO. Free HBO. Can I also mention it's free? Prove it. Just hand me the coupon, guys. Here we go. Whoa.
Buy any Bigfoot pizza and get a free trial month of HBO. Just mail in the coupon.
Well, back to you, Jen. Who are you?
Bigfoot pizza, a legendary value.
Well, Tim, Jay Lewinberg, the center, puts it right where it has to be, right? That's a beautiful snap. Look at that. But Gardocki, he decides to use 5 thumbs and can't get it, and that's the reason that kick never gets off.
From our angle, with Gardocki's back to us, it looked like they were attempting the fake they tried in last week's game. Butler dropped the pass from Gardocki, a good one. It was a good passer, former high school quarterback. But this obviously was a miscue on Gardocki's spot. On first down, a loose ball. Packers come up with it, but they'll lose a yard, maybe 2.
And Tim, that's what happened to him last week in Tampa Bay. And, you know, it's almost inexcusable. What happened last week in Tampa was Favre pulled out a little bit too soon and didn't get his hands on the snap with Frank Winters. And it looks right here to have it again. And when that happens, that drives the coaching staff nuts. Because all week long, you're taking a snap from center constantly. Snap, 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 everything's good. You get into the middle of the game, they drop it, and you want to go out there and whack them in the side of the head.
A 1-yard loss. They've got 2 tight ends in now. Ed West joining Jackie Harris. Favre just gets that pass off. It's complete, but not for much. Maybe 4 yards on the play. West, the tight end, number 86, making the catch and getting them out to the 15-yard line.
Tim, what's really starting to show up with Brett Favre is confidence. You saw it right there with that pass. You know, he kind of reminds me of Bradshaw a little bit, the fact that he's got great confidence in that arm. He'll throw it in coverage. He'll throw it with a guy on top of him because he knows he can get the ball in there. And that time, West is covered, but the ball's right there.
They've given him good protection, as you can see by that statistic. Only 7 sacks so far, and they have not had their regular front offensive line together from the start of the season. On third down, forced out. Favre has a man. It's complete to the tight end, Harris, and a first down, Green Bay. Carrier on the tackle. Another good example of Favre's ability to retain his composure and make a play.
Yeah, now watch him. He's going to come up. Now, as a right-handed throw, you'd like to see him roll up to the top of the screen. Instead, he comes back, which means he's going to have to throw across his body. He squares his feet and lets the ball go. Now, what? You'll see the receiver coming all the way across. Look at up top. He's going to come all the way across, buy some time, lets him come across, boom, make a catch.
It's a tough throw for a right-hander going to his left. He's got such a strong arm. First down at the 30-yard line. Flag is down.
Flag's on the play.
And Thompson just got back to the line of scrimmage. We'll see whether it's against Green Bay or the Chicago Bears. Our referee today is Gary Lane.
Defense.
Against the Bears.
5-yard penalty.
Trace Armstrong, the guilty party. Central Division of the National Football League in the NFC shows Detroit on top at 5-2. The Bears and Green Bay obviously very much in it here at 3-3, so this is a big game for them. Detroit plays Minnesota in tonight's action in the NFL. 1st and 5, Green Bay, just inside their own 35. Thompson, first down, Packers, tripped up by Donnell Wolford, or he would have had a lot more.
And this guy's going to get a lot more. Mike Holmgren told us about Thompson. Look, he is one of those guys who gets stronger and stronger and stronger. He said, if I give the ball to Darryl Thompson 15 times a game, I'm hurting myself. Because when he gets into the 20 and 25th carries, that's when he's at his best.
Well, they're using him out of the I formation now, which is a better circumstance for him. Mike Holmgren saying, you've got to adapt to your personnel. We think it's his best chance to do well. He had 105 yards in the victory over Tampa Bay last week. And that's Thompson again, and he picks up maybe 3 on that one out to the 45-yard line of Green Bay, where Steve McMichael hauls him down.
Yeah, well, he knows what tradition's all about, Steve McMichael. As a matter of fact, this week, what they did, the Bears, they took McMichael and they put him in front of the team, and they said, tell us about the rivalry. Tell us what it means. Give me some stories. And let me tell you, you don't have to ask Steve McMichael to give you a couple stories, because he's loaded with them.
Well, Dave Wanstead said he really enjoyed it. He liked hearing them himself because he hasn't been around this rivalry, except at one time he was a Packer very briefly back in 1974. Favre escapes from Dent and trying to get the pass to Sterling Sharp. A flag is down. He was probably over the line of scrimmage. So a miscue by Favre, if that's the case, trying to make a play as he crossed the line.
Well, he bought himself some time. He got out of there. Dent missed him. He did buy himself time with his legs, and then he makes a bad decision. He should have just gone ahead and run it, Tim.
Yeah, he had 2 or 3 yards ahead of him there at the least, but he saw Sharp open, let it fly.
Now you're going to watch him. He's going to go back, set up. He'll get some pressure from Dent right here. Now use your legs, get out of it. Now there's a lot of room. There's a lot of room. Line of scrimmage is right back here, and he's over it.
Going forward pass, number 4, Green Bay, 5-yard penalty, loss of down, 3rd down.
Tim, of all the places for Brett Favre to be, Green Bay looks to be a great match for him. I mean, this is a country town. He's a country guy. He absolutely loves the people up here. He loves the town, and he loves to play.
Well, he's been a hot ticket in the first quarter, leading Green Bay to that scoring differential. They've been a very good first quarter team. 3rd down and 13. Marcus Wilson has come in along with Robert Brooks on this 3rd and long. The pass intended for Brooks off the mark. May have been a miscue in the pattern. Brooks, 87, the intended receiver. And Favre a little lucky there that it was not another interception by Carrier.
Yeah, Tim, the nice job by Wanstad's defense there. They took Jeremy Lincoln and they matched him up on Sterling Sharp, and then they ran the zone right behind him. Nice little wrinkle.
A very animated coach on the sideline, Dave Wanstad of the Bears in his first year, placing Mike Ditka, who certainly appreciated this rivalry to the point where he used to refer to the Packers as the Red Bay Packers, among other things. On 4th down, Brian Wagner, former Bear, hits his punt down to the Bears' 25-yard line. A fair catch by Terry Obie. And Chicago will start from there when we return. We're still scoreless.
2 summers, 2 winters, 2 springs, 2 falls. All this, just $2.99 a month. The S-Blazer 2-year lease. Why drive an imitation when you can drive the vehicle that originated the species? Chevy S-Blazer.
You need 2 hands to count all the special rates and discounts on Allstate car insurance. For more than 1 car, pickup trucks, anti-lock brakes, airbags. Good drivers, excellent drivers with Allstate home insurance. And retired drivers over 55. Just pick up a phone and call an Allstate agent for details. For lots of ways to save, you're in good hands with Allstate.
Highway 421 near Spivey's Corner, North Carolina. Not exactly the place you would expect to find a busy accounting firm like Duval & Dean. But thanks to Sprint Cellular and their car, Duval & Dean can handle clients clear across the state and still be there to take calls no matter where they are. There's one other advantage to doing business at 55 miles per hour. There's no fighting over who gets the window office.
CBS sports coverage of the National Football League is sponsored by Chevrolet, who invites you to see all the new Chevy cars for 1994. Coors Light, aged ice cold for that pure taste of the Rockies. Reach for the silver bullet, the right beer now. Your Allstate agent. You're in good hands with Allstate. And by Sprint.
A little wind, a little cloud, a little sun. 39 degrees. Perfect temperature. A little colder than normal for October 31st here in Green Bay. But these fans don't mind it because they know it's only going to get colder in the next couple of months. This is Packer weather and Bear weather. First down, Chicago at their own 24-yard line. Anderson for about 4. Reggie White made the tackle.
You know, they have confidence running Reggie White. You see right here what they're going to do? They move him inside. They may take him from the outside. They move him down. Now, boom, double him. Now, the difference with Reggie White, as I can see on tape, Tim, is he's been doubled his whole career. The difference now is he doesn't make as many plays as he did, say, 5 years ago. And when you talk to Reggie, he readily admits it.
Can't do quite all the same things that he did 5 years ago. He's now 31 in his 9th year. He can still do plenty, however. 2nd and 6. Harbaugh is dropped, trying to escape. Bryce Pop, the linebacker, number 95, got him from behind, a loss of 2.
Well, the one player who really surprised them has been Bryce Pop, number 95. You know, he's been a pleasant surprise. They knew he could rush from the outside, but they didn't think he could rush from the inside. But what he always gives you is this, that he never stops. He's a player who will come hard every single play.
He came a long way on that play. From the far side, circling behind all of the blocking.
Yeah, look who's joined him now, Tony Bennett there.
Tony Bennett's first appearance after ending his 103-day holdout. And there's a sack. Johnny Holland, the linebacker, number 50. We asked him a couple of days ago if he might be doing a little blitzing today, and he didn't really give away too much, did he?
Yeah, but I spoke with Ray Rose, the defensive coordinator, and he said, look, expect to see some blitzing today, because I think our corners can run with their receivers.
Gardaki's punt. Buckley waiting for it at the Green Bay 40. Back to his 35. And he is dropped back at the 32-yard line by Marcus Paul. Good coverage by the Bears. And a little of the rivalry between the youngsters beginning here, getting into the right tradition of Bears and Packers. A 41-yard punt, not a good return by Buckley.
Elvira here, mistress of the dark and sometimes surfer babe, because Coors Light is the official beer of Halloween and the parties at the beach. Malibu Beach, where you can hang ten. Look, Frankie and Annette. And of course, when it's time to chill, just reach for that cooler of Coors Light. Aged ice cold, never frozen stiff. It's the right beer now for Halloween. Just look for the silver bullet smooth display and dig up your friends now for a party at the beach. Happy Halloween, dudes.
The simpler my life is, the better. I don't need more stuff. I need good stuff. You sure don't need a car that costs as much as my parents' house. I think my car should be an ostentatious display of common sense.
loose-fitting jeans. A loose interpretation of the original.
A classic fall snapshot. Historic Lambeau Field, named for E.L. Curly Lambeau, the founder of the Packers back in 1919, coached him to 6 championships, and a guy who contributed to 5 more titles. In the 60s, Ray Nitschke, honorary captain today, and he's down there with the team. And he's an inspiration even to these youngsters who never saw him play. First down, Packers from the 32-yard line. Favre is 2 of 4. Screen pass to Edgar Bennett. And Bennett gets about 6. Pushed out by Chris Zorich. Now, the Bears lead this series. This is game number 145. That's some history. And the Bears have won 8 of their last 9 at Lambeau Field. At the 39-yard line, it is 2nd and 3. Spellman and Ryan are in defensively for the Bears for this series. Big hole for Darrell Thompson and a first down into Bear territory at the 48.
And they just blew it right up the middle, Tim. And they went right where Zorich was and left. Watch Chris Zorich, number 97. He's going to start here. He's going to move back outside. One of the problems with Zorich is he's not a really big guy. See, when you've got 300 pounds stuffed in there, you cannot be moved. Well, Chris, his whole game has to be off of movement. Now, they start with the double team. Then he gets outside and gets the push. Thompson blows right up the middle.
Good job by the center, Frank Winters, number 52 on Zorich. First down, they spotted at the 49. This is Bennett. And Bennett plows his way for about 8. Out the right side behind Galbraith and Tootie Robbins.
Tim, what Mike Holmgren said that they would really like to do and haven't been able to do is get a good run game going. And now we're going to go to the I formation, which I really don't like. It kind of limits me with what I'm doing with all the formations. But he said, look, Darrell Thompson is a better I back than a split back. And Bennett is a guy nobody really knows anything about. If we can get our running game going early, this is really going to put us in good shape.
Marcus Wilson in the ball game, number 29, into Thompson's position. Little draw play for Bennett. Bennett scraps his way trying to get the first down, but he gets only a yard. Joe Kane pushing the pack and Tim Ryan making the tackle. I'm always pleased to see that fine Chicago player Tim Ryan do so well.
I guess he would. If we could do something about the name, he'd be even a better player. Now, the one name, though, Tim, that we haven't called at all is Sterling Sharp.
That's right.
Sterling Sharp is the guy, and we're into 5 minutes into the first quarter. And look at this. The first quarter, 20 of his 43 receptions have been in the first quarter. And that's a little over 3 a game, and he's got 5 minutes to get a lot of catches in.
On 3rd and 2, Denton McMichael back into the Bear defense. And that's complete to Sharp, and he's got the first down.
Well, I love when they listen to me. I just love it.
Great coaching again from Matt Millen.
But remember here, right here about Sterling Sharp, is he knows where the first down is. Sterling Sharp says, look, I'm not a guy who likes to go deep. I'm not a guy who likes to burn you. What I like, I love the physical part of the game. Give me the ball inside and let me make you tackle me.
On 3rd down of his 19 catches, he has made the first down 16 times. All he wanted was the 2 necessary, and he got it. First down, draw play faked, deep down the sideline, good coverage, nearly caught by Sharp, just dropped in the end zone. Wolford had excellent coverage on him. Sharp could not quite hold on. I think he saw the sideline there, trying to keep his feet in and drop the ball.
Yeah, that's a nice matchup, though, Tim. Donnell Wolford and Sterling Sharp, in the offseason, they're with each other all the time, and when I spoke to Sharp, he said, look, Donnell knows he can't cover me all the time. I'm too strong for him. So when I went to Donnell and asked him that question, I said, are you looking forward to playing Sharp? He said, not at all. That's an excellent play by Wolford.
Super. That was a fine play by the Packers. Well executed, everything there, but Wolford did a better job. 2nd and 10. That's Bennett out of the backfield, circling to the middle, and a gain of close to 8. Vincent Smith pulls him down, number 55. The linebacker came over from Dallas in the trade. Whereas Dave Wanstead had him with the Cowboys.
Tim, what we've seen so far in this first quarter is time for Favre to throw the ball. And a lot of that today is going to rest on Kenny Rutgers. Now, he looked forward to this on Richard Dent. Now, Dent says that Rutgers is one of the tougher guys he has to play with. He says, you know, he can't really figure him out, but every time he plays him, the guy is always there. He says, I have a tough time to get to the corner.
Mack needs 4 yards for a first down. Favre rolling right. He's got a man open, and that's a first down to Mark Clayton.
Look at that. Look, it's cloudy out. There's no sun. But look at that. He told me the sun never sets on the cool. And that is why he's got those glasses on. This man is one of the pieces of work in the National Football League. I'm sitting with him before the game, and he's sitting with Sharp. He says, hey, look at Sharp. So Sharp's going out there with no sleeves. He's going to try to psych him out. He says, I'm going out sleeveless too. But I'm going to put as many wristbands on as I can get.
And they go up over his elbows darn near. First down, Packers driving. This is Thompson. Thompson forced wide by Dent. Good defensive pursuit by the Bears, and they'll lose a yard on the play. Vincent Smith and Donnell Wolford stringing it out, and he is dropped for a loss of 2.
Excellent job by the Bear defense. Now, when you're going against an eye running back, once you get him to start going east and west, sideline to sideline, you won the battle. And then they try to blow Thompson right up the middle. It doesn't happen. Now they string it out. You go from tackle to end to outside backer, and when the corner makes the tackle, you've done your work.
Ed West comes in. The fullback Bennett goes out. Single setback is Thompson. Double tight. 2nd and 11. Short drop for Favre. Can't find it. Forced wide by Armstrong now. Got the pass off with Armstrong hanging all over him, but it is caught by Sharp. It is for a gain of very little, about a yard.
Tim, that was all strength of Favre. Now he's going to, was he going to give it to him? You're going to watch the pressure come from Dent. He's looking to the left side. Dent gets up in the air. Okay, not there, go back right. And Tootie Robbins turns him out because he's protecting the inside. Now watch the strength of Favre. Just kind of muscled it out there. On the other end, that's a catch. And they're giving it to him.
It leaves 3rd and 10, however. Marcus Wilson comes back in with Robert Brooks and Ron Lewis. 4 receivers in now for Green Bay on 3rd and 10. It's a Bear 23. Favre deep sideline, and it's poked away by Wolford, intended for Clayton, and Donnell Wolford makes a big play.
Donnell Wolford's having a huge first quarter. He knocked away from Sharp, knocked away from Clayton, comes up and makes tackles. He's everywhere you want him to be. And in the matchup, the key in one-on-one, make your break. See that? That's a beautiful break in the ball. He goes with the inside hand, making sure that if he misses it, he can still tackle him. Good job by Donnell Wolford.
Chris Jackie, 11 of 12 in the field goal department. Well, attempt is 13th. He has a long of 51 so far this season, and this will be from 41. Brian Wagner, the punter, is the holder. No score in the ball game. 1:39 to go in the first quarter. Tim Ryan with Matt Millick here at Lambeau Field. Jackie's field goal is good. From 40 yards out officially, Chris Jackie has opened the scoring. Green Bay 3, Chicago nothing.
Today's office doesn't always come with 4 walls, so no matter where your employees do business, AT&T has a way to help. Call now for the AT&T Corporate Calling Card. We can customize a plan from over 70 features like flexible billing by location, individual, or account code, fraud protection, discounts up to 40%, and worldwide access. The AT&T Corporate Calling Card. Find out how customized a calling card can be.
We're under budget. We're ahead of schedule.
It's the story of Jack, the Great Pumpkin King, and 4 cool new watches at Burger King. To get a watch for $1.99 from the everyday value menu, order each time. New lower prices on food that's delicious, and see Tim Burton's The Nightmare Before Christmas. 4 watches to choose from. Isn't that fine? Each one is different for $1.99. Watches from Burger King, just one more case of everyday value. I love this place.
Mully hanging with a bad crowd?
He's got a tattoo.
It's a birthmark.
If he does have a birthmark, it's in the shape of a skull and it says, "Bite me."
All new Evening Shade, Monday.
Green Bay has opened the scoring here in this great rivalry against the Bears. A 40-yard field goal by Chris Jackie. And they have scored first in every game this season. The Pack, they have won 3 of those 6 games and lost 3. 46 yards in 12 plays and taking 5:41 off the clock. Terry Obi takes the reverse and a diving tackle at the 7-yard line.
Timmy Howe came blowing down the middle, and you know, when we talked to the coaching staff, they said, you make sure you keep your eyes on Tim Howe, because he knows how to play special teams, and what he knows is you never stop. Even if you're going to get blocked, you run by it, which is exactly what he does. Now they fake the reverse. He doesn't fight, but he does make the bite on Obi right there. Big play by Tim Howe.
They spot the ball just over the 10-yard line. Harbaugh and company have a long way to go. 1:26 remaining first quarter. Pitch to Anderson. Dropped behind the line of scrimmage by John Yurkovich, the nose tackle, number 64. Now, this Bears offensive line has struggled all season long. They have had injuries, and they have not been able to pass protect well, nor move the ball on the ground.
Well, that was a nice job by Yurkovich. You know, whenever I see a nose guard with number 64 on him, it automatically reminds me of Jim Burt. I mean, he does kind of look like Burt. Okay, not real handsome guy like Burt, you know, runs up and down the line like Burt.
Never been as funny, though.
No, not that funny.
Second and 10. This is Anderson. Hit at the line. Yurkovich again.
Yeah, I mean, plays like Burt. You know, he makes plays. You know, last year, he was 20 pounds heavier, and he had one of the great guts of the National Football League. Look at this now. There's nothing there. But watch what is there. Boom, get in, get your hands on, fight the double team, split it. That's an excellent job by John Yurkovich. Now, he's number 64 this year because Reggie White came in and wanted his number 92. When I asked him about that, he says, yeah, Reggie White promised me something, and whenever I get it, I'll tell you what it is.
Final seconds of the first quarter. 3rd down and 9. Draw play, flag down. Anderson fights his way to the 15 for a gain of 3. Tony Bennett made the tackle, but the Bears will have to punt with 2 seconds remaining in the first quarter.
Bennett getting creased up, you know, get in on that tackle. It always feels good to make your first tackle. And I don't care when you're starting the season.
Illegal formation. Number 58 on the offense was not on the line of scrimmage. Penalties declined. 4th down.
Jay Leuenberg charged with being back of the line of scrimmage. So Gardocki will stand at the goal line to receive the snap from center on 4th down. A low snap. He fields it well, but flags have blown. The play will be killed as the end of the quarter came before the snap of the ball.
That's the end of the first quarter.
That's the end of the first quarter with the score. The Green Bay Packers 3, the Chicago Bears nothing.
When most manufacturers develop a new truck, they start with a model. Good idea. Here's ours. Introducing the first and only family of trucks designed from the inside out. A design that starts with you and has become the all-new Chevy S-Series. Everything else is history.
For me, looking good isn't about vanity. It's a job requirement.
Beautiful.
Even just a couple of flakes is a bad move. That's why I use Head & Shoulders Dry Scalp Shampoo. Other shampoos can strip moisture away. Head & Shoulders helps protect your scalp's natural moisture and helps prevent flakes before they start. Put it to the test and see for yourself. Head & Shoulders Dry Scalp Shampoo and 2-in-1. Because beautiful hair can't have flakes.
Little Caesar's Chaser Chaser is back.
I just want to freshen up my lipstick. Is it on straight?
2 pizzas, choice of 2 toppings, and free Crazy Bread, $7.99.
Pizza.
Watch how fast Dristan nasal spray works.
What do you smell? I smelled something. I don't know what it was. Use Dristan nasal spray. Smell. That's an orange. Dristan nasal spray worked fast.
Dristan nasal spray. Fast, effective relief.
The Russian military takes Ed Bradley to a missile base where nuclear warheads are still armed and still aimed at the United States. 60 Minutes, Sunday.
Well, it is Halloween. Here's some happy clowns enjoying this great rivalry between the Bears and the Pack. 3-0 Green Bay as we begin the second quarter, and Gardocki will get another attempt to punt here as the quarter ended before the snap of the ball. Standing at his goal line again, punting in the other direction. A low snap handled by Gardocki, and a pretty good punt. And it takes a bare bounce.
That's a mistake by Terrell Buckley.
All the way to the 30-yard line.
That should never happen. Your returner should never let that ball get over his head. He has time to get under it, and you don't let it hit the ground and get 10 more yards.
Turns into a 55-yarder.
He has time to get under it. Claire lets the ball go over his head. That puts another 15 yards, so they have a chance to start positioning themselves with field position, and they blow it.
Buckley's 0 for 2 on good returns so far because he lost 8 yards on the one he caught in the first quarter by going backwards with it. First down, Pack at their own 30-yard line, and they come out in the I formation. William Perry in defensively for the first time for the Bears. Thompson drives straight ahead, takes a couple of Bears with him for a gain of 4. And Perry made the tackle with help from Dante Jones. And, of course, there's more football ahead today. Dallas at Philadelphia, one of our big games. Some of you will see the Rams at San Francisco, another great rivalry. And New Orleans will be at Phoenix today. The Saints struggling a bit. Phoenix trying to get back on track.
T.J. Rubley gets his first start for the Rams in another great rivalry, Tim, and one that records are thrown right out the window.
Second and a long 6 for the Packers. Short drop from Favre. Out to Thompson, and a good hit on him immediately from Wolford, who's having himself quite a first half.
Hey, Donnell Wolford, we're having the Donnell Wolford highlight reel right here in the first part of this game. And he's making the big plays, he's having great coverage, but Donnell Wolford knows how to play. And this doesn't come as a surprise to him. His eyes aren't big, he's been there before, and he's one of the few guys of the Bear team right now that the young guys can look to, and he's going to show you how to do it.
Not a huge guy, 5'9", 185 pounds, but very smart and a hard hitter. Strong, soft-spoken guy. He's not an aggressive personality at all, except when he's got the helmet on. Third down. Favre almost slipped, recovers, and finds Sharp. And Sharp with a nice inside move. Gets to the 46-yard line, tripped up by Wolford.
You know, Ken Rucker, the left tackle, 75, has not given up a sack all year. Dent is fixing to fix that today. Now watch. Favre does an excellent job of stepping up in the pocket. Yeah. Now he's bought himself some time by stepping up. Now just wait for Sterling Sharp to come all the way across. This is the part of the game he loves, the physical part. Give me the ball, now try to tackle me.
Ball spotted at the 47-yard line of the Bears. Sharp's third catch of the day. Play action, and Favre will take off. He's got the first down and keeps going down the sideline and picks up 6 more. They say he stepped out at the Bear 32.
Tim, that's the old waggle. Now, the waggle play, 2 things have to happen. The first thing that has to happen is Trace Armstrong, the defensive end, you can't get sucked down, and he did. The second thing you have to do is the linebackers, they've got to wheel. And they have to cover the tight end coming across. In this case, it's Jackie Harris. If you don't wheel on him, he's going to be wide open. Now you have the option. If they come up to get Favre, you throw it to Harris. If they cover Harris, if you're Favre, you just take it up and run. Very well executed.
First down, Green Bay, Bear 32. 7 first downs. Chicago yet to get one. Thompson, nowhere. Good pursuit by the Bears, led by Armstrong, starting the play. And the linebackers cleaning up Vincent Smith and Dante Jones. Good effort by Armstrong. It'll be a loss of about a yard. Jets and Giants talking about rivalries. That's a great one. Of course, they're in different conferences. They don't play each other that often. And Miami on top of Kansas City, 13-0. 2nd and 11 at the 33-yard line. Sun has come back out here at Lambeau Field, as you no doubt have noticed, but there are plenty of clouds.
It's a good shot of that 4-3 defense of theirs.
Intended for Thompson. Favre didn't get there. It'll be 3rd and 11.
Well, Tim, you know, Dave Weinstein, when we spoke to him, one of the first priorities for him was defense. And the biggest priority of the defense was speed. So he went out and he helped himself with Vincent Smith, and he changed a couple positions. He got Dante Jones inside. They tried to push him. They got Joe Kane. They moved him outside. And now he feels that he has competitive speed on that defense, and you need speed on this defense to run what they like to do.
Green Bay acknowledges that they've got speedy linebackers. 4 wide receivers on 3rd down. In the middle, it's good to Brooks, and Brooks will be close to the 1st down. It appears he has it. We'll wait for the spot. Robert Brooks, the 2nd-year receiver from South Carolina.
Tim, this is the defense that he's put in. This is called 4 across. You have 1, 2, 3, 4 guys. They will occupy 4 deep. Then you take your 3 backers underneath, and you put the pressure on your outside backers. Now, Brooks settles down in the middle of that zone, but the pressure comes on your outside backers because they have all those flats, a lot of area to cover. And to do that, you have to have the speed.
So we may see the Packers then try those outside flats. Is that what you are inferring, testing those linebackers?
They will test the backers, but Wannstedt knows that, so he's going to change things up.
Sterling Sharp, touchdown.
Tim, one thing that won't change is the ball is going to go to Sterling Sharp.
21 yards for the score. Here it is.
This is the red zone. Everybody in the house knows that Sharp is the guy. Donnell Wolford plays a little bit too far off him in that zone. Sharp just sits down, and a perfectly thrown ball for the touchdown.
Jackie for the point after. He has 102 straight. Make it 103. That is a Packer record that he established in last week's game. Favre, after his touchdown, strikes the Sterling Sharp.
What do you mean I can't do that?
Please, don't pull that on me now.
I'm pressing enter.
You're the computer. You tell me where the file is.
Huh? Don't just sit there blinking. Enter. I'm going to give this to you, but I want it back.
The idea of talking to a computer is certainly not a new one.
Open status report.
Getting a response certainly is. The new Desk Pro with Business Audio from Compaq.
Wouldn't it be great if you invented a special potion that turned anybody into Rachel Hunter, the supermodel?
Ralph, would you take me for a walk?
Cool. Ralph, we gotta work all weekend.
All weekend.
And your special potion turned ordinary beer in a can into Keystone, Keystone Light, and Keystone Dry, specially lined for really smooth bottle beer taste. Ralph, mind if I join your party? Sure, Bert. Come on over. Wouldn't that be great?
I was tired, listless. My hair looked bad. My dog moved away. My life was as bland as your average chicken sandwich. Then I tried McDonald's new McGrilled chicken. Now this was different.
A marinated chicken breast with Monterey Jack, sweet red onions, tangy herb dressing on a bakery roll. Well, things changed. My hair looks great. My dog came home, and we struck oil in the backyard.
Coincidence? We don't think so. Try the new McGrilled chicken sandwich. Further proof that what you want is what you get at McDonald's today.
Well, it is Halloween everywhere, including Green Bay. And that, yes, is a mask of Mike Holmgren. These were handed out by a local business here in Green Bay, and all of the fans have them. So they get to coach for a day, I guess. You put the mask on, they can call all the plays. And they so far think that Holmgren's doing a good job because their beloved Pack is up 10-0. 70 yards in 8 plays. Brett Favre, 21-yard touchdown pass to Sterling Sharp. 4:08 off the clock on that drive. The Bears have not had the ball much. Curtis Conway's got some running room. He can go, and Jackie, the kicker, makes a saving tackle.
Well, Tim Howe took his shot at Conway. Conway avoided the tackle and blows it right up the middle. You know, one thing you can never teach in any position in football is speed, and Conway has it. Now watch how it comes right here. See, oh, take the shot, miss it. Now turn it back up the field. When you're a kicker on special teams, you become the safety. You cannot let anybody get fined.
Conway, the rookie from USC, coming off a sore knee early in the season. It kept him out of action. Now the starter with Wendell Davis down for the Bears. They expect him to be a big man. Harbaugh trying to find an open man. He does. Good job to Jennings. First down, Bears into Packer territory.
Good job by Jim Harbaugh right there. You know, he got some pressure, had the presence to stay with it. A very well thrown ball. And don't forget, Tim, last week, look at that, 9 times. It was 8. The NFL gave him 9 sacks last week. I mean, the offensive line, there's a couple of things going on there. The offensive line, people moving all around, Harbaugh not being able to have his timing down with the wide receivers. All of that has spelled trouble with the offense, Chicago Bears.
We have a first down just inside the midfield stripe. Neil Anderson behind Hayward, not much, maybe a yard.
Yeah, see Reggie right there in the middle with a big tackle. You know what they've been doing with him, Ray Rhodes. See right here? They're moving him down inside. They're not always using him out on the end. Now he's on Wojciechowski. Now look at that. Get the hands on him, play the power game. Even if you get your shoulders, you make the play by just spinning into it. Get your body in there and disrupt things. Reggie White admits he's not the player he was, but he still makes plays.
Second and a long 8. Early movement, and it could be a false start against the Chicago Bears. We'll wait for the call from our referee Gary Lane. We talked about that offensive line struggling. They've had to have a patchwork quilt offensive front. Dave Wanstead.
Defense, number 62, 5-yard penalty, still second down.
And it was Matt Brock coming over for Green Bay. Dave Wanstead having to switch players around on the front. Foy Ozzie is back at his normal left tackle spot. He missed the early part of the season. Keith Van Horn, the veteran, is out with an arm injury. They moved Leuenberg over to his right tackle spot. John Wojciechowski's played guard and tackle already this season. Only Jerry Fontenot and Mark Bortz have been where they normally are at center and guard, respectively. Second down, 4. Penalty against the Pats. This is Anderson, and Anderson trying to get to the first down. Will be just short, leaving third and about a yard. Reggie White tripped him up. We mentioned Wojciechowski, and we want to send our congratulations to John and his wife Sherry. New baby boy, Michael John, born yesterday, and Wojciechowski found himself with a lot of media interest because of the incident involving Houston Oilers offensive lineman David Williams last week, who gave up $111 because the Oilers docked him for a day missed while he stayed after the birth of his child.
So
down on the yard.
I'm sorry, it's $111,000.
What did I say? 111? 111,000. Big difference. We'll be right back.
My dandruff and itch are awful. I'll try anything. Denorex tingles. Head and Shoulders doesn't.
Both have effective dandruff medicine, but Denorex has something extra that tingles.
That's why I started using Denorex. No flakes, no itch.
Denorex, the serious dandruff shampoo.
If you give up AT&T quality and call from Atlanta to Boston with someone else, here's your big savings. Leaving AT&T doesn't make a lot of sense.
The success of any organization of human beings really depends upon how well they can work together. So we try to hire good attitudes. I think the easiest way to lose success is to become convinced that you are successful. I think American Express has a distinctive market. I've really been very appreciative of not just the card itself, but the service behind the card.
American Express is welcomed on airlines all around the world. Herb is kind of partial to his corner of the world.
Coca-Cola presents Monsters of the Gridiron.
The scariest thing about Coca-Cola's Monsters of the Gridiron is time is running out. Since millions have played, there are fewer monster packs available. Grab one and play Monsters of the Gridiron today.
That's not all, folks.
Even if you've already played, keep playing. You can still win Super Bowl tickets and other great prizes. Because with Coca-Cola, you're always in the game. Always Coca-Cola.
From the site of the 1994 Olympic Winter Games, American champion Nancy Kerrigan and many other of the world's top skaters compete in pirouette next Saturday on CBS.
Ron Turner. That's Ron Turner, the offensive coordinator right here. What he does, he gets his calls and he sends them down to Shula on the sideline. And Shula signals him in to Harbaugh.
Mike Shula, of course, his dad's going after George Halas's all-time win record today. Miami Dolphins at home to Kansas City. 3rd and a yard here. Anderson has got the tight end Whitnight open. He dropped the ball. Ryan Whitnight wide open. And the rookie from Stanford with a perfect strike from Anderson drops the ball. Whitnight just activated off the practice squad. He had been up with the big team earlier in the season. The injury to Gedney, he was activated today.
Yeah, well, here's the key right now. See number 45? He never heads up the field. That should tell your DBs, which it did. Whitnight wide open. And he just blew it. And that should be a catch. A first down should be a big play, but it isn't.
They're going forward on 4th and less than a yard.
Oh, the ball.
Hayward, loose ball. Packers have it. Tim Houck came up with a recovery as Hayward coughed it up, and he had the yardage.
He had it. That was a first down for the Bears. Everything that could go wrong for them right now is going wrong. Watch Craig Hayward. He'll blow it through the middle behind the block of Bob Christian. Nice block by Christian. Kuntz. Now come right through the ball, just popped out. And Houck picks it up.
Never had a good grip on it, Matt. He never had a good grip on that ball from the exchange. And he kept going forward, trying to get the first down without really having a good hold of the ball.
They should have put some hamburger scent on that ball. He'd still have it.
First down. Green Bay at the 35-yard line of the Packers. Costly Bear turnover. Bennett. Edgar Bennett, the second-year fullback from Florida State, gets about 6. Mark Carrier made the stop.
Tim, what this Packer offense is doing what most teams have not been able to do against this run. They've not been able to run very well in the first part of this season. They can establish this running game. You know, that the running game is always a quarterback's best friend. It always has been, always will be. Once you get that going, that gives Favre a little bit more operating room.
Second down, 4. Packer 41. Darrell Thompson, and he's met right at the line of scrimmage. Dante Jones with help from Vincent Smith. And they'll lose probably a yard on that play or close to it.
Nice face-up hit there by Dante Jones. I spoke with Dave Weinstadt yesterday about Dante Jones. He said, you know, he has been more than what we thought he would be. He said, to be honest with you, we were going to run him off at the beginning of the season. We didn't think he'd be able to hold up inside. You know, we brought in Percy Snow, and we had Vincent Smith. We put him inside, and he said, you know, Dante Jones has been playing excellent football for us. We are extremely pleased with his play.
Leading the team in tackles, 67, 39 solos. Pass intended for Sharp, incomplete. Favre had some pressure on him, led by Richard Dent and Alonzo Spellman.
That ball was thrown behind him because of the pressure of Dent. Now watch Richard Dent come off on Rutgers. And this is one we're looking forward to all day because they both have been playing very, very well. This time he decides to go with pure power. And what he did, he just got it underneath the pads and bull rushed him and threw him into Favre.
So the Packers will punt. Good defensive series for the Bears after the turnover. Obi at the 20-yard line.
Now he should have returned that ball.
38-yard punt. 6:33 to go in the half. Green Bay 10, the Bears nothing.
Oh, Mr. Energizer Bunny, out for a stroll.
My matter desolidificator will put an end to your
still going. Nothing outlasts the Energizer battery. It keeps going and going.
Introducing one of the most visually distinct automobiles you've ever seen, and the most technologically advanced Celica Toyota has ever created. The all-new Toyota Celica, with sophisticated safety systems, available ABS, standard driver and passenger side airbags. But despite all this technology, when people see the new Celica, there's only one thing that keeps coming to mind. Watch out, it's here.
For this guy, any deodorant will do, but these guys need Speed Stick. Antiperspirant that gives 110%. And now Speed Stick deodorant has a powerful new formula to fight odor. Speed Stick, for movers and shakers, the #1, the only one.
Save right now. Buy 3 Goodyear tires at the regular price, get the 4th tire free. That's right. Buy any 3 of these Goodyear tires at the regular price and get the 4th free. 4 for 3 now. Hurry, sale ends soon.
When temperatures rise, Dave's in an all-out war for the last air conditioner in Miami.
Here's my credit card.
We'll pay cash.
I'll take the service agreement.
All new Dave's World Monday.
Now watch Danny Abramovich right here, and Dave wants it. This is the good guy, and this is the bad guy. See that? They're going to play good guy, bad guy. Terry Obi makes a bad decision. Abramovich just jumps down his... Look at Wise. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. When he gets to the sideline, and Abramovich just abuses it.
On first down, Anderson breaks out over the 25-yard line to the 27. Gain of about 6 for Neil Anderson.
Tim, they haven't had great success today. I mean, look, they go out on downs, 2 punts, and a fumble on downs. And the reason that has happened is because the Green Bay defense has been playing very, very well. And I think the difference we're seeing today is Ray Rhodes, the defensive coordinator, thinks because of the receiver situation in Chicago, he can go man up, and that frees him underneath to do 4 things.
Second down along 4. Anderson straight ahead, nowhere to go. Little gain, if any, maybe a yard. Green Bay has had the ball for 16 minutes of this first half. 5:45 remaining.
Tim, one of the things that Ray Rhodes talked about doing was pinching his ends. They were so concerned with Ironhead coming through and blasting their backer that what he wanted to do, there he is right there. There's Ray Rhodes and Sherman Lewis, the defensive coordinator, the offensive coordinator. And they were so concerned with Ironhead coming through and drilling their linebackers that they were going to start moving their defensive ends and pinching them to shut that all off.
Third down and about a yard. Anderson has it and then some, all the way out to the 40-yard line. For Neil Anderson, a good running series for the Bears.
And an excellent job by Wojciechowski on Reggie White. And they move White down inside. You're going to see it right down in here. Now watch Wojciechowski, 73. He gets his hands on him, now turns it to a wrestling match. See, once he takes the inside, White declares to the inside, swing your rear end in, right into the middle of the hole, blows it right open. Watch his hips. Go, see, turn him, turn him, turn him, turn him. Excellent job. And a pancake up there by Ironhead.
Butler made the stop for the pack, but not before the Bear first down at their 40-yard line. Reverse. Conway looked like he might throw the ball. Cutting it back this way. And he is dropped by Kuntz, the linebacker, George Kuntz, number 53. And all of that action turned into about a 3-yard gain, maybe 4. We'll call it 4.
So the most important thing there is they got a positive out of it. Because the Packer defense had done a good job of stopping the reverse. They took it away. And then Conway has the presence to turn it back and reverse his reverse.
Tony Bennett comes in defensively for the Packers. Wayne Simmons, the rookie linebacker, goes out. Second down and 5. Anderson, a flag is down. Anderson picked up about 3 before he's driven back. Spot of the ball will leave it less than a yard depending on the flag. Kuntz and Butler,
Offside.
Bennett all in on it.
Defense, number 95, 5-yard penalty. We'll have to measure.
Bryce Pop called for the offside. That should give him the first down. Buccaneers on top of Atlanta, 14-0. The long long season for Sam Weich and company down in Tampa Bay.
Well, they did get the first down, Tim. But I'll tell you, as bad as things have gone for the Bears today, if they get down here and get a score, hey, it's anybody's game.
The big problem has been maintaining possession. The Packers have had the ball much of this first half. Harbaugh's thrown only twice, and they go to Hayward. Oh! And Hayward carries several Packers with him for another Bear first down. Butler finally the man to get him low enough to bring him down.
For both Tony Wise, the offensive line coach, and Dave Wanstead said, look, we got to get the ball into Ironhead's hands. Look, he runs right by Reggie. Now watch lower shoulders. Boom. Look at this. Bow. Look at that. George Teague, the rookie. That's just pure power. Now last week, look at this. That is beautiful. I love to see that.
No kidding. I'm surprised that you get turned on by that. First down. Anderson dances his way for about 3. And Wayne Simmons, the linebacker on the left side, number 59, made the tackle. He's the #1 pick from Clemson, and they think he's got a great future here. Became an instant starter on that left side. Hayward, body beautiful. He was out here in his shorts before the game, doing his own personal psych job on the Packers.
Look at that. His waist got him surrounded. You know, what's always lost in all that, look at that, excess of Wazoo right there. What's lost in all that is the guy is a player.
Bob Christian in on this series that he had a helmet repair. Does Hayward. Good time for Harbaugh, and he connects to Keith Jennings for a Bear first down inside the 20-yard line of Green Bay. Well, the supporters of Jim Harbaugh have said that's all he needs is some time to get the ball to his receivers, and they gave him good protection there. An 18-yard gain, and we have the 2-minute warning. We'll be right back.
A look behind the scenes as sports and science converge, brought to you by AT&T. When getting out to the golf course is a problem, an indoor swing training system may be the answer. Designed with the help of Curtis Strange, the Pro Swing system consists of a short club that allows selection of different club groups and a base unit whose sensors pick up the club's lighted head image and instantly analyze such swing components as club speed, distance, and tempo. A software package also allows a complete 18-hole round of golf to be played on some of the finest courses in the world.
Have you ever opened doors
I'm home.
with the sound of your voice? Your card, please. Carried your medical history in your wallet. Your life's going to be just fine.
So this is where we stand on the atrium.
Or attended a meeting.
I really like what you guys have been doing, but
In your bare feet.
I may have a few other ideas.
You will. And the company that'll bring it to you, AT&T.
It has a computer-controlled safety system, but it isn't an F-15 fighter. It has gold-plated connectors for longer life, but it isn't a deep space probe. It cost hundreds of millions of dollars to develop its technology. But it can be yours starting at around $13,000. It's the 1994 Toyota Corolla. You can't buy a more impressive car for less.
There's Craig Ironhead Hayward with 2 minutes to go in the first half. He's been important on this drive, a good series on the ground. Here he is before the game. I referred to that. He came out early and walked around in his shorts. I'm sure he just wished that there were a few more Packer fans and Packer players out there to see how tough he was. This is his first time playing in Green Bay, Hayward. Yeah. Never played here before. He said, I just go where they send me. He said, I think maybe I was stopped there once. But he was not intimidated by the cold weather. And it is colder now, by the way.
Yeah, it has gotten cold. He's not intimidated by too many things. And one thing he absolutely loves is the physical part of blocking.
First down, Bears. 19-yard line of Green Bay. 10-0 Packer lead. This is Anderson. Anderson cuts it back nicely and picks up maybe 6 to about the 12-yard line of Green Bay. Johnny Holland, the linebacker, number 50, with help from Mike Pryor. Number 45, as you see Mike Schuler signaling in for the Bears. There's Holland.
The Packer red zone defense is the absolute best in giving up touchdowns.
Second down. close to 4 for a first. This is Anderson, and he's got the first down. To the 7-yard line, Neil Anderson came into this game with 317 yards rushing. After a bit of a slow start in the first couple of Bears games, Anderson's been coming on. Butler and Pryor on the tackle.
Tim, what they did, they took Anderson, they landed right behind Hayward, and they ran that isolation right at the linebacker, exactly what the Packers thought was going to be a problem.
First and goal, and this time they bury Anderson for a loss outside the 10 near the 12. Bryce Pop is very, very quick, number 95, and George Kuntz is linebacking mate. Timeout on the field. We'll be back.
Although J.D. Power and Associates ranked Toyota Paseo best model and initial quality in its price class, here's some things they might have missed. On warm days, it runs a little hot. It can be noisy at high speeds. And sometimes, it's hard to get out of first gear. Other than that, Paseo is a very practical car from Toyota.
Wendy's 99-cent super value menu is full of delicious choices you can't get anyplace else, like junior bacon cheeseburgers, chili and baked potatoes, plus a $1.99 hamburger kids meal. Great news is you always end up with a check.
Put a luggage cart in a suitcase, and what do you get? Samsonite's piggyback. It's particularly handy on long trips like the one from your car to the ticket counter.
As your engine revs higher, the oil forms a hydrodynamic wedge, protecting your engine parts. But as your oil's viscosity breaks down, so can the wedge. That's why Castrol GTX has unique viscosity improvers. Castrol provides maximum protection against viscosity and thermal breakdown. So use Castrol, because if your viscosity breaks down, what's next? Castrol GTX. Try Castrol Super Clean for tough, greasy jobs. If it won't come clean with Super Clean, it won't come clean.
The Bears knocking on the door at the 10-yard line. After a loss of 2, they are second and goal from the 10. And a lot of chess playing going on between the two coordinators. It's been an excellent drive for the Bears, their best of the half. 69 yards in 10 plays.
Well, Tim, the reason that they're doing it right now is their offensive line is really playing well right now.
Hayward the lone setback. Harbaugh sacked. Reggie White. Third Packer sack of the first half.
Oh, Reggie White just blows right up the middle. Watch number 92 right here, Reggie White. Look, work to the inside. Lewinberg can't get there. White uses quickness. When you pass rush, you take half the man. Reggie White took half the man to the inside, run right by him. Waddle's the guy. They get their hands on him. He has enough separation, but not enough time for Harbaugh to get the ball off.
So it is third down, and the ball now out at the 16-yard line. First time that White has ever sacked Jim Harbaugh. The third Packer sack of the day, as we have 53 seconds left in the first half. A big defensive play by Green Bay. Packers have used their final timeout. The Bears, pardon me, have used their final timeout.
Look at this. Now, with that sack, Reggie White has tied Lawrence Taylor since the most sacks since 82. Now, 82 is the first time that they start to keep track of it.
Third down from the 16. Deep for Waddle, and it is incomplete. Waddle made a nice adjustment to the ball, but he could not stay in bounds and make the catch.
Well, he got some pressure again from number 92, Reggie White. Now he's going to go right by Lewinberg to the top. And guess who's waiting for him? A guy bigger than him, Hayward, who he just slaps to the ground.
So the Bears will have to settle for the field goal attempt. It'll be spotted down just inside the 24 for Kevin Butler. A 34-yard attempt. And it is good. So the Bears finally on the board here at Lambeau Field with 45 seconds remaining in the first half. It's 10-3 Green Bay.
Mom, tell the truth. Is everything all right?
Is this where we reverse roles?
I'm serious. I mean, you won't have to sell the house or anything, will you?
Well, why would I do that?
Mom.
Look, when you were away at school, Dad met with Greg Hall down at Payne Weber.
Oh, that was 10 years ago.
They set up this annuity just in case anything happened.
So you have enough?
More than enough every month.
Don't the Payne Weber guy know back then what Daddy wanted for you?
You asked.
Green Bay leading Chicago. Tim Ryan with Matt Millen here at Lambeau Field. The clouds have come back in. We've had some sun today, but we've also had just some very light snow flurries, and the temperatures dropping down into the lower 30s.
Well, inside the 20, if you're a Chicago Bear, this is the guy who you want to get the ball to, Tom Waddle. And an excellent job by Roland Mitchell on the coverage. You know, he took away the inside, gave him one way to go, and then he covered it. Nice break on him.
Kickoff fielded down near the 22-yard line by John Yurkovich. Not exactly the kind of guy you want to have running the ball back for you, but he hung on to it.
That guy looks like Fred Flintstone right there. I love this guy. I think he's a cartoon. One of the all-time feared running backs in the National Football League, John Yurkovich.
Well, they got it out to the 33-yard line for Green Bay. No embarrassment there. Coming up on the NFL Today halftime report, Greg and Terry will have all the scores and highlights from today's NFL action, plus updates from the Cowboys, Eagles, and Rams 49er games. That's all coming up at halftime. On first down, Favre with a deep drop, slips, and now Armstrong knocks the ball loose. The Packers recover, but an excellent play by Trace Armstrong. Rutgers came up with it.
Armstrong takes the corner. Edgar Bennett doesn't do a very good job of blocking him. Now, when you break free and you're chasing the quarterback, you see that ball. Watch what he does with his hand. See that? Goes right for the ball.
Packers just let this wind down now and head for the locker room with a 7-point lead. Well, it's Packer-Bear football, no doubt about that. That's the end of the first half with the score. Green Bay 10, the Chicago Bears 3.
CBS Sports coverage of the National Football League is sponsored by Toyota and their full line of quality cars and trucks. Castrol GTX, engineered for today's smaller cars. Energizer brand batteries, nothing outlasts the Energizer. And by Wendy's old-fashioned hamburgers, the best hamburgers and a whole lot more.
He was perhaps the greatest running back the game has ever known. And on the day he set the NFL's all-time rushing record, his uniform was sent to the Hall of Fame. His own arrival was only a matter of time.
Hi, I'm Walter Payton. My induction into Pro Football's Hall of Fame is an honor that will always be special to me. But that honor was made even more special because my son Jared presented me for enshrinement, something that no other son has done for his father.
Your friends and your fans, I say congratulations too.
We're both thrilled with the hall itself, a treasure chest of football history with its regal enshrinement gallery, its action theater, its authentic mementos and exhibitions. From 100 years of pro football, the hall does more than celebrate the game I love. It lets the future touch the past.
The Hall of Fame, where legends never die and the season never ends. This message furnished by the National Football League.
Buttons are made of every material imaginable.
At Bank One, we're doing whatever it takes to give you more choices in home equity loans and credit lines.
We have horn and bone and leather and wood. I think one of the most bizarre buttons is made from chicken skin. Then there's potatoes, a little cheerier.
More choices in rates, terms, and repayment. So why do we offer so many choices in home equity?
When you give people choices, they're happy.
Bank One, whatever it takes.
It's a whole new world of possibilities.
The problem.
The solution, Ford Ranger, America's #1 selling compact truck. There's hundreds to choose from during Crackerland 4x4 month. Push-button 4-wheel drive traction, more interior room than ever, and rear-wheel anti-lock brakes. Right now, save over $1,000 on Ranger. Don't wait. See the Truck Authority, your Crackerland Ford dealer now during Crackerland 4x4 month.
Where you never have to roll. Wisconsin. Quality health care close to home. Where you gonna go? Where you gonna go? Where you gonna go? Where you gonna go? To be healthy and grow, there's one place to go. HMO of Wisconsin.
The NFL Today Dockers halftime report is sponsored by new Loose Fit Dockers. Nobody does pants like Dockers.
Once again, happy Halloween, everyone. Greg Gumbel along with Terry Bradshaw back in our studio here in New York. Those of you watching the Bears and the Green Bay Packers at halftime, it is a 10-3 Packer lead over Chicago, and honorary captain Ray Nitschke on hand to watch Jim Harbaugh getting run over by the Green Bay defense. This is Johnny Holland for the 5-yard loss, and then Brett Favre going to work.
It's a nice job by the tight end of clearing the undercoverage out. Sharp was going to run a quick post, took it up the seam, and Favre found him for the touchdown.
And here comes Reggie.
Here comes Reggie. Look out, Reggie! Got him, Greg. Don't forget, last week, 9 sacks on Harbaugh, 3 in the first half of this game.
10-3, Green Bay in the lead at halftime. In Atlanta, don't blink, the Tampa Bay Bucks are leading the Atlanta Falcons 14-0 as they approach halftime. Does this hurt or what? Forearm, Bobby Hebert by Eric Curry. But then Craig Erickson throws up top.
Got a middle linebacker blitz, and Jesse Tuggle, the other linebacker, has to cover Vince Workman man for man. Can't do it. 42 yards and a touchdown.
And then Craig Erickson out of the backfield. Reggie Cobb. Erickson finds him at the 3. He makes it into the end zone. Sam Weiss enjoying things so far. There's about 53 seconds to play in this game in the first half now, and the Bucks are leading Atlanta 14-0. Deion Sanders playing a little offense in this game as well as defensive back. He has an interception for the Falcons. At the Meadowlands, field goal contest, the Giants leading the New York Jets 6-3 at halftime. In Miami, Joe Montana has left this game with re-injuring his hamstring. The Dolphins are leading Kansas City 13-0 late in the second quarter. Late in the second quarter at Indianapolis, the Colts on a Dean Biasucci field goal leading New England 3-0. This is a doubleheader day of football here on CBS. Some of you will see the Saints and the Cardinals in our second game. Most of you will see either the Rams against the 49ers or the Cowboys against the Eagles. We have 2 reports, beginning with Randy Cross in Philadelphia.
Here in Philadelphia, the city of brotherly love. Well, love is not the first word that comes to mind when you think of the matchup between these two NFC East rivals, the Dallas Cowboys and the Philadelphia Eagles. They're tied for second place. They're trailing the Giants who played earlier today. And these two teams really legitimately hate each other. And for this hate fest here in Philadelphia, weather will be a factor. It's been cold, it's been rainy, and it's really been wet. It's been windy. It's been everything you can think of weather-wise, and it's going to be a factor, especially for the Eagles. The pressure will be on their only real healthy group, and that's their offensive line. This offensive line is very powerful, but the key for them is going to be protecting Ken O'Brien. And when they run the ball, they'll have to run it effectively, because when they run it this year, they turn the ball over. 12 of those giveaways are fumbles so far for the Philadelphia Eagles running game. And the number is right now in the NFC East, it is speed. Dallas has brought speed to the NFC East. And if you fumble against Dallas, that speed will kill you. Right now, let's go to the West Coast and John Madden on the Madden Cruiser.
Well, we're just pulling up here at Candlestick Park for a game between the Rams and the San Francisco 49ers. You know, over the years, we've watched this series, and for a long time, the starting quarterback for the Los Angeles Rams, in fact, for 87 straight games, has been number 11, Jim Everett. Jim Everett is being replaced today. He's being replaced by T.J. Rubley. Now, T.J. Rubley came in last week against the Detroit Lions for the first time. I was able to watch the film on him, and I was impressed with the kid. He has a live arm. He can run with the football, and he seems to have a poise about him and a confidence about him that gives the whole team a lift. And I think that's what the Rams are looking for right now. But it's not going to be an easy job for T.J. Rubley. You know, usually when you start a new young quarterback, what you want to do is keep them under wraps, have a simple offensive game plan. But when you're playing the 49ers, this is a high-scoring machine. so you can't keep it simple. You're going to have to go out there, and you're going to have to score points. T.J. Rubley is excited. Ernie Zampese, the offensive coordinator, said, I can't wait to see him. I'll tell you, I can't wait to see him. So we're going to park this bus, go in, and take a look at T.J. Rubley. Back to you, Greg and Terry.
All right, John, thanks very much. Let's go back to the Dallas-Philadelphia game. We talked about Michael Irvin in the pregame show. He is a big play receiver, is he not?
Well, the key here in this game, Bud Carson, defensive coordinator of the Eagles, will not allow, I don't think, Michael Irvin to beat the Eagles today. 2 weeks ago against the 49ers, of his 12 receptions Michael Irvin had, 6 came on third downs to keep drives alive. The real key today, I think, is Kevin Williams in the slot. He will be the guy single covered, and in the bye week, all they did, the Cowboys, was work on Aikman getting his confidence in Kevin Williams. That's the key. Take the phone out of here, Greg.
Time to send you back to the stadium and the game you're watching after this word from your local station. Thank you.
When a computer game turns user unfriendly,
Would it create the same danger?
and Jessica boots the killer, an all-new Murder, She Wrote, then
How can you give your baby away? I love Jesse, Mama, but I can't raise him.
between mother and daughter, a child's life hangs in the balance. No Child of Mine tonight.
The best in entertainment. A chance to win a Chevrolet S-Series pickup and see what's new on CBS. Hot Fix, a free rental at Blockbuster Video.
This is CBS.
So, you think you've taken a good look at the old Cutlass Supreme? But have you seen one from this angle? Or these angles? Or even this angle? How about these? And let's not forget this angle. It's your choice.
See your old reliable dealers today.
Eleanor, how's your daughter doing?
She graduates next spring.
Hey, can we get started again so that we're not here all night?
She'll be after his job soon.
Yes, we can. We will. No, I think the company's got a pretty fair offer on the table here, people.
I don't know, John.
Look, isn't there anything that we can agree on here?
Other than getting a new coffee machine.
I know one thing.
Warsaw, for group health and workers' compensation. One thing employers and employees agree on.
Miller Genuine Draft Rusty Wallace stock car. See it. Hear it. Feel it. Catch it, if you can.
Rescue 911, weekdays at 4 on Channel 5.
Lambeau Field, Green Bay, Wisconsin, where the Packers lead the Bears 10-3 at halftime. It is cooler than it was at kickoff time, and it's the kind of weather befitting this kind of rivalry. The Bears and the Pack will be back in a moment.
Levi's loose-fitting jeans. A loose interpretation of the original.
As expected, the shape is new and beautiful. As expected, it's quieter and has more space. As expected, there are dual airbags and anti-lock brakes. As expected, the automotive world once again revolves around one car. The new Accord EX from Honda. As expected.
This November, we've got the biggest events. First, America's favorite love story. Demi Moore, Patrick Swayze, and Whoopi Goldberg, Ghost. Then, on one night, a special 2-hour, 60 Minutes celebrates 25 years, followed by the biggest miniseries of the year, Return to Lonesome Dove. Plus, Richard Thomas and family reunite for a Walter Thanksgiving. And
Bruce Willis in the box office smash Die Hard 2. Don't miss the excitement because this is a November to remember on CBS.
CBS sports coverage of the National Football League is sponsored by Honda, who now provides a driver's and a front passenger's airbag standard on every 1994 automobile. Rayovac Renewal, reusable alkaline power. Miller Lite, great taste, less filling. Can your beer do this? And by AT&T, we help put your world within reach.
Back at Chili Lambeau Field, the Pack on top, 10-3. Tim Ryan with Matt Millen here in Green Bay, Wisconsin. And until that final drive leading to the field goal by the Bears, the Pack had the ball most of the first half, almost all of the first quarter, and it was costly. The only major score, the touchdown pass to Sharp, and a little miscue mix-up in the Bear secondary.
Yeah, it was a miscommunication touchdown. It was between Sean Gale, 23, and Mark Carrier, number 20. And you're going to see him right out of the huddle. Because Gale turned to him and asked him, Carrier pointing him where to go. Now, he's just not quite sure where to go, so he just jumps on over there.
We're going to come back to the end of that play again after the kickoff. Jackie's kickoff is high and short. Comes down at the 17-yard line. Robert Green has it there and gets out to the 30 for Chicago. Let's go back and finish Matt's analysis here.
Now they have miscommunication, so right here is Gale. And what they're looking for, I think, is their 4 across deep. They never get it. He's in limbo right there. And look, they have 4 guys underneath here and 3 behind. That allows the seam in the zone. And Sharp gets the touchdown.
The only touchdown of the first half. And Chicago still very much in this football game, despite the fact that the Pack had the ball much of the first half. Just a 7-point differential. First down at the 30-yard line, Chicago. Jennings, the tight end, in motion. Play action on first down, and a lot of time for Harbaugh. Has to go to the release man, Anderson, as the Packers had good coverage downfield on the 2 wide receivers.
Now, Timmy, see, look at this. He got hurried a bunch of times, sacked 3 times, and all that, he still got knocked down. Now, he hasn't thrown any picks, but what he has had is had to get out of trouble with his legs. Clearly, the Packers are winning the battle up front in the pressure department.
2 of 5 now, or 2 of 4, pardon me, for Harbaugh. In the passing department, he has a 2nd down and 4. Stopped short of the first down at about the 38-yard line. Butler coming up from the safety spot to help the linebacker Johnny Holland, number 50. 3rd down and 2.
Terrell Buckley, the corner. Now, how he's figured in this game plan today for Ray Rhodes has been the fact that he's been able to match up man-to-man, and that's allowed the people up front to have a little bit more freedom.
On 3rd down, flag is down as Anderson had the first down yardage. Wait on the call from referee Gary Lane. Holding the signal against Chicago. So the first down by Anderson comes back.
Holding, offense, number 62, 10-yard penalty, still 3rd down.
Mark Bortz, the left guard, 11-year veteran out of Iowa, has been a rock on this offensive line.
Yeah, watch Bortz, number 62, right there. You see what Bortz does very well. He's a big, strong guy, but he has great hands. Now here he just gets caught. Actually, it's not that bad. Pulled into him, and he just twisted him down, and they called the flag on him. The flag on him.
Matt Brock. 3rd down and 12. Harbaugh gets some time, has Waddle, and Waddle has a first down, Chicago.
Beautiful job by Tom Waddle. Now he went down and found the zone, set down in the seam. Harbaugh had time, no pressure, steps right in, mechanically sound, and a first down. And watch Harbaugh, he's going to sit back, and he's not going to get the pressure. Waddle will be coming off the corner. Lewinberg does a good job, keep the hands on him, fight. Now look at that, Waddle sits right down there in the middle of that zone.
Tom Waddle, the 6-foot, 180-pounder from Boston College, been cut by this team 4 times since being a free agent in '89. Keeps coming back for more and suddenly finds himself the go-to man. On first down, that is caught at the 45-yard line by Jennings. Keith Jennings, the starter at tight end today. Last week, rookie Chris Gedney got a lot of action as they planned to pass to the tight end against the Vikings. Caught 6 balls, but during the week in practice, Gedney hurt his heel, and he is inactive today. And so Ryan Wetnight, the rookie from Stanford, has been activated as the second tight end.
And Tim, what we're seeing from Chicago right here is the same thing they did at the end of the first half. They've been able to run the ball, and even if they're not picking up big yardage, they're pounding it in there, and they're starting to get the offensive line moving. That opens up the pass game.
Anderson, about 4. It'll leave 3rd and a yard for the Bears near midfield. Leroy Butler getting better and better in the safety spot for the Green Bay Packers in his 4th year.
Tim, the coaching staff of the Packers feel that Leroy Butler is a Pro Bowl guy. And they took him off the corner, they moved him inside, but he's just didn't quite have the feel yet. Now they think that, boy, he comes up and he'll whack it, he can still play man-to-man coverage, he understands zone, and he's one of the guys that they really lean on to make the plays with his defense.
3rd and a yard, Chicago. Hayward, he's got it. Talk about moving the pile.
Heck, he is the pile. That's a one-man gang right there.
White and Brock, 290 and 275 required to pull down Hayward.
Well, this is kind of illegal. This is like a guard in the backfield right here. Look, just put your head down, square your shoulders, keep your legs moving.
First down, Chicago at the 49-yard line, opening series, second half. Green Bay on top, 10-3. Play action. Harbaugh is short, intended for Waddle. A little bit of pressure from Brock, but not a good throw from Harbaugh.
Very bad throw.
He rushed it, didn't have to.
Tom Waddle, you know, the funny thing about Tom Waddle, when I spoke with Sterling Sharp, he said, you know, Tom Waddle and I are very much alike. We don't have great speed. We know how to work a DB. We know how to get open in zone. When I mentioned that to Tom Waddle, he said, heck, I couldn't even carry Sterling Sharp's helmet onto the field, he said.
He's a modest young man, and he does not have sharp speed. Sharp downplays his own speed, but he can rock it. 2nd and 10. Anderson with a flag down, picked up about 4 near the 45-yard line of Green Bay. Penalty flag starting to make more of an appearance here in the second half, and it is against the Bears again. Tampa Bay beating up on Atlanta 17-0.
Holding offense, number 62, 10-yard penalty, still second down.
Oh, he got Portsy again.
Yeah, they must be watching them closely now. Montana is out of that Kansas City game with a hamstring injury as Miami continues to lead 13-0. And I guess the fears of those who thought maybe Montana's injury problems at his age were going to be a factor this season, and that's starting to happen. One thing after another for Joe Montana this year. 2nd and very long, back at the 41. Harbaugh running out of time. Takes off and is dropped by Simmons near the 45-yard line after a gain of maybe 8 yards. It'll be 3rd down and 15. Wetnight comes in as an extra tight end. Now he replaces Jennings. Jennings going off now.
What the Packer defense thought they had to do is not allow Harbaugh to think that he was getting the job done. If they could keep pressure on him and keep it in his mind that he wasn't doing the job, they felt they won the battle.
3 wide receivers and Wetnight the tight end on 3rd and 15. Harbaugh just takes off running, and he's well short, tripped up at the 45-yard line by George Teague, the safety, number 31. So Chicago will have to punt.
They had nowhere to throw the ball, and he made up his mind fast that he was going to take off and run. And that brings up the 4th down.
Brett Favre warming up here as the weather has definitely gotten cooler. High snap, fielded well by Gardocki. Bearcats signaled at the 11-yard line by Mike Pryor. And so the Packers will start from deep in their own end when we return as they lead 10-3.
Honey, we're leaving in 10 minutes.
While virtual reality isn't quite here yet, the car is. The new Accord from Honda.
If your business gives up AT&T quality, chasing after big savings from another long-distance company, don't expect to find a pot of gold. Leaving AT&T doesn't make a lot of sense.
Whoa, sumo wrestling.
Come on, we'll miss the high dive competition. High dive, sumo, high dive.
Guys, let's watch both.
Miller Lite presents Sumo High Dive. No. Yes, it's true.
Here's the reverse 2.5.
Brought to you by Miller Lite. If you can combine great taste and less filling, you can combine anything. He's going for no splash. It is dreams, Bob. Some dive, some beer. Great taste, less filling. Can your beer do this? RoboCop is back.
I thought your ninja was supposed to take care of RoboCop for me.
Back to fight the system. RoboCop 3, rated PG-13. Back on duty November 5th.
Well, at the beginning of the game, we showed you two players, former players, who epitomized this rivalry. One was Ray Nitschke, played here from 58 to 72. He's in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Before the game, he was the honorary captain for the Packers and was involved in the coin flip to start the football game. And he had a nice little chat out there with Dick Butkus, and he has joined us in the booth, and we're going to be talking to Ray here about this great Bear-Packer rivalry. Welcome, Ray.
Thank you, Jim.
First down at the 11-yard line for the Packers. Short drop by Farr, complete to Sharp, and Sharp has a first down out to the 25. And Ray Nitschke, I got to believe that Sterling Sharp fits your idea of a football player.
He can really play. He's really a solid football player, as you well know, and he has it all. He has great reflexes, and he's a great runner after he gets the ball. And that's his biggest asset, I think, is when he runs with the football.
When you're here at a Bear game, you can look back on having played in it 30 times in your distinguished career.
Well, actually more than that, Timmy. We played exhibition games against the Bears. It was always tough, too. That was like a league game.
They counted just as much as they.
Well,
we'd like to, after this play, have you maybe think back a little bit to some of the things you remember about this great rivalry we're watching continue here today. First down, Pack at the 25. Intended for Sharp and overthrown by Farber. Had some pressure from Trace Armstrong. What do you remember of both? What sticks out the most?
What sticks out the most?
The years
I think it's just the idea that the Packer fans, Packer Week is real special here in Wisconsin and all over the country when they have to play the Chicago Bears. It's really a unique situation. It's been going on for years. If the Packers play the Bears good, it's a good season. If they play the Bears bad and still win the division, it's a lousy season.
That kind of says it.
Right.
This is second down and 10 from the 25-yard line for the Pack. Of course, you played against Dick Butkus, the guy you were talking to before the game. As Farr is going to be sacked and dropped at the 24-yard line. Steve McMichael gets to him. Let's follow this play here with Matt.
Yeah, well, there's a guy, Ray, who could play with you right here, number 76.
Yeah, right.
Michael.
He's a player.
Yeah, he's one of the old-timers.
You got that right. He comes every down, and he tries, and he gives it his best 100%.
Never is blocked, always keeps going, and he'll fight you to drop him.
I know. That's my kind of guy. Did he go to Penn State?
He should have.
Ray, was there a rivalry between you and Butkus?
Not really. No. I helped recruit Butkus to go to the University of Illinois. I followed his career with. I always liked the way he played football, every down, every play, and he's a credit to the game of football. And I certainly, been a big fan of Dick Butkus.
Marcus Wilson made the catch from Farr. They'll be short of the first down, and Green Bay will have to punt. So it wasn't the kind of thing where you went out there trying to get more tackles than he did.
No. you know, the Bears, everybody, you know, the Bears would play Butkus a little different than the Packers played Nitschke. So you know, to be in the, you know, to be in the same category as Butkus is pretty good. I even named my dog after him. That's how much I think of Butkus.
Hi, tribute.
Oh, that's great. That's true.
The punt bounce it, hit a Bear player, but it goes out of bounds. Keyshawn Johnson trying to field it, and it went out of bounds, will be spotted at the 22-yard line. Well, Ray, thanks for joining us. Congratulations on being the honorary captain.
Well, thank you. It's good to be here, man. This is a great football game, and I know it's going to, I hope the Packers win.
Okay.
Good to see you, Ray.
You are about to experience the extraordinary power of renewal from Rayovac, a new kind of alkaline battery created to be reusable 25 times or more with the Renewal Power Station. Inside, there's a microchip that knows how much power each Renewal battery needs and custom charges it for you. So you get maximum life from every battery with alkaline power in every charge. That's the power of renewal from Rayovac.
"24 hours a day for more than 2 months. That's how we develop and test the engine of the Honda Civic. No wonder the Civic lasts such a long, long time. Heck, it even outlasts our engineers.
I was tired, listless. My hair looked bad. My dog moved away. My life was as bland as your average chicken sandwich. Then I tried McDonald's new McGrilled chicken. Now this was different.
A marinated chicken breast with Monterey Jack, sweet red onions, tangy herb dressing on a bakery roll.
Well, things changed. My hair looks great. My dog came home, and we struck oil in the backyard.
Coincidence? We don't think so. Try the new McGrilled chicken sandwich. Further proof that what you want is what you get at McDonald's today.
Who decides what your children are taught in school? You may be shocked to learn who's making the choices in some districts. Eye on America, tomorrow on the CBS Evening News.
Back at Lambeau Field, our thanks to Ray Nitschke for joining us with a little nostalgia. And Rich Moran on the bench. They're glad to have him back in the starting lineup at left guard, coming off a knee injury. Along with, of course, Tootie Robbins getting back last week. He'd been hurt. And Robbins back in action, replacing Joe Sims at that spot. They finally got the line they hope to start the season with here in Green Bay. And on first down, it is Matt Brock making the stop for a loss of 2.
Excellent job by Brock on fourth. He comes off the ball, gets to his outside. Watch it right here, number 62. He's going to hit right inside and then come outside. Watch, boom, look at that. Split the double, come back outside. Beautiful job. Now, the key when you're double teamed, you do one of two things. You get down and you make a pile, or you turn your shoulders and try to split through. And that time, Brock did the latter.
5 tackles. Good job. Second down, 11. Harbaugh for Anderson, and Anderson dropped immediately as he caught the ball.
That's what Leroy Butler allows you to do with your defense. He still can cover like a corner. He's big enough to play safety. You can line him up with a tight end. You can line him up on a back out of the backfield. You can still bracket him in double teams with wide receivers. Look, watch the close. Yeah, excellent job by Butler.
Third down and 7. 3 wide receivers in for Chicago, along with Ryan Wetnight at tight end. Short drop from Harbaugh. That's complete for a first down to Terry Obi, the first-year man from Oregon.
Obi on the reception. That's an excellent catch. Watch Roland Mitchell. The coverage is right. He's right on top of him. The ball's thrown where it has to be thrown. Obi does an excellent job of reaching out and catching the ball in his hand. Look, Mitchell goes to the jam. Now, get back inside. Work over the top shoulder. Look at that. Can't draw it up any better.
Terry Obi came over from Minnesota. He's an unrestricted free agent this year and has become the 3rd wide receiver for the Bears. First down at the Chicago 34. Hayward, nowhere to go.
Matt Brock
on this series. He's having a great one. This is a great series for Brock. Almost exactly same thing. They start to double him. He gets his shoulders, turns him, and comes right back upfield. Watch number 62. Look, boom. They go with the double, hold it, now split it. Excellent job.
Troy Ozine victimized on both of those plays by Brock. Second-year tackle from California moved back over to the left side. That's where he prefers to play and had been playing on the right side with the injury to Van Horn. Second down and 11. Harbaugh flushed. Harbaugh gets the first down. Good running job by Harbaugh to the 45-yard line of Chicago, an 11-yard pickup.
And that was all Harbaugh. He looks downfield. He doesn't see anything he likes, so there's good coverage. Now he just takes off and runs. Look at this. Everything opens up in the middle. All the coverage. Now look, he knows where he's got to go, right here. See that? Excellent job.
First down, Chicago at the 45-yard line, trailing 10-3. 3:42 to go here in the third. The draw and then come to the running back Anderson. He gets about 3 as the pack reacted well to it. George Kuntz, the linebacker, number 53, waiting for Anderson.
They went with the play action underneath. Reggie White never bid on it. He just kept on coming. He forced the pass. Now Harbaugh had enough presence to get it over the top and dip it in there.
Second and 7 at the 49-yard line of Chicago. Hits it up behind Hayward, but no gain. Middle of the Packers defense, Bill Mazin on it, number 77, and Bryce Pop, the linebacker, number 95. Moss, who has an Achilles tendon problem, has been getting some time on the nose for John Jurkovic. Moss, of course, intended to be the starter there, coming over from Kansas City, but has been bothered by that Achilles problem. 2:30 to go in the third quarter. Third down. Bears need 5. Big rush. And it is cut by Conway. Curtis Conway over Buckley. And a first down Chicago at the 25.
Conway does an excellent job right here. Watch Buckley. See, the problem with Buckley, he doesn't make the play at the end. He has the coverage, ball's in the air. Look, when the receiver turns and looks, that's when the DB has to also make it. Watch the pressure come right up the middle. Tony Bennett, number 90, the job that was done on him by Neil Anderson couldn't have been any better.
Enabled Harbaugh to get the ball off as he saw the blitz coming. This is Hayward, and he barrels for 5 to the 20-yard line. George Kuntz made the tackle. The Bears read the blitz, and Buckley never did look back to the ball.
No, when the ball is in the air and you're a defender, you're watching in man-to-man, you're always watching the man. When that receiver turns and looks to the ball, that's your cue to play the ball also.
Harbaugh now 7 of 8 for 64 yards in this half. Chicago 2nd and 5. Bob Christian is in with Hayward in their so-called Rhino package. And Hayward, the ball carrier, gets about 2, maybe 3, depending on the spot. George Kuntz and Wayne Simmons combined to bring him down. And you need a combination. Final minute of the third quarter. Jennings comes on, and Christian stays on. Anderson goes back off the field for Chicago. They have a third down and a long yard at the 17-yard line of Green Bay. Hayward. It'll be close. Bears say they have it. Packers say they don't. Gary Lane will be the arbiter. He's the referee. They will measure. White and Pop made the tackles.
Well, they ran right at Reggie White right here, which is kind of a surprise. Jay Lewinberg gets into him. Reggie White wins that battle.
Jay Lewinberg has been called by his offensive line coach, Tony Wise, their most consistent offensive lineman. And they are short, and yet they would like him to be at center. That's where they think his real position is, but they just don't have the personnel to play him where they like to. They need him over at the right tackle spot. Van Horn down with an arm injury, and Lewinberg having to take on the task.
Well, he can play tackle, left or right. He can play guard left or right and center. Now, center they feel is his most natural position, but a guy like that, he'll always have a job because he's so versatile.
They're going to go for it on 4th and 1. Todd Perry has come in as an extra blocker, a rookie lineman, number 75 from Kentucky. A little yet less than a yard, slightly less than a yard. Hayward and Christian, the Rhino package, the big fullbacks on the field. And they've reached the end of the third quarter without getting that play off. And so at the end of 3, the score, the Green Bay Packers 10, the Chicago Bears 3.
The interior of the Honda Civic was developed with a sunblock to help protect the fabric from fading and cracking over the life of the car. So while you may have a limit on your time in the sun, the Civic doesn't. See you tomorrow.
If you give up AT&T quality and call from Atlanta to Boston with someone else, here's your big savings. Leaving AT&T doesn't make a lot of sense.
I don't get it. Some guy bets 228 and makes $3 million bucks.
Can you imagine what Willie Mays would be worth today?
Yeah.
No holiday sweepstakes.
Another Heineken, right?
Yeah, please.
No blimp with our name on it. No racing team. None of that is what made Heineken the #1 imported beer in America.
Where's all that money come from?
Ticket prices.
Yeah, I guess.
And all those beer commercials.
This is a Goodyear Aquatred, and this is a gallon of water. Aquatred's deep groove design channels water away. At highway speeds, it moves a gallon of water every second for outstanding wet traction. Aquatred, only from Goodyear.
From the site of the 1994 Olympic Winter Games, American champion Nancy Kerrigan and many other of the world's top skaters compete in pirouette next Saturday on CBS.
Big play for Chicago right here. They go out for it on 4th and 1, and that's turn right here. The offensive coordinator. They've come up with their decisions to go for it. Let's see the play they like.
Hayward. First down, Chicago.
I could hear Bob Christian hitting the backer all the way up here. Christian, number 44, the lead blocker, just went in there full speed. And I could hear that all the way up.
Holland and Mitchell made the stop, but they paid for it. And the Bears have a first down inside the 15. Now let's listen to that impact. Yeah, I think it was Kuntz who took that shot from Christian. First down, Chicago driving. Hayward again. Hayward gets 3 more. Good drive for the Bears. In fact, the Pack has only had the ball for 2 minutes during that third quarter. We are just underway in the 4th.
The big question mark, we talked about it before, was the Bear offensive line. They have not been consistent. And right now, through this quarter, they are winning. I mean, they won the third quarter, they're into the 4th quarter, on a big 4th down. They get the first, and they're just moving the people off the ball.
7 minutes, 55 seconds on this drive. They're at the 13 of Green Bay, and Hayward met in the backfield by Bill Moss.
It's 2 pick guys meeting the backfield. Bill Moss, the nose guard. Greg Hayward, a fullback. Moss slips back inside, hits him face up.
Waddle, Obi, and Conway now, 3 wide receivers for Chicago. Anderson alone setback. Wet Knight on the wing in motion. Harbaugh's hit. Butler. The ball is loose. And Butler, well, we'll wait for the scramble. Butler had the first shot at it. Safety blitz on Harbaugh paid off. And Butler chased his own ball down. We'll see if he got it. He made the play, and he's got the ball.
That's why this Green Bay coaching staff thinks Leroy Butler is a Pro Bowl guy. And you bring him on the blitz. You can blitz a lot of people, but you got to get there. Watch him right up the middle. Look at it. Slap the ball. Reggie has a chance for an interception. It's a fumble. Butler gets on his horse, and he wins the race.
So the Packers with a big turnover. 12:49 to go.
No, my plane's stuck somewhere back
The flight has been canceled. The 5 most hated words of every business traveler. On a day like this, I know it's not the airline's fault. Still, I just want somebody to give me some answers. Those are the people I come back to. They try and find a way and give me my best option, maybe even on another airline. I appreciate that, because a little honesty goes a long way. Tell Billy by halftime, I'll be there.
What's IBM doing for customers these days? Ask Harley Davidson.
Our customers don't like to wait, so IBM helps speed things up. Getting parts orders going used to take us over a day. Now it takes about a minute.
Ask Managed Health Network.
Thousands of people call us for help, and our systems needed to keep up, so we called IBM. Now a job that once took an hour is getting done better in 20 seconds.
You want a partner who delivers results? Talk to us. There's never been a better time to do business with IBM.
Excellent. Wait a minute, guys. There's more. Check it out. Guys. It's a pizza guy, man. Much more, guys. Like free HBO for a month. Free HBO. Free HBO. Can I also mention it's free? Prove it. Just hand me the coupon, guys. Here we go. Whoa.
Buy any Bigfoot pizza and get a free trial month of HBO. Just mail in the coupon.
There, back to you, Jen. Who are you?
Bigfoot pizza. A legendary value.
Well, Tim, you saw Dave Wannstedt yelling, and I think he was yelling that the quarterback's arm, he had already thrown the ball, but watch right here. Butler will get his arm right here. Look, boom, ball is slapped out before it comes forward, and that's a fumble. And Dave Wannstedt was arguing the fact that that arm was coming forward. He's arguing hard with the referee, but the referee made the right call.
It was a 2-syllable objection for sure. On first down, Green Bay, a flag is thrown as Darrell Thompson gets about 5, maybe 6 on the play or more, depending on now this flag. And a hold is against Green Bay, so that play goes for naught. Pack has found a running attack out of the eye with Darrell Thompson.
Holding offense, number 76, 10-yard penalty, still first down.
Harry Galbraith, the right guard, number 76. We've got more football ahead here on CBS today. Doubleheader action will show you Dallas at Philadelphia. Some of you will see the Rams at San Francisco, and others, New Orleans at Phoenix. So stay with us all day long here on CBS. Jim Harbaugh on the headset, talking to the staff upstairs, plotting strategy for the next offensive series for Chicago. Thompson picks his way for about 4, and that'll leave second down and about 16. Ron Cox, the linebacker number 54, getting some time for the Bears, made the tackle.
Tim, it's been a relatively quiet day for the inside down people of the Chicago Bears. Zorich and McMichael.
Zorich just came back in, replacing William Perry. Perry gets part-time duty now, primarily on the rundowns, and says he's not unhappy with it. He likes Wannstedt. He doesn't mind being just a reserve. Second down and 15. far, trying to drill it into Sharp, and he was well covered by Joe Kane, the linebacker number 59.
Well, that was another example of him having the confidence in his arm. You know, Sharp was covered, but he just zeroed, he just put a bullet on there.
3rd and 15. Linebackers come out, and the Bears have their nickel in. And there are all of the DBs. Douglas and Mangum joining the 4 regulars. Wolford, Gale, Carrier, Jeremy Lincoln. Marcus Wilson is in the backfield for Green Bay. And Robert Brooks is wide receiver on the passing down. And Dent almost had Farmer, spins away. And it's batted away nicely, intended for Jackie Harris. Dante Jones was the man who broke it up.
He's hot. He's hot. He got away from the sack. Then he tried to force the ball again. But way at the other end, Sterling Sharp was wide open. You're going to see if he's going to look. Right there, look. Boom. Nice job by Dante Jones. Comes back and knocked that ball away. All the way at the top of the field, though, Tim, which would have been hard for him to see. Sterling Sharp had gotten behind the defender.
Good defensive series for the Bears. Leitner's punt. Obi started the fair catch signal and then decided to run it and is dropped right where he caught it at the 30.
It's the story of Jack, the Great Pumpkin King, and 4 cool new watches at Burger King. To get a watch for $1.99 from the everyday value menu, order each time. New lower prices on food that's delicious, and see Tim Burton's The Nightmare Before Christmas. 4 watches to choose from. Isn't that fine? Each one is different for $1.99. Watches from Burger King, just one more case of everyday value. I love this place.
Citibank has really given us a new sense of self because we have our own identity.
I have a Citibank Visa card, and it does have my photo on it, so I have one less worry.
And not only that, but you can pick where you like. So it doesn't look like a DMV photo.
I don't know why the other credit cards aren't doing the same thing. We need a photo card. The family members can tell us apart.
Introducing the first credit card with your photo and signature on front from not just Visa, Citibank Visa.
She asleep?
Finally.
Did you read her the bunny story?
I read her the bunny story 3 times.
Come on, I got something for you.
Wow.
Well, you earned it.
What is this?
It's a great Chardonnay.
It's really good. Are you trying to get romantic or something?
Romantic? What's that?
We invite you to try a very special Chardonnay. It's time for a change to the wines of Ernest and Julio Gallo.
Well, it is the intense low-scoring battle typical of this series. Green Bay holding a 10-3 lead. And they had the ball through most of the first quarter. More than 16 minutes, Green Bay had possession. They scored the only touchdown. But look what's happened since then. The Bears have been controlling the football.
They've been winning the battle up front with their offensive line. They've been able to get a running game going. And Harbaugh's still been under some pressure, but he's come down with a couple of third downs.
And yet the Bears offense continues to struggle in the scoring department. Harbaugh is now 9 of 12 for the game, 92 yards. Throwing on first down, flush. Hayward helps him. And Hayward takes 3 Packers on his back for a gain of 8. Simmons and Brock along for the ride.
He's going to get some pressure from Reggie White coming from the inside. John Yurkovich takes that double. Watch right there to the screen. Now watch White. He's going to fill the void right there. See him? Now you get out of there. Buy some time with your legs again. Find Hayward. Completed pass.
Second down. About 3. Neil Anderson, and he has the first down at the Bear 40-yard line. So this much maligned Bear offensive line starting to put it together here, both on the ground and in pass protection. Butler made the tackle.
This is where a guy like Craig Hayward really becomes valuable. Now, all game long, he's been throwing his 300-plus pounds on those linebackers and linemen. And he gets that 5-6 yard head start, and he starts pounding them. Now in the fourth quarter, And now you start to get a little bit gun-shy about that guy pounding on you.
Anderson with 61 yards has to carry again. They have him in the backfield. He gets back to the line of scrimmage, and a flag is down. Holland made the tackle. Good pressure from Reggie White initially.
Well, they called a hold on the Bears again.
Holding offense, number 62. 10-yard penalty, still second down.
That's holding number 3 for Bortz. Mark Bortz got called for the 3rd time today. First one out to give him to a wash, but the next, let's watch number 62 right here. Get the hands, work up top, hold. Yeah, to me, I don't, to me, that's not a hold. I mean, that's the way the league allows you to block anymore.
David Grant was the man he was gripping. 1st and 20. Nowhere. Packers, good response to that.
Johnny Holland. Yes, sir. And we said it in stereo. Johnny Holland made an excellent play. Came up, read it very quickly. The key to his screen is once you see it, hey, you got to get up there. Because if those linemen get out in front of him, you're not going to be able to beat him because it's hard in the open field.
Talking to the Bears staff, you had the feeling they didn't think as much of Holland as the Green Bay people do. So he's happy to make plays like that. Might change their opinion of him. 2nd down and 20. That's complete to Waddle. Short of the 1st down. It'll leave 3rd down and about 5 for Chicago out at their 44-yard line. Holland and Roland Mitchell combined on that stop.
One of Waddle's strengths is the fact that he always comes back to the ball. All the good receivers do it. But Tom Waddle, man, that's the biggest part of his game. He'll push that, work that defender back, off, get him on the backdrop, and then boom, he'll make that cut and come right back to the ball.
Harbaugh now 12 of 15 for 115 yards. He has a big play here, 8:30 to go. Good coverage, and he is dropped. George Cooks. That's a coverage sack, number 5 of the day for Green Bay.
Yeah, they went man-to-man, what Ray Rhodes thought they could do with their receivers. Now watch, everybody's covered. Harbaugh has nowhere to go with this coverage. Look, under here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 1 free back here. Everybody is covered.
Gardocki, a good punt. Excellent punt by Gardocki, fielded at the 10, bobbled. Teague is dropped at the 9-yard line. We'll return to Lambeau Field after this message from your local station. You're watching the NFL on CBS.
This is CBS.
You've seen the scary costumes, the big rubber spiders, the haunted houses that turn up every year around this time. They're all in fun. But there are other haunted places. No costumes here. Here, the terror is real. Sights, sounds, smells you cannot explain and you dare not dismiss. Tonight at 10, Eyewitness News takes you inside the haunted places of Northeast Wisconsin. Are there really ghosts among us? See the evidence and judge for yourself. Tonight at 10 on Channel 5 Eyewitness News. Teams who cover your community.
Families are dining out more, thanks to a variety of tax-deductible home equity loans from Security Bank. To deck out your backyard, call 1-800-24-BANKING. Apply 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Families are using a variety of Security Bank home equity loans to make waves. To make a splash of your own, call 1-800-24-BANKING. Apply 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
This is the Ford Taurus, America's #1 selling car for the 2nd year in a row. And for a very limited time, it's got 2.9% financing direct from Ford. That's right, every Taurus sedan, wagon, and high-performance SHO comes with low 2.9 financing for 48 months. You get standard V6 power, standard 4-speed automatic, standard dual airbags, and more. But hurry, this is America's best-selling car, and this 2.9 financing ends soon. Quality breeds success. See it at your local Ford dealer today.
Today's game is sponsored in part by your Packerland Ford dealers.
Well, Tim, it looks like they had a mix-up on their punt return game. George Teague, the rookie, runs in from the sideline because no one's back there. Now he gets there, the ball's on the ground, and then he fields it. Normally, Terrell Buckley is the return man. No one was back there. Now, you don't know if it's a miscommunication on the sideline, or maybe Buckley just forgot to go out, but Teague runs from the sideline into the middle of the field.
It was a screw-up. We're talking about a screw-up.
Yeah, I think that's safe to say.
55-yard punt for Gardocki. 8:02 to go. 10-3 Packer lead. Ball at the 9-yard line. Great opportunity for the Bears defensively here. One setback. Give it to Edgar Bennett. And Bennett got to the corner well and has a first down. Ron Cox made the tackle. Well, after our football activity today on CBS Sports, tonight on CBS, the Russian military takes Ed Bradley to a missile base where nuclear warheads are still armed and still aimed at the United States. 60 minutes tonight. Then it's Murder, She Wrote, followed by the CBS Sunday movie, No Child of Mine, starring Patty Duke, Tracy Nelson, and Susan Blakely, all tonight on CBS. First down, Green Bay at the 20-yard line, a big run by Edgar Bennett. Thompson stopped by Sean Gale, but not before a 9-yard pickup.
Well, they get that I formation run right behind Harry Galbraith, number 76, right here. This is far I, they call that. Hey, Galbraith with a good block of McMichael opens the hole right up. Watch Galbraith. On McMichael, turn him. Get your rear end to the hole. See this right here? Here's the lane. Follow right up there.
I think Mike Holman's got to be pleased with this change to the eye. He was reluctant to do it, did it to adapt to Darrell Thompson's style. Don't forget they had John Stevens, and we were considering Eric Dickerson here because they're unhappy with their running game. This is Sharp on 2nd and 3. He has a first down to the Packer 37-yard line. And it gives them this nice mix when they can run the ball like that and then throw those short ones to Sharp.
Well, you know, the good friends out there, you see Donnell Wolford, Sterling Sharp, but he said, once that whistle blows, we're not friends anymore. He said, I'm looking forward to trying to beat Donnell. And in this one, Wolford makes a very good play.
6 catches for Sterling Sharp, 70 yards, and a touchdown. He had 4 against Tampa Bay last week. Only Don Hudson has scored that many in a game for Green Bay. They're matched up again here on first down. Sharp and Wolford. Got a good block and turns it into a first down with a second effort.
That's the second time in this series that they've been able to get to the corner. First, Edgar Bennett has a big first down. Now, Darrell Thompson goes out to the right side. So in this series, 2 big first downs coming off that right side.
48 yards for Thompson. Favre is 14 of 23 passing. First down, Packers at their own 48-yard line.
They're running right behind Tootie Robbins and Harry Galbraith.
As we mentioned earlier, the Packers finally have the line they wanted at the start of the season. Injuries kept Moran and Robbins out of the early going. Thompson on first down gets a couple to midfield. Chris Zorich, right tackle number 97, made the stop.
Again, they go back to the right side, and there's the reason. There's Tootie Robbins. He is the right side. He's a big man. He knows how to play. He brings experience. He's kind of a solidifying guy, and he's great in the locker room. And they absolutely love him. The thing you got to remember about Tootie Robbins, you know, is look at that rear end. You know, that is a whole rear end higher than everybody else's.
325 pounds, 35 years of age, Tootie Robbins. Edgar Bennett for another Packer first down.
Again, they go up the middle, and Tootie Robbins, sometimes, watch him right here. Sometimes you get your body on him, and sometimes you give the fake. Now, just get your hands on the guy. Just get the push on Joe Kane, is once you get him going backwards, you win the battle.
Carrier and Lincoln finally make the stop.
Yeah, just get your people on. Nice job. Oh, right there. Rich Moran also.
So Moran and Robbins leading this ground game now for Green Bay. First down at the Bear 40. Bennett slips. Picks up a couple to the 38.
Yeah, they're trying to find Tootie again. You can see Tootie saying, look, we're trying to stretch that. He's getting his hands going wider.
Ken Rutgers is down with an injury. The left tackle been having a fine day against Richard Dent. And we'll be back at Lambeau Field in a moment.
We have to have a communication system that never fails.
Patty was losing calls. Losing calls to her could possibly mean losing a life.
If the ambulance crews can't talk to the dispatch center, we can't run an ambulance business. If I could bring my monthly costs down, I could afford to budget state-of-the-art telephone system. That's what MCI did.
I had a great sense of responsibility.
MCI backed the product.
You tried to do the good thing.
She sat there and really listened.
This Camel system is so adaptive, it can travel 50 miles in desert heat without taking fluid, making it one of the world's most dependable animals. This automobile system is so adaptive that if necessary for your safety, it is engineered to travel 50 miles in desert heat without a single drop of coolant, which might also tell you something about its dependability. The Seville STS with the North Star system by Cadillac, creating a higher standard.
Hey, the Miss Perfect pageant.
Yeah.
We're watching hockey.
Let's watch both.
Miller Lite presents the Miss Perfect Face-Off. Okay, Bob, Miss Georgia goes to the corner. She pays the price. Here's the puck coming loose. The shot. She's gone. Brought to you by Miller Lite. If you can combine great taste and less filling, you can combine anything. Oh, that'll be sashing. 2 minutes for Miss Congeniality.
Bad call. Good beer.
Great taste, less filling. Can your beer do this?
This game summary is sponsored by McDonald's.
Tim Ryan with Matt Millen at Lambeau Field. 4 minutes to play. There's a quick look at the summary of the action so far. You can see it's been a defensive battle. Harbaugh, good numbers, 12 of 15, but not a lot of yards, 113. Sterling Sharp, 6 catches today, 70 yards in the only score. And those 5 Packer sacks, although the Bears have really done not a bad job defensively protecting Harbaugh today, but still 5 sacks by Green Bay. 2nd and 10. Edgar Bennett running well, gets about 9. Now, Ken Rutgers on the Packer bench, Matt, with a knee injury, it appears.
Yeah, and I hope not, for his sake. He's off to his best start, and he's been knocking on the door of the Pro Bowl for the last 4 years. He's not given up a sack this year. He's not too excited right now.
Strange collision on the play that caused it.
He's going to run into Tim Ryan. Watch right there. See that knee on knee when it was in a locked position.
Well, it is hopefully not a serious injury. Joe Sims, number 68, comes in to replace him. At left tackle, Sims had been playing right tackle when Robbins was injured early in the season. And we have a timeout on the field with 2:58 remaining. We'll be back at Lambeau Field in a moment.
To appreciate the higher standard created by the spacious 6-passenger accommodations of the all-new Cadillac DeVille Concours, you need only travel around town. To appreciate the responsiveness of its sophisticated North Star system, you might prefer to travel around the country. But before its North Star V8 will require its first 100,000-mile scheduled tune-up, you'd have to travel around the world 4 times. The Cadillac DeVille Concours, creating a higher standard.
I lost my shoes, I broke my arm, and my socks didn't match. I was as sorry as your average chicken sandwich. And then I tried McDonald's new McGrill Chicken Extra Value Meal. A marinated chicken breast with Monterey Jack, sweet red onions, and tangy herb dressing on a bakery roll, plus fries and a Coke. Well, my arm got better, my socks both matched, and I just found a Rembrandt in my garage.
Coincidence? We don't think so. Try the new McGrill Chicken Sandwich Extra Value Meal. Further proof that what you want is what you get at McDonald's today.
I don't say this to many people, but the job we do is the most important job I can think of.
Okay, guys, listen up.
I mean, there's no such thing as a B-plus mechanic on this airline.
Let's do it. Let's go.
Even the most junior mechanic can keep an airplane in this hangar if there's a hint of a problem. We might think a job like this would become routine. But every now and then, I just take a walk through the terminal. And right there, you see what's important.
CBS Sports coverage of the National Football League is sponsored by Cadillac and your Cadillac dealer, creating a higher standard. American Airlines, something special in the air. McDonald's, what you want is what you get at McDonald's today. And by Coca-Cola Classic, always the real thing. Always Coca-Cola.
A look at the Pack defense, hoping their offense gets first down on 3rd and 1. A big play here at the Bears' 31-yard line. Edgar Bennett, huge hole, first down to the Bear 22-yard line.
They have a big drive right now, and they've been just running the ball. The offensive line, particularly Harry Galbraith and Tootie Robbins, have been winning the battle. Yeah, they got to have the big 3rd down. They run right behind Tootie Robbins. Edgar Bennett picks it up.
9 plays in this drive now, 8 of them on the ground. And we have another timeout. With 2:50 remaining, the Bears take a timeout. We'll be right back.
The all-monster team. This linebacker is known as Stealth. Find out why after this.
Coca-Cola presents Monsters of the Gridiron.
The scariest thing about Coca-Cola's Monsters of the Gridiron is time is running out. Since millions have played, there are fewer monster packs available. Grab one and play Monsters of the Gridiron today.
That's not all, folks.
Even if you've already played, keep playing. You can still win Super Bowl tickets and other great prizes. Because with Coca-Cola, you're always in the game. Always Coca-Cola.
Junior Stealth Seau is a linebacker on the all-monster team. His mission is to slip behind enemy lines undetected. His speed and agility allow him to elude blockers and detonate his target.
The Standard, an automobile seat that may transfer bumps from the road and aggravate your back. The higher standard in the all-new Cadillac DeVille is new suspension seating, which acts like a shock absorber for the driver's back, isolating you from bumps to help reduce back pressure and increase circulation, which should leave you more refreshed mile after mile. Suspension seating in the new V8-powered DeVille by Cadillac, creating a higher standard.
Mike Holmgren, that is Green Bay Packers with a 10-3 lead, 2:50 to play, each team with a pair of timeouts remaining. This game presented by authority of the National Football League. The CBS telecast intended for the private use of our audience. Any rebroadcast or other use of this telecast without the express written consent of CBS, the Packers, and the National Football League is prohibited. First down, Green Bay at the Bear 23-yard line. Quick hitch is batted at the line, caught by Sharp. Turns it into a 5-yard gain, and Richard Dent got a hand up on it. The little things that Sharp does in addition to the big ones.
Yeah, well, you're going to throw him the ball. It doesn't quite get there, but he makes sure it gets there.
So we have another timeout, and we'll be back at Lambeau in a moment.
When we claim the new Norelco razor shaves closer than ever, without hundreds of tests to back it up, say our new precision groove helps the Norelco lift and cut system shave closer without proof? No. We wouldn't say it's our closest shave ever without science, sensors, tests. But of all the tests that prove it's closer, the most convincing requires a personal touch. The new Norelco razors, our closest shave ever.
Well, Tim, they go with the quick, and Dent sees it, automatically gets his hands up. Watch. Boom. Now the ball's in the air. Watch the adjustment of Sterling Sharp. The ball's in the air. Watch the step. He knows it's coming. Now look at this. Reaction time, go back to the ball.
And then holds on.
And a friendly hello.
Yeah, from Dante Jones, and he still held on. 2nd and 5. Darrell Thompson takes it up inside, gets about 3. Dante Jones on the tackle. Bears with 1 timeout remaining. 2:33 counting against them. 10-3 Packer lead. Only score by Sharp back in the first half. 21-yard strike from Favre. In the first quarter, the only touchdown of the game. It has been a defensive struggle and time-consuming drives by both teams on the ground, but only 1 touchdown. And it'll count to the 2-minute warning. And once again, we'll take our commercial timeout and be back with you at Lambeau Field.
Imagine you just stepped on the accelerator of an Eldorado touring coupe with the North Star system by Cadillac. Suddenly you passed 60 miles per hour, and as you quickly approach 100 miles per hour, you're wondering, is this really a Cadillac? Of course, you wouldn't really do this because you're not a professional test driver on a closed track. But if you were, you could approach 150 miles per hour. The Eldorado touring coupe with the North Star system by Cadillac, creating a higher standard.
If your business gives up AT&T quality, chasing after big savings from another long-distance company, don't expect to find a pot of gold. Leaving AT&T doesn't make a lot of sense.
Put a luggage cart in a suitcase, and what do you get? Samsonite's piggyback. It's particularly handy on long trips like the one from your car to the ticket counter.
In just over a half hour, your family will disappear out the door. What do you fix for dinner?
Well, if you're ready to go when I am.
It's quick. It's easy.
Oh, I invited Bobby over.
It's beef.
Hey, Bobby, pull up a chair.
It's what's for dinner.
More football ahead here on CBS. Our doubleheader games, Dallas at Philadelphia, the Rams at San Francisco, and some of you will see New Orleans at Phoenix. So stay with us. Lots more ahead. And that'll be preceded by our post-game show. Greg and Terry from our studios in New York. Green Bay leading 10-3. They have the football. 2 minutes to play. 3rd down and 4. At the 12-yard line of Chicago. This is Darrell Thompson. Thompson has the first down and a touchdown. For the score, that will cement things for the Packers. And Darrell Thompson has got to be feeling real good about his effort here today. A touchdown to go with it. And a running offense found by the Green Bay Packers. Thompson drafted number 2 in 1990. Has been considered a bit of a disappointment since that time. Under the Lindy Infante offense, Jackie's point after is good. He wanted this kind of an offense to run from.
And where they've been running the whole quarter, and particularly this series, was behind Galbraith and Tootie Robbins. They found something they like. Watch the right side of your screen. Robbins right there. He cleared the way, opened it all up. Now it's just all Thompson. Down the sideline. Poor tackling job by Donnell Wolford. The biggest hit of this run is right here. Brett Favre tackled his own guy in the end zone. What is that? What a goof. Heck, we have to get him on the tackle touch right there.
He is a piece of work, this young quarterback from Kiel, Mississippi. He is a dandy. So the Packer backers, Ray Nitschke put it, this is the game that really counts. The season doesn't. It's beating the Bears.
Yeah, well, those two men you just saw right there, Darrell Thompson and Tootie Robbins, had a lot to do with this victory today. as did the rest of that Packer offensive line.
Today's game produced by Richard Zients and directed by Artie Kempner. Coordinating producer of the NFL Today is Eric Mann, directed by Larry Cavallina. The senior producer of the NFL on CBS is Ed Gorin. The executive in charge of production is Rick Gentile. Jackie's kickoff bounces back upfield and is covered at the 26-yard line. Green Bay ball, Chicago ball, pardon me, at the 26-yard line. 17-3 with 1:52 to play. Terry Obie, the man to come up with it for Chicago. Green Bay going 91 yards in 12 plays and taking 6 minutes and 8 seconds of precious Bear time off the clock. Bears with 4 receivers spread across the field, 1 setback. Tight end has the first down, Chicago. Gets out of bounds, stopping the clock with 1:45.
Well, the Packers are just going to play that zone, let them catch the ball underneath, and make them work it down the field nice and slow. See, Chicago has 1 timeout left with 1:45 to go.
First down from the 36-yard line. Harbaugh to Wetnight again, the same play. Wetnight gets to the sideline once more, bumped out by George Teague, and stops the clock at 1:39. Well, we'll be coming up with the NFL Today post-game show prior to our doubleheader action. Greg and Terry will get you up to date on all of today's action. Some interesting scores you saw flashing across the screens. They'll bring you up to date on the activity therein. And, of course, an update, I'm sure, on the injury to Joe Montana. Second down and a long 3. Chicago with 1:39 remaining. At the Bear 43-yard line. Harbaugh gets time and he hits Waddle. Waddle has a first down at the 38 of Green Bay.
For the first down to Waddle.
Mike Schuler signaling in the plays in this hurry-up. We've got those ready, of course. Harbaugh rushed and unloaded the ball. Incomplete. Reggie White is there. And Tony Bennett.
Yeah, well, Reggie White got to use that club. What he'll do is watch Reggie White down the bottom. He's going to work up the field to get all the tackles, momentum going upfield. Now throw the club. Look at that. From inside out. A lot of pressure.
Well, that's a rush combination Packer fans are looking forward to the rest of the season now that Tony Bennett is back. It will definitely take some pressure off Reggie White. Free him up a little more. Second down and 10. Harbaugh sacked by White. They got away from Jay Lewinberg. Sack number 6.
Coverage sack, Tim. Lewinberg forced him past the pocket. There was nowhere to throw the ball. White does a good job of changing direction, coming back off of Lewinberg. Back to the inside. Nowhere to throw this football. Everybody matched up with 2 people over the top. Look at that. They're man-to-man all here, and over the top you have the 2 safeties. Now watch Reggie White. Lewinberg does a good job. Hold the inside. Now push him past the pocket. Now watch the change of direction by White. Now guess what? Reggie White is now the leader. The most sacks since 1982. And you know, when you're talking about sacks, he knows they always come in bunches. Through the beginning of the season, a new system, playing with new players. He wasn't really getting the numbers. He says he wasn't concerned with the numbers, but I know he is. And I also know that Reggie White will get his sack, and when they come in bunches.
Bears with a third down and 14. 1:13 remaining. Harbaugh under pressure, sacked again by Bennett.
Tony Bennett gets his sack, Tim, and again, excellent coverage by the secondary of the Green Bay Packers.
Packers came into this game ranked number 23 against the pass. They've done a good job today. And Harbaugh's hit as he released the ball. It goes harmlessly into short right. And Bennett was there again, and so was Reggie White. And Harbaugh gets up slowly. One thing about Harbaugh is he is a tough guy. You can see him shrugging off the trainers, trying to help him off the field. He wants to go off under his own power.
Well, this is what the Green Bay Packers were hoping to see from the start of the season. Watch number 90 at the top of your screen, Bennett. Down below, Reggie White, 92. The bookend defensive ends. It's called meet at the quarterback. They're excited. The Green Bay Packers coaching staff is excited. Reggie White on one side, Tony Bennett on the other. And the third one in that mix is Bryce Pop, who they'll move inside and who they think is a very, very good inside pass rusher.
Pop with 4.5 sacks playing in Bennett's absence coming into this game. So they have definitely improved their pass rush with the return of Tony Bennett. Peter Tom Willis has come in for the injured Jim Harbaugh. Willis, the 4-year man from Florida State, has seen very little action as a Chicago Bear. There have been fans who, and some writers in Chicago, who think he should have been inserted into the lineup earlier this season. Of course, the Bears have a huge financial commitment to Jim Harbaugh, and Dave Wanstead is still a believer in Harbaugh's ability, provided he gets the time from the offensive line to get the job done for them. Doesn't look like a serious injury, but you can see Harbaugh limping. On 4th down and 20, Willis will try to keep it alive. And he lets it fly. 3 receivers there on a Hail Mary, and it is intercepted. Buckley and Butler, and it's Butler who came up with it. I think Butler stole it away from Buckley, actually. Slams the door on the Bears. 47 seconds remaining to play. So the Packers go to 4-3 in the NFC Central. The Chicago Bears will fall to 3-4. Minnesota plays Detroit tonight. You can see Detroit a game ahead of everybody else in the division due to the bye weeks.
Well, the Packers found themselves a running game. 2 weeks in a row that Darrell Thompson's come on for them. They get Bennett back. I think the worst part of the Packers season is behind them, Tim. I think they're going to get better and better from here on out.
Brett Favre says that ought to do it. Puts his arms up for the crowd in the end zone. And the clock will tick down. The Bears will head back to Chicago. This long-time rivalry falls in favor of the Packers today. And so, Green Bay, I think, as Ronstadt beats Holmgren in the middle of the field, I think the Packers have got to feel real good about what they achieved here today, even in a low-scoring game.
Well, I think the two things that stepped out, the running game for the Packers and their defense. Now, both these teams have played very good defense, and Chicago played good defense today.
Well, for Matt Millen and Leslie Visser, I'm Tim Ryan saying so long from Lambeau Field. The final score, the Green Bay Packers 17, the Chicago Bears 3. Greg and Terry will have all of today's highlights from the NFL action around the league, and plus a look ahead to the Dallas, Philadelphia, and Rams 49ers games, which are upcoming here on CBS.
Tom O'Keefe is in the grip of a really tough cold, but he's about to break free with an effervescent rush of relief. Alka-Seltzer Plus cold medicine. Pills take time to dissolve, but Alka-Seltzer Plus is ready the moment you take it, rushing powerful medicines to soothe your aches, relieve your runny nose, free your breathing. Nothing rushes relief like Alka-Seltzer Plus.
Groot, men are back.
Broncos, Cherokees, Pathfinders, any pickup or 4x4, on-road or off. Introducing the tough new LTX Light Truck Series from Michelin.
The hurry-up nature now taken to wretched excess in Lambeau Field, where the Packers have beaten the Chicago Bears. Welcome back to our studio, everyone. Greg Gumbel along with Terry Bradshaw. Good day for the Green Bay Packers as they move their record to 4-3, and the Bears fall to 3-4. We remind you this is a doubleheader Sunday here on CBS. Coming up, the Dallas Cowboys against the Philadelphia Eagles, the Rams against the San Francisco 49ers, or the New Orleans Saints against the Phoenix Cardinals. Most of you will see Dallas and Philadelphia. Jim Nantz and Randy Cross standing by at Veterans Stadium in Philadelphia to call that game. Have a preview.
Veterans Stadium is cold and dreary for the Cowboys and Eagles, each team 4-2 on the season. And one of the headline stories going into this game, quarterback Ken O'Brien will start for the Eagles. What do you think of that, Randy?
They didn't just dredge this guy up out of a local swamp somewhere. This is a quarterback that can throw the ball. He was in the Pro Bowl 2 years ago, and he's going to have a new target today, James Lofton. And James Lofton is a receiver that I think if the Dallas Cowboys give him the right coverages, he'll get in the holes and he'll be a factor.
One player on this field who makes very few mistakes is Troy Aikman, the Cowboys quarterback who's thrown only 2 interceptions the whole season.
The one thing you look at Troy's game, you really notice is if a defense gambles, and Bud Carson's Eagles defense will gamble, he can take advantage of it. And the receiver he likes to get the ball to is Michael Irvin, considered by most people in the leagues to be the best receiver right now in the NFL.
There's a lot of chilliness and precipitation in the air. What kind of factor will that be?
It's going to be a big factor. I really believe it's a ball maintenance game. You got to grip it. You got to hold on to it, because if you get loose with it at all, that ball's going to the ground.
All right, let's grip it and rip it as we send it back to New York. The Eagles and Cowboys coming up shortly, Greg.
All right, Jim, Randy, thanks very much. So that is one of 3 doubleheader games coming your way. Ken O'Brien gets the start for the Eagles today. Now, he knows Rich Kotite very well because they're both former New York Jets.
Yeah, I think the offense really won't be a problem because O'Brien was with Kotite with the Jets. Greg, when you look at games like this where you have weather as a real factor, people out there watching this game will think, well, turnover, yeah, you got to have turnovers. That's how that happens. But I really think the key is the quarterbacks that aren't afraid, or the coordinators who aren't afraid to turn their quarterbacks loose, because the receiving team, the passing game, you know where you're going. The defense doesn't. They have to react, which means they're going to be real late slipping and sliding. I really, whoever can control the ball as a quarterback and throw it is the team that's going to win this game.
All right, Terry. So we have just seen, as we remind you of our doubleheader games coming up, once again, the final at Lambeau Field, 17-3 Green Bay over the Chicago Bears. And standing by in Green Bay, Leslie Visser with quarterback Brett Favre. Leslie.
Greg, that's right. The Pack is back, and this is one of the reasons for quarterback Brett Favre. Brett, terrific today. What were you able to do against the Bear defense?
Well, we knew coming in that it was going to be a defensive struggle, and it was. And our defense came out on top, but we just knew we couldn't give up turnovers. We gave up 1, but we won that battle, and that's the reason we won today.
You felt you were able to establish a running game today?
Well, we knew we had to run the ball against them, and we did. Darrell Thompson did a heck of a job, and our offensive line has just really come strong for us.
What's it like to play with Sterling Sharp? Do you feel you can just throw the ball anywhere near him, he's going to catch it?
Majority of the time. You know, sometimes we make a lot of mistakes, but you give him the ball 90% of the time, and something good's going to happen.
Do you feel like you've won 3 in a row now? Have you turned the corner?
Well, it feels good. You know, we struggled early, but now it seems like things are going great for us. But we have a tough schedule ahead of us, and hopefully we can keep it going.
Well, so far, so good. To you, Greg.
All right, Leslie, Brett Favre, thanks very much. What do you think about the Packers now?
I like the Packers. I like what Mike Holmgren's doing. Number one, he put Darrell Thompson, the running back, in the eye, which is what he was used to out of college. Mike Holmgren's not used to the eye, and also today you saw play action out of the eye. This is really going to help the Packers because you got to be able to run the football when it's cold, Greg.
All right, Terry, in Atlanta, the Tampa Bay Bucks are leading the Falcons 31-17. There's still 8.5 minutes remaining in this game, but Tampa Bay has been very impressive. Bobby Hebert impressed with a forearm from number 75, Eric Curry. But Craig Erickson, what a day he's having.
Got a middle linebacker blitz, isolated Jesse Tuggle, the outside linebacker, man for man on Vince Workman. He got inside of Tuggle for the 42 TD reception.
Now, this is Erickson working his way out of the backfield on the run and then flips to Reggie Cobb. 14-0 Tampa Bay. Sam Weiss lights it on the sideline. And Reggie Cobb, 17-yard gain, but on the tackle by Scott Case, sprained left knee sends Cobb to the sideline. Back comes Erickson and Horace Copeland.
Beautiful job. Quick step. Caught a two-man coverage rotation by the safety. Scott Case is too late. Horace Copeland, this is his 4th TD reception in the last 2 games, Greg.
Little flip in the end zone. And the little play action here. And he finds Copeland again. Down the sideline, he beats Deion Sanders. But the Falcons have come back strong. They have just scored another touchdown. Another waiting for the extra point, but the Tampa Bay Bucks still lead. And it is now 8 minutes, 12 seconds to play in that game. The extra point is good. Tampa Bay leads at 31-24. At the Meadowlands, it is all over. The New York Jets have beaten the New York Giants by a score of 10-6. Was this a tough game or what? Is there a lot of feeling in this game, Terry?
Well, you know, crosstown rivals, it's big city, New York, but look at this. You got a coach who's under fire, and the other one's getting all the accolades, but a fumble by the Giants right off the bat sets up a Jet opportunity.
Scott Mercereau recovers for the New York Jets. Jared Bunch gets stopped for a loss by Marvin Jones as the New York Jets defense played big time today, and then Brad Baxter, 2 yards and a touchdown, only touchdown of the day. And then Phil Simms, going up against a familiar guy in Ronnie Lott.
Setting in there, looking, just stared down too long. Ronnie Lott, so many years back there as a free safety and a strong safety, reading the eyes of the quarterback, reacting to the football. The Jets today, Greg, were able to run the football, were able to do short passes. Here's Simms again.
Final play of the game, 4th down play, falls incomplete in the end zone. Giants needing a touchdown to win this game rather than a field goal, and they come up short. The Jets win at 10-6. Jets are now 3-4 on the year, while good news for the Dallas Cowboys, the Giants fall to 5-2. In Miami, the Dolphins leading the Kansas City Chiefs 27-3. Joe Montana left this game, Kansas City Chiefs, injuring his left hamstring once again. Meanwhile, running back Harvey Williams was taken from the field on a stretcher with a sprained neck. At first, he didn't have feeling in his arms. They were concerned that it was a severe neck injury. They are now looking at a head injury, but at least he does have movement in his hands and his arms, and Harvey Williams is now said to be suffering from a sprained neck. They are still, of course, keeping him under close observation. Meanwhile, the Miami Dolphins looking to move their record to 6-1, and with a victory, Don Shula will tie George Halas for most coaching victories ever in the National Football League at 324. Indianapolis Colts at home have beaten the New England Patriots by a score of 9-6. Field goals in this game, Indianapolis behind Dean Biasucci had 1 more than New England, and they moved their record to 3-4 on the year. Bill Parcells and the Patriots fall to 1-7. We'll take a timeout and then continue with more on the NFL Today post-game show in just a moment.
This Camel's system is so adaptive, it can travel 50 miles in desert heat without taking fluid, making it one of the world's most dependable animals. This automobile system is so adaptive that if necessary for your safety, it is engineered to travel 50 miles in desert heat without a single drop of coolant, which might also tell you something about its dependability. The Seville STS with the North Star system by Cadillac, creating a higher standard.
What's in the bag? Lunch. Quarter pound of cheese, fries. Kick you for it. First one that misses. I know. Watches the winner eat. Barefoot. Helmet on backwards. Split the uprights. Through the tunnel. Hook it. Off the stone guy. Split the uprights.
These guys are good.
Off the freeway. Through the tunnel. Off the scoreboard. Split the uprights.
Doubleheader action here on CBS today. Some of you will see Dallas against Philadelphia, the Rams against the 49ers, or the New Orleans Saints against the Phoenix Cardinals. Looking ahead to that Rams-49ers game, it'll take place at Candlestick Park in San Francisco. That's where Pat Summerall and John Madden are standing by with a preview.
Well, here at Candlestick Park in San Francisco, we're getting ready for the San Francisco 49ers and the Los Angeles Rams. We've been doing these games for years, and Seems like every time you think of the Rams, you think of their quarterback, number 11, Jim Everett, started 87 straight games. Well, today he's not starting. T.J. Rubley's starting. So we've just been watching him in warm-ups, and I'll tell you, he looks cool. I don't know if he's ready to play or not, but he sure looks like he's ready to play. I'm up in the booth. My partner, Pat Summerall, is down on the field, and he has a quarterback coach of the Los Angeles Rams, Ted Tollner. So he's going to ask him about it.
What sort of changes have you had to make? Starting a new quarterback, T.J. Rubley, Everett for so long, what sort of changes have you had to make?
You know, honestly, we've tried to go in with the same game plan that we would if Jim was playing. And normally you would cut back with a youngster starting his first game, but we felt our only chance to beat San Francisco was to give him a full deck, and that's what we're going to try to do. Careful, careful.
Thank you. Okay. You must have some idea of what you think the 49ers might try to present Rubley with.
Well, normally it's a lot of blitz. Now, they're not a big blitz team except they get in the red area, but we anticipate a good share of it today to see if he can handle it. And I think he's ready to handle it.
I'm glad you see you're worried about me.
I'm worried about you because we're breaking rocks right here on your head.
If Rubley doesn't get it done, what will happen then? Back to Everett?
We're going in saying he's going to get it done, and we are not going to worry about what might be. I mean, we think he can get it done, and he's going to get a fair shake today. And let's leave it at that, and that'll be Chuck's call.
Thanks so much.
My pleasure.
We appreciate it.
Okay. All right.
Rams San Francisco, one of our doubleheader games. Another, the New Orleans Saints against the Phoenix Cardinals in Tempe. And for more on that game, let's send you to Tempe and Dick Stockton.
And welcome to Sun Devil Stadium on an overcast afternoon at Tempe, Arizona, and it is a comfortable day for those who figured that maybe the New Orleans Saints will be coming into a cauldron here in the desert area. Not so much. It is a beautiful day and not overly warm at all as the Saints go against the Phoenix Cardinals in really what is an important game for both teams. Now, the Cardinals are 2-5 on the year, and Coach Joe Bugel has the sword of Damocles hanging over his head, the ultimatum by the owner, Billy Bidwell, that he will be retained if he has a winning year. But his record is 2-5, coming off a loss to the 49ers last week, and they hope to cut down the turnovers, which plagued the Cardinals last week. Steve Berline, again, with all of the sprained toes, still is going to be the quarterback, and we might see a lot of Johnny Bailey at running back today. And, of course, the Cardinals bring in an outstanding defense led by Eric Swan and a very big defensive line. The New Orleans Saints, of course, they've dropped 2 in a row, and for more on them, let's go down to the field to my partner, Dan Fowles.
Well, thank you, Dick. The thing that Jim Mora told us yesterday, and it was tough for him to admit it, in the last 2 weeks, his team was beat physically by the Pittsburgh Steelers and by the Atlanta Falcons. And what that means is that 2 things that they have to do, they haven't been able to do, and that's run the ball and stop the run. So on defense today, look for the Saints to really try to jam up the Cardinals, force them into obvious passing situations where they can turn loose that great pass rush led by Turnbull and Ricky Jackson. That's the story from down here, Dick.
All right, Dan, and there is a sidebar story today with the Cardinals. Ricky Prohl, their leading wide receiver, has a couple of things on his mind today. Number one, he could become a Cardinal record holder by catching a touchdown in his 6th consecutive game. But maybe more on his mind would be the fact that his wife, Kelly, is on the verge of giving birth to a child. And so we caught up with Ricky Prohl when he came out.
How's your wife making out?
Great.
Right? So far, so good. So far, so good. First time we talked to her.
About an hour ago.
Yeah. Any trouble getting up for the game today?
No.
Best of luck to you.
Appreciate it.
So we'll see what happens with Ricky Prohl as that drama unfolds. His wife, Kelly, will be in the stands to watch the game today. That's the story from Tempe. Now let's go back to New York.
All right, Dick, thanks very much. Earlier this afternoon, we reported on the NFL Today that St. Louis is the heavy favorite to join Charlotte as an NFL expansion team. We had a chance to speak with Leonard Boogie Weinglass, who heads up one of the 2 Baltimore groups vying for a franchise. Weinglass was at his home in Baltimore, where we asked him if St. Louis is getting a team was a done deal.
One of the frustrating things to me, I've played by all the rules. I've never lobbied any of the owners. I've been told not to. And I've just found out that a lot of the cities have met all the owners, just about all of them, and I haven't.
Are you of the opinion that St. Louis should get a franchise? Is that a football city, more so than yours, perhaps?
Absolutely not. You know, Greg, when I think of St. Louis, and I'm not knocking them, I think of Ozzie Smith. That's the first thing that comes to my mind. When I think of Baltimore, I think of Johnny Unitas, Alan Michie, and our football tradition, where we sold out 60 straight games.
Let's say you don't get a franchise. Are you looking to buy a team that's already in the league?
Well, Greg, Let me say this, and let me preface this if I may. If, and only if, Baltimore does not get a franchise, that would leave myself and the city no other choice but to try to bring another team here. And we want football.
One of the teams that is reportedly backing a Baltimore bid is the Los Angeles Rams. But should Baltimore fail to get an expansion team, the NFL today has learned that the Rams themselves may consider relocating to Baltimore. The Rams do not believe they have a binding lease in Anaheim, where attendance has steadily declined in recent years and where many luxury boxes remain empty. Should this scenario ever come about, the irony would be that Georgia Frontieri, who owns the Rams, having inherited the team from her late husband, Carol Rosenblum, would return the team to the city where Rosenblum first began his NFL ownership involvement. Doubleheader day here on CBS. 3 games coming up. Dallas, Philadelphia, bad weather. Who do you like?
I would have to go with the Cowboys. They got the full load, running, the passing, great defense. But on the other side, in games like this, with a team like Philadelphia that's an underdog with all the problems they've had to go through with injuries, and I would have to look at Philadelphia doing some really special things today. Herschel Walker, look for Herschel maybe to play a little tight end motion, play some flanker. He caught the 55-yard touchdown pass against the Redskins from a flanker position. I think that's how they'll beat them. Reverses, you know, that kind of stuff.
That kind of stuff.
If you're going to win, football stuff.
Enjoy the second game coming your way here on CBS. See you later.
They come from China, from Thailand, from England, Germany, France, and Australia. Every day, people from 33 countries across 5 continents come together in the friendly skies. United. Come fly the airline that's uniting the world. Come fly the friendly skies.
When you look for champions, you look to CBS Sports.
From the site of the 1994 Olympic Winter Games, American champion Nancy Kerrigan and many other of the world's top skaters compete in pirouette next Saturday on CBS.
This is CBS.
Why drive a car when what you really want is a hot-looking truck that says a little something about your personality? The Monroe Sport Truck is packed with the top names in truck accessories, like Duraliner, the world's best-selling truck bed liner featuring the exclusive tailgate protector. Make a statement with sleek sun visors and cab spoilers from Lund. And complete the look with the sculptured style of running boards from Quality Components. Inside or out, it's just what you've been looking for. The Monroe Sport Truck. See your local new truck dealer today.
Your Valley Area Buick dealer invites you to see the new Park Avenue Better for 94.
We've made it better for you.
They really have. Choose the car that's been named the best American luxury car value 2 years in a row. Park Avenue.
We've made it better.
Now, new quality and safety features make Park Avenue an even better value. Silver's $1,000 cash back.
Park Avenue, America's luxury leader. Test drive one today, your Valley Area Buick dealer.
The year 2032. The city, Los Angeles. The movie, Demolition Man. The restaurant.
All restaurants are Taco Bell.
The reason, delicious tacos, burritos, and nachos. Exactamundo. The prices, only $59, $79, and 99 cents.
I'm impressed.
The action, the adventure, the excitement. It's now playing at a Taco Bell restaurant near you.
What if Larry McCarran took on Reggie White?
Yeah.
No. What if Larry McCarran took on Reggie White with a camera and a microphone?
That's a different story. Now I can handle that.
Exclusive interviews with Reggie White, Mondays and Fridays at 6 and 10, only on WFRB TV5.
Exclusive interviews with Reggie White are sponsored by Pabst, reminding you don't drink and drive, and by your Packerland Ford dealer.
Eyewitness News, live at 5. Ooh, it's so good.
The following program is a paid advertisement. WFRB TV and WJMN TV are not responsible for any claims made by the sponsor.
Join Bob Mann, the #1 selling sports video instructor of all time. Bob and his celebrity guests will help you unravel the mysteries of golf. Atop the Billboard charts for over 5 years, Bob has been awarded 8 gold and platinum video awards.
In the next 30 minutes, you'll learn just how easy and natural golf can be for you. So join me and Joe Theismann, Tracy Austin, Joe Klecko, Oscar Robertson, Brooks Robinson, and Pat Hayden. We're going to give you proof positive today that an automatic dynamic golf swing is just around the corner if you adopt a few simple principles. These folks are a lot of fun, so you're going to have a good time watching. So join me and my celebrity guests for my all-new Golf Dynamics Volume 3.
Never played golf before? Watch Bob's videos. I hit the ball great today. I'm so excited. I love the game.
I would recommend the Bob Mann automatic golf video for anyone who wants to cut down some strokes on their golf game.
It's a light, lively video. It rolls right along.
You get the Bob Mann automatic golf video, you've got your own teaching professional right there in your living room. When I really concentrated after watching this tape, success. Bob's helped me dramatically, making a lot of pars from just off the green.
So what you're going to learn is you're going to learn a method that actually nearly doubles the amount of leverage that you have when you hit a golf ball. Because if we connect ourselves properly to this golf club, through the proper automatic golf grip, what we do is we have a lever that is the combined length of this shaft and the left arm. Now let's take a look at this. If I move this entire lever, it's bound to be more powerful. It's just bound to be more powerful than if we do something like this. The Bob Mann golfer's philosophy for peace of mind. Use minimum leverage in your financial dealings and maximum leverage in your golf swing. When we set up properly before that swing begins, we have a long lever that leads all the way from that left shoulder down through the left arm and down through that club head. And if we maintain that lever throughout the swing, we're going to have maximum power and accuracy. My automatic golf method is just that. It's a simple instruction method that causes you to hit the ball well automatically. My method consists of 3 instructional videotapes that will help your game no matter your level of play. Joe Theismann, rarely do I have somebody on the show as beloved as you. You know, I've had all kinds of guests, and today at lunch, you know what happened? Telegrams. Joe Theismann, break a leg. I mean, that's the show business. We don't have people getting telegrams like that.
Normally, I get break the other leg.
Break the other
break
leg.
the other leg. I already did the one.
You're one of the worst golfers I've ever seen in my life.
Well, I really appreciate that, Bob.
Yeah. I mean, I call them like I see them.
That's why I'm here. I came for help. I know
You
that.
have no tempo, lousy grip. Here, let's see what's going to happen.
That's it.
That's the fade you're talking
That's
about.
it right there.
That's not bad, though.
That's
That's
left,
not bad.
left to right, left to right.
I'll
Long
tell you,
iron,
though,
left to right.
I believe, though, if you'd stand a little closer to the ball, you'd have a little more explosive action, a little more explosive power.
Closer?
Just a little bit.
Even more than here?
No, that
Right
looks
there about
pretty
right?
good, Yeah. I told you. You see, the Bob Mann method, it never fails. Explosive power.
Is that explosive enough for you?
A little closer to the ball. Why do you do that? Why do you back off from the ball?
I feel like
I feel like I can't, I feel like if I get it up to here, I have to just sort of get it away from myself, and that's why I felt like I was taking it to the right. I just feel like I have a tough time coming into here and striking the ball.
That's because your left foot. My objective with Joe Theismann is to slow down his rhythm, to put more of the swing in the large muscles of the body and less of the swing in the hands. But we don't do it by working on the swing. We work on the automatic golf method, the pre-swing procedure. When we do that, the swing will occur automatically. Now, the first step in a good automatic golf swing is a proper grip. It's fundamental. I've never seen a great player with a bad grip or a bad player with a great grip. Once you learn the proper golf grip, that proper automatic golf grip, you'll find out that the stance, the posture, and the distribution of the weight will follow very naturally. Now, there's a critical juncture. We have to keep that grip proper as we lower the club.
Oh, that's a beautiful grip. Now, this may take a shot or two to get used to, but that's a golf grip. Now, that was a lot better golf swing. It still went right, but for some reason, that had the action of slowing down your hand.
It felt it, too.
Felt great, didn't it?
Yes, it did. The contact was nice and crisp.
It may take you 24 balls, and you are not worth the investment. I'm not going to stand up here with you, but it may take you that to get used to that.
Okay.
Aha. Bob, there's hope. What did it feel like?
Felt
It had
great.
to feel like a little slower rhythm. Not necessarily less powerful. You're making a great powerful move, but slower in the sense that the hands were moving at the same speed of the body. Not this quick trying to save the shot.
That was the first time I felt like I didn't hit it with my hand. I actually felt like I had my legs get involved a lot more, and the hands just sort of came through. That was the first time I felt that way.
That was a perfect swing.
Sitting down, I feel closer to the ball than I normally feel, and then I go 1, 2, 3.
Oh, my God.
That's 2 in a row.
2 in a row.
2 in a row.
2 in a row.
I really recommend the video because so many of us get involved with little habits, and we start hitting the ball bad on the golf course, and we say, oh, well, I can correct that. But where do you go to correct it? You go see a golf professional, you walk up, you get a lesson, you leave, and only what you're able to maintain in your mind for a little while you keep. This way, you get the Bob Mann automatic golf video, you've got your own teaching professional right there in your living room. As soon as you're done, you have trouble, you go in, you look at the video, you go out, and it gives you a great opportunity to correct it. It's a great teaching aid and a lot of help.
Tracy Austin. There's a lot of women coming to this game, and they're just beginning just like you. So we're going to take it from the top. We're going to get you in a position. And you have an advantage because you played tennis, and tennis is a little bit like golf. And we talked about this before we got on camera, the concept that the tennis racket moves at the same speed here. In golf, there's what we call a lag delay. We have to move the body, and the club responds to the body's move. You've been told that a golf swing is an unnatural move, and that you need to purchase a bunch of training aids or expensive devices to achieve it. Tracy Austin is going to give you proof positive that a golf swing is a totally natural move, a move common to a variety of sports, a move that you can learn quickly at home once you adopt my automatic golf method. And the only training device that you'll need is one of the golf clubs that you already own. You learn the pre-swing procedure, you practice the motor move, and you're going to have a golf swing. You just have to pick up a club and do this move. Now, you know, let's be honest. You're not going to get 48% stronger in your left hand to support this club in the next 10 minutes.
Right.
What we are going to have you do, though, is hit some little shots from about here to that, well, actually the woman's tee up there.
Right.
And get the feeling of the motion of the shot. And then you got to make the investment of the time. Wait a second. A ringer. You love it, huh?
I'm addicted. Let me try again. Oh! Oh!
Terrific.
Right
Are
in the
you
water.
believing this?
Right in the water, but this is the men's tee.
Well, you just keep doing the dancey move with your legs and keep hitting solid. We'll get the ball straightened out here. Tracy, just more of the same. You just look terrific. Super. Super.
Perhaps you've heard claims that the wrist cock is the principal source of power in a golf swing. We can clearly see that Tracy leads that swing with her lower body and produces a very dynamic swing with very little wrist movement. Now let's look at Tracy in stop action. As she begins the downswing in a moment here, you'll notice the left hip and the legs initiate the downswing. Terrific position right here. At impact, her knees are bent, and the club is fully extended down the line. Even after impact, the knees are flexed. Good work, Tracy.
Came out here today with Bob, and he really helped me. I hadn't played golf before, and I hit some incredible shots.
You said a very interesting thing yesterday. You said you've got to take it as your own before you're willing to do it.
Right.
And that's true. I meet a lot of people, and they say, Bob, I've seen your videos. They're wonderful. I'm saying, yeah, but are you doing the motor exercise? Have you changed your grip? Oh, you mean I really got to do that stuff? See, somebody's got to really believe it. They got to say, this makes sense to me.
Right.
So when we talked yesterday, and we really got you later in the day where you were moving the club, holding it on the line, I could see you adopt it as your own. But to make it work, you got to watch that back ball. That's it. That's it. It's a punch shot. Now, you didn't hold the head back quite enough, but you were really active with the lower body. If we can get the two elements together, we're going to have it.
That has been my whole problem. I have really never worked with my legs as much because I feel like I get so screwed up when I move as much. But as of yesterday showing...
That was a good move with your legs there. So let's combine the two things. Make that good relaxed move with the legs, but watch this ball until after impact. I want to emphasize for the folks at home that when you're learning a new procedure, pamper yourself, tee that ball up, make it easy. Then lower the ball down. Then remove the tee. Then go to a longer club. So what we've got Joe doing is we want him very relaxed about the shot, so we're pampering him a little bit, teeing that ball up. Okay, the two things, just that nice free move with the legs and watch the back ball until the first one lands. I love it.
That was perfect.
And a rhythm.
Yeah.
I mean, that had the rhythm of golf right there. What more can I do for you? That looks terrific.
That felt great.
Yeah.
Now, if I just work on it a little bit, I can get it.
Work on it home. What your homework is to not try to get to the long shots too soon. Take this 7-iron, go out there for a couple, 3 days, choke it down, and really stretch yourself out. Now, you mentioned yesterday some of the stretching exercises that you do, and that I've got some on my video, but you and I have in common that we both work with weights. They're not working as well for you as they are for me, obviously, but...
There's a difference.
But it does, it does tend to...
Oh, sure. Well, we talked about it yesterday. For me to extend as much, it's very hard for my right side to come with my left side.
Show me the golf motor move with just the left hand only and how that pulls you and stretches you out.
Well, this I got
left hand
to be
grip on.
very relaxing with.
Yeah.
And
okay,
it really...
but you're still coming around. I want that club to go. That's where I want it.
Right.
You see, online...
And see, when I swing, I've never had that feeling until now because of the stretch.
That's it.
And
see,
it
that's the high thing. And I can see it pulling you and stretching here. So if you'll do a few of those every day and then just work on the shorter iron, that's beautiful. Now, you see where your legs are going now?
Yeah.
That's the move of golf.
Right.
Terrific. Overnight progress is sensational.
Amazing.
Hardly a month goes by that I'm not asked to endorse some sort of a training aid or training device. Now, I'm not adverse to using gimmicks or gadgets to make a point in my teaching. But the bottom line is, you already have the best single training aid that you could ever buy, and that's called your golf club. When you learn my pre-swing procedure and use my golf motor move, you'll be getting the best training that you can ever get. You won't need some sort of a plastic device to help you with proper wrist movement or to keep you in the proper plane. Ask yourself this. With all the devices that have been sold, have you ever seen anyone actually use one, let alone play with it on the course? When you receive my automatic golf video program, you'll find that wrist cock, weight shift, head position, swing plane, and all of those other swing features you've been striving for are really effects, not causes. And they'll happen automatically for you once you adopt my pre-swing procedure. On Automatic Golf, let's get started. You'll learn proper club selection and fit, as well as an easy method for assuring online shots for all the shots that you hit, even if they are slightly mishit. Also on Automatic Golf Let's Get Started, you or your beginning family member or friend will learn about the terminology of the game. On Son of Automatic Golf, you'll learn strategy as well as the stroke-cutting specialty shots. You'll also learn how to putt with a friendly roll that will cause the ball to hunt the hole and dive in rather than lip out. The stroke-saving pitch and chip shots are also covered on Son of Automatic Golf, the specialty shots. My programs include a liberal use of computer graphics whenever they are valuable in enhancing the teaching message. My Automatic Golf video series has taken over 8 years to produce. It's helped over 1 million golfers. I hope you'll allow me to help you.
Never played golf before? Watch Bob's videos. I hit the ball great today. I'm so excited. I love the game.
There isn't a better teaching aid that I've found out there than Bob Mann's Automatic Golf Video.
Bob Mann's Automatic Golf Series isn't just for the rich and famous. Bob has helped over 1 million golfers improve their game. Once you learn Bob Mann's Automatic Golf Swing, you'll see an immediate dramatic improvement in your game. Master the swing at home, then take it to the course. Bob's Golf Motor Move is a secret weapon that can add 30 to 80 yards to your drive almost instantly. You'll astound your friends and never again be the target of everybody's golf humor. Order now and receive all 3 videos: Automatic Golf, Specialty Shots, and Automatic Golf Let's Get Started. Learn Bob's simple grip, position, and starting move formula for the automatic swing you don't have to think about. A swing that'll give you an authoritative, accurate shot every time. And learn how to apply that same swing to the knockdown, punch shot, sand play, in every specialty situation. You'll also learn stroke-saving pitch and chip techniques and a special putting method that gives the ball a friendly roll that hunts the hole.
You'd expect to pay $50 or more for each of these acclaimed videos. But only through this special TV offer, you can get all 3 for the unbelievably low price of just $39.95.
Order my 3-tape instructional series now, and I'll tell you what. I'll throw in my new comedy video, Unauthorized History of Automatic Golf. It's totally free and at least fairly funny.
Bob's comedy video is a $19.95 value, but that's not all. Bob's Automatic Golf method is now portable because you'll also get 2 golf tips cards to take right to the course and Bob's new Automatic Golf audio cassette. The cards and cassette are worth $14.95, but they're included free. Bob's 3-tape Automatic Golf series is guaranteed for 90 days. If your game doesn't improve, return the tapes for a refund. And even if you do return the library, keep the comedy video, the cassette, and the cards as free gifts just for ordering. Call now and we'll rush your order priority mail. You'll be golfing better within a week, so don't delay. Order now.
Oscar, you know, there's a rule, as we all know, that you can't soul the club in a hazard. And so, sand trap, we're not allowed to soul that club. But there's actually a functional advantage to that on all shots. You see, when the swing is done properly, it's done with the lower body. And when you lower the club and put it down, the tendency is to bring the wrists up and lock the knees. And the body freezes.
Yeah.
When we keep the club off the ground, our tendency is to flex those knees. It's like dribbling a basketball. We want to get down on that ball, keep the spring in the body here. So I want you to set up for this shot with a lot of knee flex. You're a tall person, so you've got to get down to that ball, really flex those knees, keep the weight on the heel, and get the feeling that you're passing the club under that ball. That's the whole mental image you should have in playing the sand, is if that club passes under the ball, you're going to have some sort of a successful shot.
Well, I must admit, where I play, I don't face a lot of sand. And usually when I can't get in a lot of sand, I maybe take a penalty stroke and set it out. But we'll see what happens today.
All righty. Give it a go. Not too shabby.
Bad
Not too
direction.
shabby. But the ball came out a little hot. You see, it didn't stop.
No.
The reason was
And what did I
that
do
the
wrong?
execution was great, but I want you to open the blade a little bit more and open your stance a little bit more. I want you to bring this foot back, a good maybe 4 inches.
All right.
Back right behind my club there. Narrow
Very good.
stance, but narrow the stance a little bit, but just keep it open. And then lay that blade open this time.
All right, I'll try.
That's going to allow the blade to pass under better and hit a little softer shot.
Very good.
That was great execution, though. A lot of good body movement in that shot.
Well, it's always good to have luck in any sport you're involved in, Bob.
That was a good move that you made at it. All right, a little open, more stand. Okay, bring this foot back about right here. There you go. And then let me
nose the club, just turn it open about right there and keep it off contact. Not allowed to make contact until you hit the shot. All righty. Now just pass that blade under the ball, and you got it. That's super. So, hey, that's in the hole. Oh, terrific.
You're a great teacher. Man, you're the best. Hey, Bob is the best.
It's that simple. Now let's see you play the buried shot. When you receive my specialty shots video for risk-free preview, you'll learn how to play half-buried shots. Balls under the lip, no problem. You'll learn how to play wet sand. And you'll learn how to play those very difficult fairway bunker shots. Yeah, that's it. That's it. See? That's terrific.
Wow.
Hey, you're one of these guys that you can perform when it counts.
I tell you, I never really ever try to get out of sand that much, but this is a great tip you've been giving me.
Yeah, that's sensational.
You know, watching the tape, it sort of reminds me of a game of basketball. Seconds to go, the score is tied, you're on the line. Thousands of people cheering against you, and you got to block everything out. This is the same way when I'm up near the green, short putt, 50 feet or less, you got to block everything out. Concentrate on that one little ball, as you do when you shoot in that free throw. Concentrate on what you're trying to do, what you're trying to get accomplished. And when I really concentrated after watching this tape, success.
What I'm emphasizing here is, and it's a challenge for me, and that's to get up like we were working before, and I want you to do today, which is make this thing casual. No waste of time. It's a question of allow. Allow that athletic ability. You know, I see infielders make these plays. I say they cannot be made.
Sure.
You see, and you're doing things, you did things in your career that make the gymnasts look like they're standing still. So you got the natural athletic ability, and we proved earlier off camera, and we're going to prove here if you just get up and allow. So I want your pace to be just this fast. No preparation, just up and just that simple. Love it. Okay.
Great shot. That's a great shot. All right. Let's get the ball up here a minute.
Trading places here.
Trading places. You're right.
Wonderful. You just blew it by me about 15 yards with that 7-iron. Let's talk about that. That shot was dead solid. It went a little right.
And I really didn't feel like that I was on balance. I was in a hurry for some reason to hit it, but I still hit it well.
Still hit it well because the whole body was active.
Yeah.
But let's talk about it. It flew dead straight, a little right.
Yeah.
When I attended PGA school, I heard Earl Stewart, a fine professional from down in Texas, spoke to us, and he said, fellas, I'm going to tell you the strategy of the game real simple. The strategy of the game is every time you look at a shot, there's one side of the hole that's more advantageous than the other side of the hole. And if you can get the ball to the hole, like if you're hitting a 7-iron to the green, it's either more advantageous to be beyond it or short of it. And if you'll determine every shot which is the most advantageous quadrant, get up and say, all I got to do is hit the ball into that general area.
Okay.
It relaxes your mind because you're no longer trying to hit a pin from 150 yards away. All you're trying to do is make that good free move into a general area.
Sure.
So if when we look at this shot down here, if it's better off to be slightly to the right, then you just say, oh, I'm going to aim a little bit right and let it go. All righty.
Well, that wasn't right, but I hit it good.
You hit it super.
Right.
Now, okay, you didn't hit it to the right, you hit it a little to the left.
Yeah.
But you hit it a little to the left because the shot was so dynamic, the club was flowing so freely that you see that thing is down in play, but you hit it a million miles. Folks, I get a big kick out of this golf instruction that tries to tell you if you use some device to put your swing in some position, you're going to have a great swing. Folks, the whole golf swing only takes a second and a half. You can't think or manipulate your way through that golf swing. Learn my automatic golf method, the pre-swing procedure, and you'll truly have an automatic golf swing. That is, nobody in the world can hit it better than that.
I won't hit it any better than that either.
No, you can't, I can't, nobody can.
I know.
So you just got to go up to the next one with the same relaxed attitude and just go. That is even better. If it's possible, that was better. But I'm going to send you some tape of this. You're going to be amazed at how professional you look.
Okay. Hi, I'm Brooks Robinson, and I'd like to tell you that I really recommend the Bob Mann Automatic Golf Video.
And one of the reasons that a lot of the things in there that I've learned really, it's a parallel to playing baseball. They always said that I had good hands. I won 16 gold gloves. But I can tell you that having very passive hands in golf is also the right way to go about it. And I've learned that from watching the Bob Mann automatic golf video.
You know, the sand it's like throwing a football. You got to have a real good foundation in the sand. You got to have good traction. And a lot of people think that the reason I'm such a good sand player is because I'm genetically blessed. But the reality is that these do help.
When's the last time you had a pedicure?
Pat, I was very flattered to hear that you had acquired my automatic golf video, well, 5 years before we met.
Yeah, I picked it up. You know, I'm still using that grip. It's really helped.
You know, the original automatic golf doesn't have the sand play. That's on the specialty shots. Don't you believe it if somebody tells you you need a variety of swings to play a variety of shots. With the automatic golf method, you'll have one swing, you'll change your starting position, and you'll play those shots perfectly. Hey, you're out of here. If it goes in, we're going to think incredible.
Well, for any of you who watched me play quarterback for the Los Angeles Rams years ago, you realize I don't have much athletic ability. Well, now that I'm playing golf and playing a lot of golf and enjoying golf, I'm looking for a way to make it easy and simple and help my game dramatically. And Bob Mann's automatic golf videos have done just that. And they're fun, they're entertaining, Bob's got a great sense of humor. But most importantly, you start with the fundamentals. I'm just setting up over the ball so much better when I listen to the way you grab the club, the grip, the way you move your hands and your feet, the simple things that you don't really think about too often. And like many of you, I'm sure, I don't hit many greens when I play the golf, so the short game, how you get up and down, has really been instructive. Bob's helped me dramatically, making a lot of pars from just off the green.
Never played golf before? Watch Bob's videos. I hit the ball great today. I'm so excited. I love the game.
I would recommend the Bob Mann automatic golf video for anyone who wants to cut down some strokes on their golf game.
It's a light, lively video. It rolls right along.
You get the Bob Mann automatic golf video, you've got your own teaching professional right there in your living room.
When I really concentrated after watching this tape, success.
Automatic golf is a gimmickless method. You don't need any expensive training devices or any kind of gadgets. Once you discover the automatic golf pre-swing procedure, you'll learn that your own golf clubs are the best training devices that you can own.
Bob Mann's automatic golf series isn't just for the rich and famous. Bob has helped over 1 million golfers improve their game. Once you learn Bob Mann's automatic golf swing, you'll see an immediate dramatic improvement in your game. Master the swing at home, then take it to the course. Bob's golf motor move is a secret weapon that can add 30 to 80 yards to your drive almost instantly. You'll astound your friends and never again be the target of everybody's golf humor. Order now and receive all 3 videos: Automatic Golf, Specialty Shot, and Automatic Golf Let's Get Started. Learn Bob's simple grip, position, and starting move formula for the automatic swing you don't have to think about. A swing that'll give you an authoritative, accurate shot every time. And learn how to apply that same swing to the knockdown, punch shot, sand play, in every specialty situation. You'll also learn stroke-saving pitch and chip techniques and a special putting method that gives the ball a friendly roll that hunts the hole.
You'd expect to pay $50 or more for each of these acclaimed videos. But only through this special TV offer, you can get all 3 for the unbelievably low price of just $39.95.
Order my 3-tape instructional series now, and I'll tell you what. I'll throw in my new comedy video, Unauthorized History of Automatic Golf. It's totally free and at least fairly funny.
Bob's comedy video is a $19.95 value, but that's not all. Bob's automatic golf method is now portable because you'll also get 2 golf tips cards to take right to the course and Bob's new automatic golf audio cassette. The cards and cassette are worth $14.95, but they're included free. Bob's 3-tape automatic golf series is guaranteed for 90 days. If your game doesn't improve, return the tapes for a refund. And even if you do return the library, keep the comedy video, the cassette, and the cards as free gifts just for ordering. Call now and we'll rush your order priority mail. You'll be golfing better within a week, so don't delay.
The preceding program was a paid advertisement. WFRB-TV and WJMN-TV are not responsible for any claims made by the sponsor.
Hi, I'm Larry McCarran. Reggie White, WFRV, and WIXX are looking for a hometown hero. We want to honor folks who perform outstanding service to the community. Send a brief description of your hero's efforts to WIXX. Weekly winners receive Packer tickets and Pro Shop gift certificates. The grand prize winner receives a $1,000 scholarship community fund check,
He'll be featured on a special Eyewitness News segment in November. Send your nomination today as Reggie White, Channel 5 and WIXX. Honor hometown heroes everywhere.
Until now, emergency weather messages took a little time to get from the newsroom to the control room to you. Now, Eyewitness News brings you powerful new weather technology, Storm Tracker 5. The moment a warning is issued, information instantly appears on your screen. You know about severe weather right now. Storm Tracker 5 then shows you exactly when that storm will hit your town. Only the Eyewitness News team has it. Storm Tracker 5, the fastest, most accurate weather warning available. Only on WFRB TV5.
TV Guide calls it the all-time best. What is Jeopardy? Jeopardy. 10 years of unquestionable excellence.
Tom Milburn, Eyewitness News.
The NFL has always been a world of fast-paced fury.
Back to throw is Boone. He's in trouble. Fumble. Third and long. They pressure him and they sack him and he fumbles the ball. Setting up and he's sacked again. But they've got him. What's been happening? What's happened is over. You just got to stay to what you're doing. Stick with your net and keep believing. That's what we got to have.
It takes special men to survive in this world of chaos and collisions. From intimidating old pros to an inspiring new generation.
I want you to challenge and ask when we're involved in man-to-man. You understand me? I don't get the big challenge. You get where you feel like you can rush the quarterback. You understand? Yeah. Rush the quarterback.
They are the men whose penchant for punishment and passion for the game have made them the NFL's masters of mayhem.
Hi, I'm Steve Sable. You know, here at NFL Films, we can look back through our archives here and study the greatest teams and greatest players in the NFL. And one thing I've discovered from viewing all this film is that football is a game for men who love combat, who love physical contact, men who take pride in their own power. This joy of battle is the common thread that runs through all the stories in this film. And I think what will strike you most about the players and teams that we'll profile in this program, what will draw you to them, is their obvious enthusiasm for what they do, their zest for competition. They do what they do with gusto. They're masters of mayhem. I'll be right back.
Why get an inferior foam shave when you could have the best? Why choose ordinary lubrication when you could have the richest? Why settle for average protection against razor irritation when there's something more advanced than foam? Edge Gel. Ultimate closeness. Ultimate comfort. That's the edge. And now there's new soothing Edge Aftershave for sensitive, dry, and normal skin.
All-Pro quarterback Dan Marino.
When the game is over and the pain starts, I want two things for my pain-relieving rub: fast relief and no odor. So I use Sports Cream, a strong pain-relieving rub that doesn't make me smell like a medicine chest. I just massage in Sports Cream for fast, odor-free relief. Cream or lotion, Sports Cream sure gets my vote for most valuable pain reliever.
much to see, so much to do, and it's all so near. So let yourself go. In Wisconsin, you're among friends.
Put your hands behind your back.
Keep your hands on the car. Tell your guy to take him down if he comes off the front.
We got an officer down behind Circus.
Cops, weeknights at 10:35 on Channel 5.
For those of you who've read the special pro football issue of Sports Illustrated, you know that Charger linebacker Junior Seau, that's him on the cover, is being touted as the next Dick Butkus. Now, in my opinion, Butkus is the greatest middle linebacker ever. You could blindfold me, and I could still tell you when Butkus made a tackle, it had a special crunch. Well, like Butkus, Junior Seau is a bone-jarring hitter. He's the NFL's youngest master of mayhem, and you'll see why he's making ball carriers say, ow.
Dominate, let's kill him. Not just win, let's kill him. Remember that.
Name is Junior Seau. Say ow.
Ow.
There you go. Seau isn't nothing that, you know, I go out and hurt anybody. It's just my last name. It just happens to work hand in hand with how I play.
Woo! Let's do it!
I lose control once in a while. Yeah, I think it's natural. The field to me is a stage. You know, we're all performers out there. And, you know, it's a matter of who's going to perform the best.
Make a wall, baby, make walls!
If the field is a stage for Junior Seau, he has performed a heart-pounding, head-banging concert of might and mayhem ever since his hometown Chargers made him their #1 draft pick in 1990.
San Diego Chargers select Junior Seau. Run on, baby! There you go! Woo!
The love affair between Seau and San Diego has always been apparent, as he has developed quite a unique relationship with his loyal following.
See, I have a good fan right here. You know, he's my buddy. See, he challenged me to a game of football. I don't know his name, but how you doing, buddy?
Hi, I'm Studley.
You're Studley?
Yeah.
I'm Studette. How you doing?
What's up?
All right.
I'll see you around.
Hey, I'll talk to you later. I'll call you up later on tonight. Okay.
Ever the crowd pleaser, Seau has led the Chargers in tackles and been named a Pro Bowl starter each of the past 2 seasons, and he has relished every hit along the way.
When you put on a good hit, it just, I mean, it hurts you too. You know, you got to realize that. You know, it doesn't matter how much you lift and how much you run and how much condition you are. It's a matter of inflicting pain on the other person, and it's an ego thing. Run and hit! If I could feel some dizziness, I know that guy's feeling double of what I feel. So, yeah, the hitting that I put on somebody else is always going to be judged on how I feel, going back to the bench.
Junior is, in one word, awesome. His physical ability is just unbelievable. He just loves to play the game. He's enthusiastic, and that enthusiasm is contagious. And he's just getting us fired up, saying, come on, let's go, let's stop these guys, let's stay in the game. He's a leader.
Let's go! Play! Let's go! Go! Wake up! Switch spot!
They jacked you up. Let's take it back. They jacked you up. Well, before this play, you know, I'm kind of reading the scheme of things in the back set and seeing what fat guy I have to beat. Don't take anything personal in that lineman. Stay loose. Be happy, baby.
Seau helped lead the Chargers to the AFC West title in 1992, displaying an incredible athletic ability that has him being touted as the best inside linebacker in the game.
Looks, throws, intercepted by Seau. 30, 25, to the 20, at the 10, touchdown San Diego!
I'm afraid of being average. Going on there on the field, I just can't beat another player. You know, like if there's a chessboard analogy, I can't be a pawn. You know, I'm looking forward to meeting the queen and, you know, sometimes shaking the hand of the king.
Seau is fast becoming the king of NFL linebackers, a ruler of his turf, and the NFL's newest master of mayhem.
I have control on the field.
You know your NyQuil works. What'd you do? You tried the latest thing, so you coughed all night. Got no rest. Ended up a zombie. And your proposal to the world's most demanding boss? Postponed until tomorrow, which means you can take NyQuil tonight. You're stupid, Dave, but lucky.
Vicks NyQuil, the nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, stuffy head fever so you can rest medicine. Also new NyQuil hot therapy.
Inside your smooth-running engine is a torture chamber. And under these grueling conditions, only one leading motor oil in every grade meets the world's toughest requirements for viscosity breakdown. Castrol. Castrol provides maximum protection against viscosity and thermal breakdown. So use Castrol. Why make things tougher on your engine? Castrol GTX, engineered for today's smaller cars.
Try Castrol Super Clean for tough, greasy jobs. If it won't come clean with Super Clean, it won't come clean.
911 emergency.
Unbelievable true stories. Hurry! Get him out of there! Real lives saved.
911 emergency. We need an ambulance.
Feel your heart race.
Part of me died right there on the scene.
Now, 5 times a week, join host William Shatner on Rescue 911.
Rescue 911, weekdays at 4 on Channel 5.
I'm a wheel watcher. I'm a wheel watcher. Wheel is America's game. I'm a wheel watcher. I'm a wheel watcher. Everybody's playing. Love it.
Yes.
I'd like to stop.
I'll solve the puzzle. Go ahead. Nice going.
It's America's game.
Wheel of Fortune, weeknights at 6:30 on Channel 5.
While Junior Seau is the NFL's newest cover boy, there are others in the game who get no PR at all. And these are the men of the offensive line. The mayhem they must master is often unseen, and it's personal and primitive. Henry Wadsworth Longfellow once wrote, "A man must be either an anvil or a hammer." An offensive lineman is often both.
It has never been easy for an offensive lineman to achieve glory in the NFL. These men have literally been thrown together by their mutual anonymity and the thankless nature of their position.
Being an offensive lineman is a little bit like a mushroom. They keep you in the dark and they feed you. The point is that the guy doesn't get a lot of credit for the success of the team, or in a general sense, and so on and so on. But an offensive line, you don't see them usually being goodwill ambassadors either, because a guy might be as good as he is in the whole league and go out on a speaking engagement and nobody even knows who the guy is.
You accept your job description, you accept the lack of notoriety early when you become an offensive lineman. As an offensive line goes, so does the offense, and that's where the foundation of the team is built.
He's letting the momentum die on us. We should line up and go right now. You know what I'm saying? Old man Moore is on outside.
99% of the people watching, they don't know an offensive lineman from a cheerleader. The only time they ever know about it is when the quarterback is sacked and John Madden or somebody draws up the figures on the chalkboard and says, look how this guy got beat.
If you're playing bad, the nation knows about it. All you got to do is get beat and let your quarterback get hurt. One play, you might play perfect 79 out of 80 times and have somebody come in and just kill. But your quarterback, and you've had, that's a nightmare for you. That's the worst game you could have had because of that one play.
When you're laying there or whatever and you see him with a beat on the quarterback, you just kind of want to say, look out or something, but you can't, you want to say, oh, It's tough when you get beat for a sack, but it's just something that you realize it's going to happen every once in a while.
Yeah. Can't you play? Huh? Yes, sir. Yeah. No, I can get in there. I'll be there.
It frustrates you for a second. You get mad at yourself, I think. And then you just kind of have to try to figure out what you did wrong and then just block it out and go on to the next play, and, you know, you can't let it get you down.
Hey, don't let that drive you crazy. What happened to you?
I thought he was going to loop, and I
Sets off.
And...
Hey, that play's over now.
Yeah.
Invisible, it's a good description, but there are times when you do get publicized, holding penalties or something like that.
Hey, fellas, come here, lineman. Come here now. Will, come here. Hey, you got them just where you want them. They're ready to quit. We just run for 2 first downs, and we keep giving them a holding penalty. Now get in the game, man.
Did you hit anybody? You're not. When nobody's there to hit, look around. All right? Keep that head on swivel if ain't nobody there to hit, right?
The other part that you really have to be is you have to be tough. And toughness isn't what you might think of in terms of the snot bubbling out of a guy's nose and there's spit going somewhere and there's blood somewhere else and the helmet spun around the top of the head and all that sort of thing. It's a function of how much you can take, not how much you give out necessarily.
Every snap of the ball, they're hitting somebody. Constant smash face. I mean, that's all they do is just hit people. And so I would think that the hardest thing would be the toll that it takes on their body.
It's like getting into a car wreck 80 times a ball game. If you can just imagine putting yourself in a car and running into the wall at, let's say, 30 miles an hour, 80 times in a row with 30 seconds rest in between, then that's what it would be like.
Did the wrong play? Don't do that. Well, not like that.
I don't think I really hear anything but things that I try to lock in on, like the quarterback's voice.
You take him.
Just the people around you. I don't really hear all the hitting or grunting or whatever. The sound is kind of what makes it really look intense, I think. But I don't really notice that when I'm out in the field.
It's all the pushing and shoving and driving and growling and hitting and all. And nobody sees it but your peers. There's only 7 or 8 guys in the world that really know how you played and one coach. And you play for acknowledgement from that little group, and they're your family, and that's all you got when you're in the pits. That's really how it is.
Only half seen in their small moments of triumph, offensive linemen exist in an intense world of diligence without reward, success without applause. They take great pride in making others famous, often sacrificing individual stardom for team achievement.
The fun part of it is when you win. And we enjoy a win just as much as the Anthony Carters and the Herschel Walkers of the world. I promise you, we enjoy it when we win.
I think we got him. All right. Good news.
It has been said that the only 2 people who recognize an offensive lineman are his mother and his quarterback. Still, in the world of pro football, these invisible men are the difference between winning and losing.
loose-fitting jeans. A loose interpretation of the original.
The Edge Ultimate Performer is O.J. Simpson. On the season's final Sunday in 1973, O.J. racked up almost 200 yards rushing to send his season total to an unheard of 2,003 yards. The first 2,000-yard rushing season in NFL history.
After you shave, now there's comfort to the power of 3. It's new Soothing Edge Aftershave with 3 soothing formulas for sensitive, dry, and normal skin. Ultimate comfort. That's the Edge.
Every need, woman, man, or child. I am brand new. It's a brand new day. It took a lot to reach the top, and now we're here to stay. I'm every woman. That's how I feel.
Oprah Winfrey, weekdays at 3 on Channel 5.
Recycle aluminum cans into extra money for local children with Cans for Kids.
Look for these special Packer helmet recycling bins at Lambeau Field.
And then after your tailgate parties, after the game, or any time during the week, drop off your aluminum cans all season long. At the last home game, a check will be presented to Big Brothers and Big Sisters from these sponsors.
The more cans we collect, the larger the donation. Cans for Kids, turning trash into money for area children.
Today's offensive linemen have their hands full with the likes of Derek Thomas, Bruce Smith, and Leslie O'Neal. But 30 years ago, offensive linemen had to contend with a man named David Jones. You never heard of him? Well, you probably know him better as Deacon Jones, the Hall of Fame defensive end who invented the term quarterback sack. Off the field, Deacon was a lot of laughs. But on the field, he made the Terminator look like a wind-up toy. He once told me, "I become a different person when I step on the field. That's where I conduct my business. And my business is knocking people down."
In the beginning, the assembled multitudes confined their worship to those gods of autumn that played offense. But then, a deacon from the deep south converted the flock. This deacon was baptized David Jones, and his nickname was not exactly a reverent tribute to the humble virtues of that old-time religion.
Deacon was a public relations stunt. I needed a nickname when I came into the game. My real name is David Jones, and you look at the LA phone book, you see 25 or 30 David Joneses in there, and I needed something to set me apart from the rest of the pack, other than the fact that I was the best football player.
Funk and flash were the trademarks of a one-armed bandit who yielded a jackpot of big plays. Though long on strength and speed, the Deacon was initially short and savvy.
I was probably one of the greenest football players that ever came in the NFL. I had a particular tough time when I came up because I did not have the fundamental background that I needed. So I made a lot of mistakes, but because I was quick and fast, I was able to make up for it. And I could outrun daylight.
He used his ego as a way of getting motivated, and he became his own PR agent, and sometimes I think loved watching the reporters' mouths drop open when he would say something just outrageous.
I would safely say at this point in time, I was the fastest in the history of the game, from a dead standstill. My lateral movements, along with my initial speed, was just fantastic.
He was tabbed as Secretary of Defense, but diplomacy was not his forte. The Deacon would never put his signature on a non-aggression pact.
If you want to take a man out, it's very easy to do, looking him square in the eye, and that was my whole approach in the game. I wanted to put as much fear into his heart and as much pain on his back as I possibly could.
Hellfire and brimstone fueled the relentless pursuit that reflected the Deacon's doctrine of search and destroy.
You got this 260 pounds up to 4.5, and you got an angle on him, he should go to the hospital. And that's exactly what I tried to do, with no remorse in my heart. I try to put him in the hospital every time I tackle him. I wanted to hit, when I hit, and put my back into it, you know, boom. I mean, that's going to provide that shot that's going to put the intimidating fear of God into that running back. Let him know and make him go back to that huddle and tell his quarterback, damn it, I'm not running in Deacon Jones' area anymore. So each time he came over there, I tried to tear his damn head off.
When Jones wasn't tearing at heads, he was slapping at them. He was the man who devised the fine art of belting a blocker on the side of the helmet.
I developed a thing they call a head slap. The head slap was to do two purposes. One was to give myself an initial head start on the pass rush. In other words, an extra step. Because anytime you go upside a man's head or a woman, then they have a tendency to blink their eyes or close their eyes, and that was all I needed. Gail Sears had a statement out that all he needed was 16 inches. Well, all I needed was a blink of the old eyes, and I was by you.
I remember once, he was getting in on a fellow from the 49ers, really barreling through. And finally, the fellow was tired, so he grabbed him. So I threw my flag and said, 77, you're holding him. The guy looks at me and says, how the hell would you play him? And he was right. That's the only way you could have played Deacon Jones.
I never would accept anyone hitting me illegally. Now, when that happens, then you must serve justice. And if you don't know how to serve justice, then you're going to get kicked around the league.
It was the Deacon who usually did the kicking, as he knew how to get a leg up on an opponent. The Secretary of Defense was not averse to playing dirty politics. When Jones wasn't hooking quarterbacks, he was sacking them. Indeed, he invented the term itself.
I've developed a term that is used in the game right now called sacking the quarterback. Sacking the quarterback is just like you devastate a city, or you cream a multitude of people. I mean, it's just like you put all the offensive players in one bag, and I just take a baseball bat and beat on the bag. Okay, we just found the term.
Every time the Deacon pillaged the pass pocket, he made the term's meaning painfully clear. This battering ram became a less than electrifying charger in 1972. But even on the downside of his career, he still approached every Sunday as if it were Judgment Day, and occasionally flashed the brilliance that had showed fans it was possible to shout hallelujah when the defense took the field. The gospel, according to Deacon Jones, meant waging a never-ending assault on the opposition, and throughout his career, he always practiced what he preached.
And I like to think that with that approach to the game, attack, 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 I walked out totally unmarked. And I think that that record in itself, 14 years in the pros and 4 in college and 3 in high school, is second to none. I have no scratches, no marks, and nothing but a bleeding heart.
Why get an inferior foam shave when you could have the best? Why choose ordinary lubrication when you could have the richest? Why settle for average protection against razor irritation when there's something more advanced than foam? Edge Gel. Ultimate closeness. Ultimate comfort. That's the Edge. And now there's new soothing Edge Aftershave for sensitive, dry, and normal skin.
It's coming. The worst breath of the day. Morning breath. And ready to meet that sticky, pasty film head-on. A whole new feeling of clean. A clean as fresh as snow. Introducing the new cooling formula in Peppermint Scope. Its antibacterial action still kills millions of morning breath bacteria on contact. And compared to that other glue, more people prefer its new cooling formula for leaving their mouths feeling cleaner. Discover a whole new feeling of clean. New Peppermint Sculpt.
The people of CBS News and Eyewitness News. Dan Rather, Connie Chung, Ed Bradley, Tom Milburn, Aaron Davison, Leslie Stahl, Bob Schieffer, Morley Safer, Tom Mahoney, Larry McCarran, Mike Wallace, Steve Croft, Paula Zahn, Harry Smith, Mark McEwen, Maureen Jaeger, Jack Boston, and Charles Perrault. Experience CBS News and Eyewitness News.
Monday night, 6:30 p.m. Hit the locker room.
Down, guys.
What?
Still getting dressed. And then I'd watch the Packer locker room show, and that would make me wish that I would have eaten it all.
Why is Brett Favre's name on your poster?
Larry McCarran's Locker Room, back for another winning season. Live from the Holiday Inn City Center, Monday nights at 6:30 on WFRB TV 5.